Boom! I smashed the first goblin right in the face with a dumbbell, flattening him into the dirt. The rest charge my building to take over, but suddenly, my whole room starts glowing, unleashing a rain of dumbbells that completely wipes them out. Next, a massive high-level monster tries to break in, only to get cooked alive by my boiling oil. Yep, that mastermind is me, safely locked away from the apocalypse inside my unbreakable barrier. Sure, I can't leave, but I have everything I need. Power, water, food, you name it. I can register any real-world item in my shop and buy it later using cash I earn from slaying monsters. While the world outside burns and people scream for help, I'm just chilling, expanding my safe zone bit by bit. My ultimate goal is to cross the city and rescue my family. To do that, I have to level up like crazy. Best part? I can bring people inside my territory to work a 9-to-5 job. Safe shelter, hot meals, but they have to grind for me so I can keep my cozy but deadly empire growing. Oh, and don't even get me started on that rat girl begging for my help. Yes, I'm literally out here trying to rizz up a furry. That's some next-level madness even I can't explain. But before I awakened, my life was an absolute mess, just munching on some chips, telling myself that the world didn't completely end because, technically, I was still living a normal life. Just a week ago, everything was fine until a terrifying emergency alert flashed on. In 2 months, the world would run out of food, and hungry monsters showed up to eat us. Fortunately, some humans awakened cheat powers, but most still died. As for me, I spent 3 months locked in my room after society crumbled. Surviving solo sucks, especially with zero cell service. I took a deep breath, but suddenly a loud crash echoed. I turned my head and saw this terrifying creature flying straight at me, slamming hard against the window. I fell backward in sheer shock. It lunged again, but then a glowing system message flashed across the glass. A creature, without permission, is trying to enter. I calmed down, remembering this barrier was the only reason I was still breathing. But I was losing my mind. I kicked my door in frustration, cursing loudly. It had been 3 days since the world ended, but I still couldn't leave, completely trapped inside my own home. The system casually informed me that as a super recluse, going outside was forbidden. I screamed back, telling it I'd starve to death if this kept up. My biggest emergency right now was food. The electricity died yesterday, and I was scraping by on whatever leftovers remained in my fridge. That wouldn't last. Suddenly, a wild system alert popped up. Apparently, I had just hunted down a level 23 Calican and earned massive experience points. I just stared, totally confused. Did it mean that ugly bird? I walked over to the window and looked down, spotting the creature being ripped apart by hungry goblins. Gross, they even eat each other. I realized it died because it crashed headfirst into my barrier. To top it off, I unlocked a new skill claiming nearby loot met the requirements and began calculating something. That's when things got really weird. The grotesque monster dissolved into black smoke, and the system rewarded me with 2 million cash directly into my wallet. I had no clue what that wallet even was, but what shocked me more was my power turning back on. Electricity and water were fully restored. A genuine miracle. I could finally take a hot shower. Was the internet back too? Sadly, nope. While cleaning up, I found a random flash drive. Checking it, I saw old family photos. My mom holding newborn me. Me smiling at 5. Rocking long hair at 12. Happier than ever at 15. Man, I wish my parents were here. I didn't even know if they were still alive. I vowed to find them and bring them here, no matter what. Later, walking onto the balcony, I spotted a new level 1 shop interface floating there. It looked sketchy, so I tested it. I had around 2,000 or 3,000 cash in my virtual wallet. I tried opening the window to escape, but nope, still completely trapped inside. But then, I realized I could level up by hunting the monsters outside. If I killed them, I'd grow stronger. Maybe if I leveled up enough, I could finally break free. But those flying beasts were terrifying. Absolutely no way I could fight them. Then again, one did die on my window all by itself. Maybe I should aim for the goblins below instead. They looked way weaker, so I did a quick test. I tossed a water bottle. Could it pass through? Yes. Objects could leave, but I couldn't. That gave me a brilliant idea. I drop heavy items and snipe goblins from safety. I grabbed a dumbbell, but the goblins started barking alerts and ran off. No way those little runts were escaping my experiment. I aimed, threw the dumbbell with all my might, and missed completely. My aim is absolute trash. I only had 1 dumbbell left. Now what? Zero clue. Suddenly, loud shrieking echoed. The goblins were grouping up and charging straight at my building. It was incredibly creepy. They moved like a hive mind. As they swarmed the entrance, I panicked. But wait, this actually helped. Closer targets meant easier hits. That's when I opened the shop, hoping my points were still usable. I pulled up the catalog, and bingo system had successfully analyzed my dumbbell. Now I could buy more at standard retail price. It was basically an online supermarket. I ordered a fresh batch of dumbbells. They spawned right in front of me, charging my virtual wallet instantly. Absolutely mind-blowing. The survivors downstairs probably heard me screaming like a lunatic, but I launched another heavy dumbbell. Bullseye. Direct hit on a goblin skull. The system confirmed the kill, awarded experience, and added 3,345 cash to my account. The rest panicked, scrambling to figure out what just fell from the heavens. Heavy gym equipment doesn't rain daily, after all. I kept chucking them, but they were alert now. I missed repeatedly, so I just bought more, and kept trying. Eventually, my aim adjusted, and I started crushing them. More kills meant quick leveling, and it felt incredible. Suddenly, the system popped up. As the supreme shut-in, I unlocked storage, level 1 EA pocket dimension for my items. I tested it with a dumbbell. It vanished instantly into storage. Brilliant. I pulled it back out, spawning it directly in my grip. I could store anything and summon it instantly. Time to get mean. I stocked my inventory with dozens of heavy dumbbells, then mass-released them directly above the crowd. An absolute metal storm erupted. The goblins had nowhere to hide, getting flattened instantly. I couldn't believe my ability was this broken. This meant I could analyze other items, like food, and purchase them directly. But that brought a major issue. My cash was dwindling, and the daily utility bills were draining my balance. Even worse, after wiping out that horde, no other monsters approached my building. No enemies meant zero cash and zero experience. I was in deep trouble if I couldn't lure them in. While brainstorming a plan, a massive shadow appeared in the sky. I recognized it instantly. It was the exact monster that attacked me earlier. Bad news, it was a high-level calican. I dashed to the kitchen, tied shiny spoons to a chair, and hung it over the balcony to reflect the sunlight. It worked like a charm. The beast noticed and dove straight for my window, snapping its horrifying beak. This time, I wasn't sweating. My barrier was absolute. It couldn't break through, and might even kill itself trying like before. That would be free experience for me. But this bird was smarter, realizing it couldn't get in and retreating. Or, so I thought. It actually landed on the roof. Looking up, I nearly lost my sanity again. It was aggressively pecking at one spot, but my barrier held firm. Nothing enters without my explicit permission. I pulled up the store interface, wondering what could take down a giant beast. Dumbbells worked on goblins, but this required something bigger. Then, a genius plan hit me. I spent my cash on cooking oil, poured it into pots, and heated it up. Time to see if boiling oil does the trick. Next, I wrapped paper around a broomstick and stored the boiling oil in my inventory. I lit the torch. While the monster kept pecking furiously, I targeted the space directly above its head. I released the boiling oil, drenching the beast. It shrieked in agony. I tossed the lit torch, and the oil erupted into a massive fireball. Beautiful. That oversized bird was basically fried chicken now. The beast crashed to the ground, sizzling in flames. The moment it turned to ash, my system went wild. Kalakanen defeated. Experience points flooded in, and my bank account skyrocketed to over 9 million. Talk about filthy rich. But the game was just getting started. I cleared some hidden requirement, and boom, my territory expanded. No longer just my tiny apartment. I owned the whole building. Then, a new skill unlocked. At first, the pain was blinding. My vision glitched out completely. Suddenly, I could see through the walls of the entire building. Down below, a starving, miserable family was huddled together. What the hell? My eyes felt so weird. Who even were these guys? My eyes snapped back to normal, but the system screen lingered, displaying their profiles. A 30-year-old couple and their 2 tiny daughters, aged 3 and 6. Incredible, they were all eligible to become citizens of my territory, but there was a catch. Non-citizens would get auto-expelled, meaning they'd be tossed straight to the monsters outside. I couldn't just let them die, so I registered them as citizens. Time to inspect my brand new cheat skill. Just as I suspected, Supreme Eyes, level 1. Now, nothing in my domain could hide from me. Then, the population list popped up. 4 citizens registered out of 600 total slots. 600? No way they all fit here. Then I spotted the ultimate hack: passive income. My citizens share their strength and experience with me. If they fight and level up, I get a cut. Absolutely perfect. This is my ticket to getting overpowered fast. But then, 2 time-sensitive quests unlocked with brutal failure penalties. Quest 1, kill a goblin within 168 hours. The penalty? My manhood falls off. Yeah, that is basically death. As the system prompted me to accept, I hesitated. Meanwhile, downstairs, the reality of the apocalypse was hitting that family hard. The youngest girl looked up at her dad, asking what they'd do. They had absolutely no food left. The kids were starving, and the dad was heartbroken seeing his daughters suffer. But stepping outside was suicide. One wrong turn, and he'd never return. Even so, he had to try. He told his wife he was going out to forage. They both knew the risks. Stay, and they starve. Leave, and he might get eaten. But a slim chance was better than none. He gathered his gear and said a heavy goodbye, knowing it could very well be his last. The girls sobbed, begging him to stay, but just as his hand touched the doorknob, it turned on its own. Everyone froze. The door slowly creaked open, spilling light into the dim room. The father grabbed his weapon, terrified. He braced for a fight, expecting a beast. Instead, he begged for mercy until he realized it was just me. I calmly let them know I was here to help, presenting fresh food and clean water. They stared at me like I was an alien. Free handouts in the apocalypse? Unheard of. But the father had no choice if he wanted his girls to live, so he let me in. The two kids cowered behind their dad, eyeing me with deep suspicion. They gathered around the table, and I started peeling oranges to break the ice. Looking around, the apartment was completely bare. No food, no clean water, and definitely no electricity. The curtains were drawn tight to avoid drawing monsters. It proved I'd made the right call. Deciding to help them out, I looked up at the ceiling fixture. My eyes flared with blue energy. With a single blink, the lights buzzed to life. Hyungjun sat there, completely jaw-dropped. Before he could even process it, I slid a cold bottle of water across the table, gesturing for the kids to drink first. The girls chugged the water like they'd been lost in a desert. I watched them, cracking a gentle smile. The younger one, Seo-hyun, drank so fast she started choking, so I quickly handed her another bottle. She hesitated for a second before taking an orange slice. The sweet aroma made her mouth water instantly. She offered it to her mom first, who lovingly fed it back to her. When her sister Nahyun took a bite, her face lit up. It was sugary, juicy, perfection, and her pure joy was infectious. Seeing how good it was, the older sister begged for a piece, too. The mother handed her one, and soon, the dark room was filled with happy giggles. As I watched them smile, the system chimed in. Their trust in me was skyrocketing. The little one's trust score hit 57, triggering a notification that she was now eligible to become my vessel. That threw me completely off guard. I still had no idea what a vessel even meant. But one thing was certain, I was not making a 3-year-old my spiritual subordinate. Instead, I focused on the dad. His trust was sitting at a low 31, and I needed to get it to 50. While I was scheming, Hyungjun suddenly spoke up, thanking me from the bottom of his heart and asking how he could ever repay me. I calmly suggested we take our conversation outside. Step into the hallway, and let's talk business. I asked him straight out if he'd received a system alert about citizenship. He nodded, confirming he had. I pushed for details, and he mentioned that his entire family had frozen in place for a second. It hit me. If I hadn't granted them citizenship when I did, the system would have thrown them out. They would have been left to the wolves. My expression went cold. I looked him in the eye and made a proposal work with me, and I'll guarantee your family food, water, shelter, and safety. He was bewildered, asking how I could make such a massive promise. I didn't bother explaining my system cheat. I just told him if he wants to survive, he has to trust me unconditionally. No suicide missions. Guaranteed. Hyungjun closed his eyes, trusting his survival instincts. Deep down, he knew I wasn't a monster. But he still asked what the catch was, since nothing in life is free. I told him I didn't want cash. Just one simple favor. That made him visibly relax, and he even started calling me brother. I smiled back. Then, my eyes drifted to his weapon. I casually asked him how much that golf club set him back. Realizing it was probably way out of my budget anyway, I laughed it off and changed the subject. I asked him exactly when this nightmare started. He recalled it began on a weekend with a sudden swarm of goblins. I connected the dots. Anyone who stayed indoors over the weekend missed that initial bloodbath. Thinking about the lurking goblin threat, I realized my citizenship feature would be my ultimate trump card. Survival of the fittest was the goal. So, I issued him a direct order: seek out other survivors and bring them back here. Sometime later, I was lounging on my sofa, staring at the system logs. Hyungjun's trust was ticking upward, currently sitting at 40, but I needed to speedrun it to 50. Meanwhile, I wondered when I'd be strong enough to breach my barrier and search for my own family. Perhaps recruiting more citizens would unlock the path back to them. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the quiet. I knew that sound instantly, a human clashing with a monster. I bolted straight to the window. Down below, a group of survivors was fighting off a pack of goblins. They were way too far for my summoning skills to reach. Panic started setting in, but then, a teenager threw a baseball with ridiculous force. It literally dropping 2 more beasts' head off. Next, A girl in a purple tracksuit fired 2 arrows simultaneously, dropping 2 more beasts. A third kid with a baseball bat absolutely pulverized another one's skull. Talk about high school badasses. The remaining goblins fled. Suddenly, the archer girl froze, spotting a pristine pack of ramen sitting right there on the filthy ground. Confused by where it came from, she looked up toward the roof. There I was, waving and gesturing for them to get inside the building. While I was monitoring them, a sudden knock rattled my door. It was Hyungjun. I shouted for him to enter, but something went wrong. A system prompt blocked him instantly, stating he lacked permission. Well, that's a surprise. Turns out my private room is a total sanctuary nobody can enter, even if I invite them. I wondered if a vessel could, though. Shaking the thought off, I stepped into the hallway. I instructed Hyungjun to scavenge any cheap, heavy household items we could modify into weapons. Then, I quickly booted up the Supreme Recluse shop to browse. I purchased 5 packs of instant ramen and 5 bottles of fresh water. Right before his eyes, the items materialized out of thin air. He stood there completely shell-shocked, witnessing my cheat powers for the very first time. I packed everything into a cardboard box, handed it to him, and issued a brand new quest to deliver this outside the building. He looked absolutely terrified, stammering about the goblins lurking in the streets. I reassured him that the immediate area was already cleared. He still looked nervous, but chose to place his faith in me. I explained that food is the ultimate currency now, and shared my master plan. If I feed these powerful hunters, they'll treat me like their king. It's basically the ultimate obedience trick from my favorite anime masterminds. Supply the food, and they are bound to me. Believing in my vision, he agreed. I quickly drafted a system quest, which he accepted instantly. Eager to grind that sweet experience, he marched downstairs clutching the supply box. He was trembling, but he gripped his trusty golf club tight and pushed forward, all because he trusted Jae-hyun. The second Hyungjun steps outside, sheer terror hits him. He just wants to dump this delivery box and run for his life. But as he bends down, heavy footsteps echo closer. He freezes. Out of the corner of his eye, a massive shadow looms. Instant panic. He imagines some hideous goblin coming to eat him alive. Trying to scramble back inside, he slips, drops the box, and ends up completely paralyzed with fear. He just lies there, wheezing like a broken vacuum. The footsteps draw closer, and Hyungjun literally starts begging for his life. But when he finally builds up the courage to peek no goblins, just a bunch of high schoolers staring at him, they are totally bewildered. Meanwhile, the system alerts Jae-hyun that outsiders are trying to break into the building. Instantly, our main character activates his Supreme Recluse Omniscient Eyes skill. Through this cheat-like power, he spies on the teenagers at the entrance. The girl wearing a purple tracksuit points and says, "Hey, isn't this where that weirdo threw ramen out the window?" A kid holding a baseball bat chimes in, saying anyone wasting food that must have a massive stash inside. Jae-hyun deactivates his skill and tries to recruit them as citizens. But wait, the system warns him they can actually reject the invite. This stresses him out since he absolutely needs their consent. Suddenly, Jae-hyun gets an intercom call from Hyungjun. A genius idea hits him. He tells the chubby neighbor to hold on and quickly updates his quest parameters. The new mission? Serve hot food to the party's 6 hungry guests. Hyungjun accepts the quest immediately. He marches up to the kids standing outside the barrier and tells them if they accept Jae-hyun's offer, they get free food. Naturally, that instantly wins them over. Our main character opens the barrier and lets the squad inside. The system announces his citizen count has increased, meaning the experience and cash his citizens earn will now get a sweet 10% boost. That bonus is absolutely huge. Jae-hyun pulls up the teenagers' profiles. The highest level among them is Dong-hyuk, the kid holding the baseball bat. His D-rank skill, baseball throw, allows him to throw objects with 10 times the force of a normal human. Realizing how deadly these kids are, Jae-hyun marks them all as metahumans. He sets their experience share to 70-30. They keep 70%, and he pockets a clean 30. Satisfied, he realizes that if he keeps hoarding citizens, they will basically become his personal farming team, making him filthy rich and powerful while he sits on his couch. The guy literally feels like he is playing Age of Empires. Now, his main goal is to win these new recruits' trust. Surprisingly, their trust meter is already rising. Jae-hyun does not quite get why, but he keeps observing. Meanwhile, we switch over to Hyungjun, who brings the teenagers into his apartment. His wife is totally baffled by the sudden guests, but Hyungjun quickly apologizes and explains they need a meal. She happily agrees to help. Jae-hyun spectates the whole thing through his omniscient eyes, feeling pretty good about his plans. After a bit, Dongjun asks Hyungjun what kind of guy their mysterious benefactor is. Hyungjun admits he does not know much, just that their savior is an incredibly weird but generous neighbor who somehow provided electricity, running water, and fresh food. This heavily rattles Dongjun. Staring down at the ramen Jae-hyun gave them, he starts suspecting their host is a terrifyingly powerful and dangerous metahuman. He quietly vows to get on his good side at all costs. Naturally, Dongjun's trust level skyrockets mostly, out of sheer self-preservation. Meanwhile, Hyungjun asks the two girls in the squad if they want to take a hot shower while dinner cooks. Hearing the word shower makes their eyes pop. Even Dongjun is stunned, realizing the plumbing in this building is fully functional. Our favorite chubby neighbor proudly confirms they have boiling hot water, thanks to Jaehyun's mystical system powers. At this point, the main character is acting as an electrician, a plumber, and the entire utility board all at once. One of the girls giggles, calling him the absolute god of handyman chores. As they chat, a nerdy kid with glasses whispers to Dongjun, asking if he could take on the boss. Dongjun quickly replies, "No way. Not after seeing what that monster can do." But then, Donghyuk grabs his shoulder and suggests they just jump Jaehyun together. His logic? Super simple. Beat him up and steal all the food. That completely triggers Dongjun, who yells at Donghyuk for being completely brain-dead, warning him not to do anything incredibly stupid. Ultimately, the entire group agrees that playing nice is their safest bet. Next, the camera pans to Bongho, a super quiet and nervous kid. Dongjun walks over to apologize, saying if he had not invited him out right before the world ended, Bongho would still be with his family. But the shy kid says it is not Dongjun's fault at all. Still, Dongjun promises that once they finish their meal, they will find a way to rescue his grandmother. But the kid is still visibly trembling, fearing it is already too late, and that the goblins have already eaten her. Suddenly, the room falls dead silent as heavy footsteps approach the door. For a terrifying second, they think a monster is coming, and in a sense, they are right. It is Jae-hyun. He walks in holding two massive black garbage bags. In that moment, Dongjun realizes this guy is their absolute best bet for survival. Jae-hyun looks them dead in the eye with a serious expression and makes a major declaration. He is going to help them. Once everyone sits around the table, the air is still thick with tension. Hyungjun's wife apologizes for the cramped apartment, but Dongjun quickly reassures her, saying they are the uninvited guests here. Then, our favorite chubby neighbor brings out steaming plates of hot food. The teenagers are completely paralyzed. They have not laid eyes on real, clean, freshly cooked meals in ages. Meanwhile, Hyungjun's wife gets incredibly anxious, praying they will actually enjoy her cooking. Fresh rice, fried eggs, spicy kimchi, and warm water. The table is absolutely loaded. One of the girls hesitantly takes a tiny bite of the egg, and the instant it hits her tongue, she freezes in shock. She immediately blurts out that it is insanely delicious. This rave review finally lets Hyungjun's wife breathe a sigh of relief. Smiling warmly, she explains that Jaehyun provided all these premium ingredients. Without him, she could not have cooked a single thing. The room goes quiet as the kids wonder what kind of god-tier entity Jaehyun actually is. Just then, a system notification pops up. Hyungjun's wife has reached 50 trust points. Jaehyun is thrilled, especially since her meter filled up even faster than her husband's. With the ice officially broken, everyone happily digs into the massive feast. Their faces glow like they are having their first real meal in years. One girl declares the egg rolls are so unbelievably good they belong in a luxury restaurant. Seriously, in an apocalypse, this food tastes divine. Another girl asks if these are authentic Japanese-style egg rolls. Seeing them eat so enthusiastically warms Hyungjun's wife's heart, and she urges them to stuff their faces. But right then, the couple's adorable young daughter walks over with a pout, complaining that she wants some egg rolls too. Her mother gently pats her head and promises to cook her a fresh batch once the guests leave, but the poor kid looks ready to burst into tears. One of the teenage girls sweet-talks the toddler over, offering to share her plate. The little girl instantly brightens up and runs to sit next to her new friend. Totally charmed by Seo-hyun's pure cuteness, she feeds her a bite. With just one bite, Seo-hyun is in absolute heaven. As dinner continues, Jae-hyun notices Hyungjun and his wife just standing off to the side, smiling as they watch everyone eat. He tells them to stop hovering and grab a plate. They are a bit shocked by his offer, but quickly pull up chairs and join the feast. Watching everyone laugh and eat together, Jae-hyun feels a sudden wave of emotion. It has been ages since he felt this kind of genuine warmth. He quietly wonders if his own parents are safe out there in this chaotic world. Eventually, dinner wraps up. The little girl yawns, telling her mom she is super sleepy, so she is carried off to bed along with her older sister. With the kids asleep, the real talk begins. Jaehyun shifts the mood, bringing them back to reality. He asks Dongjun why they have not been able to reach the grandmother's apartment, especially since it is so close by. Visibly sweating, Dongjun explains it is entirely because of the goblins. instantly making Jae-hyun dead serious. Dongjun reveals that the apartment's massive underground parking garage serves as the absolute perfect breeding ground, meaning the monsters have turned it into their main base of operations. He estimates there are literally thousands of goblins down there, and without clearing them out, rescue is impossible. This makes Jae-hyun do some quick mental math. His supreme recluse domain only extends up to the 30th floor, completely leaving the basement blind. No wonder he never saw a single goblin on his radar. They were all nesting deep underground. Dongjun continues, explaining that every single building entrance directly links to that garage, keeping everyone trapped inside out of sheer terror. The atmosphere in the room turns incredibly heavy. After a brief silence, Jae-hyun suggests searching for side paths or maintenance vents into the basement. Dongjun nods, admitting that was their first plan, but something infinitely worse than goblins is guarding those shortcuts. Hearing this, Jae-hyun feels an icy chill run down his spine. With a grim look, Dongjun warns him about the creature, a terrifying mix of a wolf and a bear. Massive as a bear, yet vicious as a starving wolf, he still remembers seeing it effortlessly tear apart an entire group of goblins. They only escaped because the beast was completely distracted by shredding and devouring its prey. Hearing this leaves Jae-hyun deeply unsettled, especially when Dongjun admits they still have no idea what it actually was. Maybe some kind of shadow beast, since it was too pitch black to get a clear look. Jae-hyun points out they can't hide forever, but a trembling Dongjun argues that they have already reached their breaking point. Otherwise, they would have fought those goblins head on. Jae-hyun asks what exactly is stopping them, and a girl nearby reveals the brutal truth: their weapons are completely ruined. Having relied entirely on basic bows and thrown baseballs, they are rapidly running out of ammunition. But to Jae-hyun, supply shortages are the absolute easiest problem to solve. Promising them he can handle it, he asks to inspect their bows and baseballs. After examining them, he quickly registers the baseballs into his system inventory. However, when he tries listing the bow, a system alert pops up. It demands 1,530,000 won to register this high-quality compound bow. Jae-hyun pays the steep fee instantly, adding it to the shop database, unlocking an unlimited supply of arrows and baseballs. He then asks if anyone actually knows how to shoot, and a tense silence fills the room. Before they can even reply, our main character buys 5 complete bow and arrow sets. Instant spawn. The lethal gear materializes right on the table. Calmly, he tells the group that if they do not know how to shoot, now is the perfect time to learn. He hands them out and orders everyone to start practicing. Instantly, system notifications flash on his screen, showing that several survivors' trust levels have surged. It is a welcome surprise that leaves him highly satisfied. Meanwhile, a fresh wave of hope spreads through the survivors. With Jae-hyun backing them, rescuing Bong-ho's grandmother suddenly feels within reach. Their faith in him skyrockets, and Bong-ho himself is absolutely ecstatic, realizing these brand new weapons will make hunting monsters incredibly easy. Another survivor notes they no longer have to risk their lives retrieving spent arrows from the battlefield. The mood instantly lifts, but Jae-hyun quickly turns dead serious again. Before they make any moves, they must thin out the goblin forces. Dongjun nods solemnly, asking exactly when the operation begins. Jae-hyun answers with one word: tomorrow. He firmly promises that they will bring Bong-ho's grandmother back safe and sound the very next day. His confidence is contagious, and it completely fires them up. Bong-ho's worried face instantly brightens with hope. Dongjun then asks how they will pull off such a dangerous mission. Smiling, Jae-hyun drops the strategy they are going to use bait. But as he explains the setup, listening to the plan, the group is sweating bullets. Honestly, you and I would be too, because it is impossible to know if this crazy bait strategy will work or totally blow up. Still, they have to risk it. Suddenly, a new screen flashes in front of Jae-hyun. Bong-ho has completed his quest, earning 30,000 won. The notification catches Jae-hyun completely off guard, especially when he notices that the reward is deducted directly from his very own account balance. But this realization is a game changer. As long as he stays loaded, he can continuously upgrade his citizens. He makes a mental note to manage his funds carefully from now on. Suddenly, before he can even process this, another notification pops up. Bong-ho's trust has officially reached 50, unlocking the loyalty stat. The system confirms all conditions have been met for him to become a direct vassal. Jae-hyun stands frozen, stunned by the unexpected status update. Suddenly, Bong-ho's body begins to warp and glow. Terrified and confused, the poor guy has no clue why he is feeling such a bizarre sensation. Another alert appears: vassal registration is successful. As a reward, Jae-hyun unlocks the summon vassal skill allowing him to teleport his vassal back home with a 2-hour cooldown. From this very second, Bong Ho is officially his first vassal, claiming the exclusive title of First Servant. Instantly, Jae-hyun is flooded with the raw, monstrous strength of a gorilla, and his newly appointed vassal gets the exact same power-up. To make things even better, Bong Ho's experience points and gold gains are now permanently doubled. He can also be summoned within 5 meters of the safe zone, using the Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes. This massive wave of information leaves Jae-hyun absolutely speechless. Then, noticing a small plus icon on his interface, he taps it. A prompt immediately asks if he wants to spend 1 million won to level up his vassal. That ridiculous price tag makes Jae-hyun freeze. Clutching his head, he internally screams, wondering if his life has become a pay-to-win gacha game. Seeing his sheer panic, Bong Ho's wife worriedly asks if everything is all right, but Jae-hyun quickly brushes it off. Deciding to finally address him by his actual name, he asks Bong Ho how he is feeling. His vassal beams, yelling that pure power is exploding inside him, making him feel strong enough to smash right through a solid brick wall. Bong Ho hesitates, asking if Jae-hyun did something to his body. When our main character admits to it, Bong Ho exclaims that he feels 10 years younger, rejuvenated by a mysterious, flowing energy. Hearing this, Jae-hyun grins with immense satisfaction. He hands over a high-tier bow, declaring that Bong Ho is officially joining the raid. The newly minted warrior accepts the weapon, though his trembling hands betray his lingering terror. Now, let's look at the math running through Jae-hyun's head. Citizens get a 10% experience boost, but vassals get double. That means Bong Ho is about to level up at blistering speed. Turning to him, he commands him to slaughter as many monsters as humanly possible. Though Bong Ho looks on the verge of tears, he resolutely nods in agreement. Satisfied with his loyalty, Jae-hyun tells him he is counting on him. Finally, the long-awaited extermination mission begins as the scouting squad sweeps the apartment complex's ground floor. Stepping cautiously, Dae-yu whispers to Dongjun that searching this floor is likely a waste of time, since the rooms are completely trashed and all the windows are shattered. He seriously doubts anyone could have made it out alive, but Dongjun insists they cannot skip a single corner. He firmly reminds them of Jae-hyun's strict command. They are a rescue squad first, tasked with pulling out anyone still breathing. They must scour every room in the sever structure and guide them safely back up to their stronghold on the 30th floor. Pausing for a second, Dongjun reiterates the core of their strategy. They need to rescue as many people as possible, creating the ultimate bait to draw a massive horde of goblins inside, cornering them for a complete slaughter. He asks if they are all ready, and the squad replies with unwavering confidence, bringing a proud smile to Dongjun's face. Right next to him, Dae-yu grips his heavy iron club, eager for a fight. Dongjun orders the squad to breach room 101, warning them to stay on high alert since those green bastards could jump out at any moment. As they step inside units 101 and 102, an overpowering stench immediately hits them. Thick blood is splattered everywhere, and gruesome drag marks show where victims were brutally dragged to their deaths. The sight inside is pure nightmare, fuel-mutilated corpses, blood-drenched walls, and evidence of absolute savagery. Severed limbs strew the floor, causing some of the survivors to instantly double over and vomit from the sheer horror. Although Dongjun is deeply nauseated and disturbed by the carnage himself, he grits his teeth and commands everyone to press forward. Once they clear out the remaining ground floor rooms, they find absolutely zero survivors, instantly dampening the team's spirits. Dongjun quietly leads the grim procession up to the second floor, but the scene there is no different. It's just another sickening graveyard of shattered lives and ruin, leaving them even more shaken to the core. Refusing to break, they harden their resolve and advance to the third floor. Reaching the landing, Dongjun aggressively knocks on the nearest door, shouting to see if anyone is still breathing. Clutching onto their fading shred of hope, they knock on door after door, but only dead silence answers. With every passing second, Dongjun's confidence slowly begins to crumble. Yet, he refuses to give up, pressing on to search the fourth floor. Moving through the hallway, Dongjun bangs on another door, desperately shouting into the dark. He is right on the verge of breaking, begging any god listening for just one living soul. Then, completely defying their expectations, a faint voice responds. A terrified man cracks the door open, warily asking if they are actually a real rescue team. Spotting a living, breathing human, Dongjun's face lights up with relief. He quickly reassures him that they are indeed there to rescue survivors. The exhausted survivor, still highly suspicious, weakly begs for water. They hand him a fresh bottle, and his eyes widen in complete shock. He admits he assumed they were hostile raiders planning to kill him or pillage his remaining supplies. Dongjun calmly explains they are neighbors from this very complex who came to help, inviting the man to join them. Though still hesitant, the survivor slowly swings the door open, revealing two other hidden people shivering inside. After sincerely apologizing for his extreme paranoia, the man introduces himself as Hong and agrees to follow them. Dongjun warmly shakes Hong's hand and introduces himself as well. He then orders two of his squad members to escort Hong's family to the 30th floor immediately, allowing the rest of the team to continue their sweep. But upon hearing about the 30th floor, Hong grows highly anxious, stating they never had any intention of leaving their room. Before anyone can interject, Hong's youngest son speaks up, confidently asserting that rescue is already on the way. With a strange calmness, the kid speculates there is probably an evacuation helicopter waiting on the 30th floor, just like in the movies. Sora gently explains that it does not quite work that way, but promises that if they come, hot food and a warm shower are waiting. The moment his daughter hears the word bath, she practically explodes with excitement, begging her dad to finally stop worrying and join the squad. After some classic hesitation, Hong says fine. Suddenly, more survivors tag along, packing the rescue group. As they move, Jae-hun gets a sweet system notification saying his population hit 40, boosting their experience in gold by 90%. Meanwhile, our boy decides the kids and seniors should camp out in the chubby guy's safe space apartment. While the rest chill in the hallway, Dong-hook rolls up to deliver some bad news. They have only saved 40 people. Our main character asks, "Is that really everyone left?" Dong-hook sighs. Anyone who stepped outside got absolutely wrecked. They cleared all the way up to the 29th floor, but many just locked themselves in. Still, he is proud of their work. So far. The chubby guy's apartment is bursting at the seams, but it will have to do. Activating his supreme recluse cheat code eyes, our main character scans the whole place to check on everyone. First, Bong-ho is flexing by lifting chairs. Then, the chubby guy and the team are hauling giant water jugs alongside the girls. Finally, Dong-hook is grinding away at his tasks. The crew is almost done with Jae-hun's chore list. Smirking, our hero tells Dong-hook they are officially ready for Phase 2 of the goblin extermination. Dong-hook rounds up the squad and explains the game plan. They are flushing out the underground goblins, starting with Basement 1. The squad will split, bait the green monsters on B1, and smash them. Easy, right? Then, they clear Basement 2. But a classic nervous guy with glasses starts sweating. What if there are too many? What if we get trapped on floor 1? What if everything goes wrong? While cleaning up the bodies? Before Dong-hook can even answer, Sora raises her epic bow. She confidently brags that she will delete those goblins before they even get close. She tells Glasses Guy to trust his big sister to keep everyone safe. Dong-hook backs her up, pointing out they finally have endless ammo now. The worried guy actually buys it. But wait, a sudden noise makes them freeze. They spin around and boom, 3 goblins are staring right at them. Instantly, Sora lets fly, dropping 2 of them with perfect headshots. Dong-hook charges in and completely deletes the last one's head with his heavy club. Down they go. Glasses Guy jokes, "Why did you even bring a bow, man? If you are just going to smash things?" Duckwoo replies that the bonking stick just feels right. He feels way stronger now, totally clueless that Jae-hun secretly upgraded his weapon. Suddenly, a lady points at the dead goblins. To their absolute shock, the corpses literally evaporate into thin air. Jae-hun is just vacuuming up the loot, leaving Bong-ho completely dumbfounded, wondering if this is yet another cheat skill from our main character. Shaking off the weirdness, Dong-hook orders everyone down to Basement 1. Bong-ho's respect for Jae-hun is skyrocketing. He is convinced this guy can actually save his grandma. Meanwhile, our protagonist gets a system ping. The group's trust level is rising. Sipping his water, Jae-hun reads the alerts and realizes he's accidentally become their daycare guardian. He's basically their big brother now. Then, a new alert flashes. Bong-ho's trust reached 50%, meeting the vassal criteria. Jae-hun is totally shocked by how fast this guy fell for him. Talk about devotion. Bong-ho must genuinely believe his grandma is going to be saved. Watching this growth, our hero knows that hoarding more vassals means faster squad upgrades. He checks Bong-ho's loyalty stat and freezes. It is 88. That is literally higher than a mother's love. Once he calms down, he accepts the free loyalty and confirms the vassal contract. In his heart, Jae-hun promises to save Bong-ho's grandma, no matter what. But the moment he clicks yes, Bong-ho begins to glow like an absolute Super Saiyan mid-battle. The poor guy is completely clueless. This sudden flashbang startles everyone, even sending the goblins running backward in panic. Confused, Dong-hook yells that he has no idea what is happening, but orders an immediate retreat while the goblins are blind. The team takes the hint and runs for it. Covering their escape, Dong-hook and Sora rain arrows down. Every single shot goes right between a goblin's eyes. Locked in, Sora triggers her skill, spraying multiple arrows at once, shredding the pack. But the green wave is endless, and they are getting overwhelmed. As more swarm them, Bong-ho screams that the basement 2 goblins must have joined the party. Talk about bad timing. Apparently, these monsters have some sort of group chat. Racing to the exit, they finally reach the security gate. Dong-hook tries slamming it, but goblin hands block it. The squad rushes to help, but it is a massive tug of war as more monsters throw their weight against the gate. There are just way too many of them to handle. It will not budge. One buff goblin is literally holding it open. Suddenly, the chubby guy taps into his inner gorilla and pushes the gate back himself. Gritting his teeth, he yells that he will hold the line. No matter what, they cannot pass. Dong-hook screams that the others are clear and begs him to run. He turns to escape, but the gate gives way and goblins tackle him to the ground. He begs Dong-hook to just save himself, leaving our leader completely frozen in panic. Suddenly, Duk-woo charges back, bonks a goblin, and tries dragging him out. But another monster clamps onto the chubby guy's leg like a rabid dog. Amidst all this pure chaos, they miraculously pry open a gap so Duk-woo can escape. The squad continues their desperate retreat, running for their lives to avoid getting completely eaten by the massive goblin tide. But deep underground, some nightmare fuel beast starts shredding the goblins, snacking on them like popcorn. After a quick meal, it sets its sights on killing every single human inside, driven by a desperate hunger to evolve. Meanwhile, the chubby guy crashes to the floor, waiting for the sweet release of death. But wait, why is he in a clean room? Standing there, Jae-hun calmly asks how he is doing. The poor guy is utterly confused, but our smirking main character just pulls him up, glad he unlocked this handy teleport vassal hack. But the guy's leg is totally wrecked, dripping blood from a nasty goblin scratch. Still trying to process his sudden teleportation, he can only stare blankly at our hero. Jae-hun checks the deep wound. The chubby guy tries acting tough, saying it is just a scratch. Yeah, right, he cannot even stand. Jae-hun tells him to shut up and stay put while he runs to fetch medical supplies. Our protagonist grabs a first aid kit, remembering some medical tips his mom taught him. Good thing he has endless pills, but there is a catch. His inventory has only 40 slots, so he cannot hoard everything. He has to play it smart. After some big brain thinking, our hero gets a brilliant idea. He stuffs all the medicine inside the first aid kit, utilizing just one single inventory slot. Now he wonders, can he pack an entire pharmacy inside there too? Talk about an inventory cheat. Armed with his medical pack, our main character heads back to the chubby guy, demanding to see the leg. The poor guy reluctantly shows it. Blood is literally gushing everywhere. Wiping it down, Jae-hun warns him that infections are no joke. He could lose the leg entirely. As he starts treating the wound, the guy is crying from the sting. Suddenly, a sweet system notification pings. The chubby guy's trust is surging. Finally, Jae-hun wraps it up and tells him to rest. Limping but incredibly grateful, the man heads to bed. With that settled, our hero closes his eyes and activates his supreme recluse cheat vision. Downstairs, Sora is still going ham with her bow while Duk-woo is busy bonking them to pieces. They are playing a classic hit-and-run strategy, slowly moving upstairs. Meanwhile, right in front of Deok-soo, who had bolted up the stairs in pure panic. Behind them, the team spammed arrows like mad. But then, 2 goblins leap right in front of Deok-soo, ready to shred him to pieces. Out of nowhere, Bong-ho just snaps. He swings his massive club with insane power, crushing both goblin heads in a single blow, and he keeps going. Leaping in, he starts obliterating goblins left and right, as if he has got infinite cheat code energy. Everyone is completely stunned. Was Bong-ho always this beefy? Nope, becoming Jae-hyun's vassal gave him this ridiculous stat boost. Watching everything unfold, Jae-hyun finally takes a breath, seeing the group is secure. He checks Bong-ho's status. Level 30, Trust 55, and Loyalty 88. His awakened ability is A-rank teleportation. He can instantly warp anywhere in his line of sight and even bring others along. Jae-hyun grins, completely satisfied that recruiting Bong-ho was the ultimate move. Meanwhile, our teleporting powerhouse keeps tearing through those monsters like a hot knife through butter. Deok-soo, still in shock, looks at Sejun, the glasses guy who looks ready to faint, asking if he can still fight. Sejun nods. The group prepares for the next wave. Deok-soo confirms with Sora if the water tank is set, and she gives the thumbs up. Suddenly, Bong-ho dashes up the stairs with an entire horde on his heels. The moment he hits the top floor, they dump the massive water tank all over them. The goblins are drenched, but that is not enough. That is when Dongjun grabs an extension cord, jamming it into the wall. Hidden stairs spark, sending high-voltage electricity right through the wet horde. Low-level goblins fry instantly, but the level 10 survivors are still standing. A system window flashes, telling Jaehyun he just earned a massive pile of experience and 34 Valfor, 641, credited straight to his supreme wallet. Jaehyun smiles as he levels up, making his skills stronger, but suddenly, intense pain spreads through his body, and his heart pounds like crazy. His entire body feels on fire. Suddenly, a glowing purple barrier erupts around him, expanding through the building and down to the basement. Every single high-level goblin caught inside begins to freeze, and the system alerts him that hostiles have penetrated his barrier. He smirks. It is finally his turn to show them who is boss. With a single mental command, the goblins trapped inside the shield explode, painting the walls red. Hundreds of monsters vanish in a blink. Meanwhile, on another floor, a different horde prepares to breach the building. That is when a fat goblin senses a presence behind him. Whirling around, he faces a colossal beast. Before he can even squeak, the monster chomps down, killing him on the spot, and begins tearing into his flesh. The other monsters stare in absolute horror. Before they can flee, the beast blitzes them, ripping through the pack like paper and shredding them with massive claws. A few sneaky goblins try attacking from behind, but their pathetic strikes do absolutely nothing, and the beast throws them aside like trash. More swarm over it, clawing and biting. The beast roars in pure fury as they tear at its flesh and face, but pain only fuels its rage. With a savage roar, the monster plucks the pests off its skin, ripping them apart and scattering viscera everywhere. It stamps down, crushing the remaining survivors until the hall falls silent. Suddenly, a bizarre system notification pops up, announcing that the beast has been granted citizenship. Instantly, the massive, blood-drenched monster begins to shrink, its massive frame losing its violent energy and shifting. Within moments, the beast vanishes, leaving a beautiful, stark-naked woman in its place. Covered in blood, she collapses onto the floor, unconscious. Having witnessed everything through his supreme recluse's omniscient eyes, Jaehyun is totally speechless. He mutters, "What on earth was that?" Then, another system window pops open, revealing the mysterious girl's name. It is Oh Yeonju. Her unique skill is called Dress Up Bear. A follow-up notification explains that Dress Up Bear allows her to transform into a beast, boosting her power and healing to the absolute limit. Jaehyun is highly impressed. She is level 33, with an A- rank skill. Suddenly, more alerts pop up. Dongjun and Hyeon's trust has reached 50, unlocking loyalty, while Deoksu's loyalty passes 30, meeting the requirements to become a vassal. Jaehyun grins and commands the system to register Deoksu. Just like that, a new vassal is added. Deoksu awakens Iron Knight, a B- rank skill. Jaehyun suddenly notices a pattern. It seems the higher a vassal's initial level, the more powerful their awakened skill is. He begins comparing his squad. The chubby guy with gorilla-like strength has a C- skill at level 20. Deoksu, with Iron Knight, has a B- skill at level 25. Bongho has that insane A-rank teleportation at level 30. Piecing it together, our main character deduces their levels are determined by the rank of the skill they awaken with as vassals. But one burning question keeps bugging him. Are these skill ranks completely random? If Bongho unlocked an A-rank skill through loyalty, why did the chubby guy, who was far more loyal, end up with a measly C- rank? Especially since Deoksu scored a B- skill with only 31 loyalty. The more he ponders this mystery, the more he wants to know what dictates these skill ranks. It is crucial, considering he only has 10 vassal slots. Naturally, he wants high-tier abilities in his squad. Jaehyun mutters that recruiting a metahuman without knowing the outcome is a massive gamble. Suddenly, a loud system alert interrupts his thoughts, announcing that the metahuman can now move freely through stairs, elevators, and corridors. Making his way to the elevator, Jaehyun activates his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes to check on the unconscious woman, still knocked out cold. He calls over the loyal, chubby guy, who runs over the second the doors slide open. Our protagonist delivers his command. There is a naked girl down on basement level 2, and he needs her carried upstairs immediately. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is tying up the battered goblins, still trying to wrap their heads around the chaos. The monsters are absolutely terrified, clearly fleeing from some nightmare. Dongjun is especially dazed because he finally comprehends the sheer scale of Jaehyun's godly strength. He can't fathom how Jaehyun vaporized an entire legion with a simple snap. He recalls the chubby guy's wild stories about their leader's miracles, like magically producing hot water on demand. Connecting the dots, Dongjun realizes even that must be part of Jaehyun's insane skill set. He also remembers his wife mentioning that Jaehyun provided their entire food supply. Deep in thought, he concludes everything is tied to their leader's mysterious powers. But one thing still boggles his mind. Why would a godlike figure, who needs absolutely nobody, bother saving strangers in this ruined world? His trust in Jaehyun shoots through the roof. Then, his mind drifts to Bong Ho, who was once quiet and timid, yet transformed into a terrifying beast on the battlefield after joining Jaehyun. Collecting the electrical wires, a chilling realization settles in. Their leader possesses a terrifying level of power, and it is a power that warrants absolute dread. Meanwhile, the loyal chubby guy is sprinting down to basement level 2 to fetch the unconscious woman. As Dongjun lost in his thoughts, he realizes just how incredibly blessed they are to have Jaehyun on their side. Meanwhile, Jaehyun monitors the building with his supreme recluse's omniscient eye, staying vigilant as he plans his moves. Suddenly, the story cuts to a tragic flashback. A happy little boy is playing with his toy car, turning to his mother with a bright grin, begging her to join him. That very same mother is the woman who just transformed from a savage beast back to a human. She plays with her sweet boy, laughing together. But this peaceful moment is cut short. Suddenly, her face loses all color as she spots something truly horrific, screaming in pure terror. Her innocent son keeps playing, unaware of the 3 drooling goblins creeping up behind him. Desperate to save him, she charges forward with everything she has, but she is too late. The vile monsters do not spare their prey. In seconds, they rip the child to pieces and devour him before her eyes. Witnessing her son pass away utterly destroys her soul. The agonizing memory jolts her awake. Oh, Yeonju sits straight up in bed, drenched in cold sweat and screaming. Jaehyun is waiting nearby, greeting her with absolute calm. Watching her, he inquires how she is feeling. Still trembling, Yeonju clutches her throbbing head, desperately trying to orient herself. He extends a hand, introducing himself warmly, but she remains completely on guard, demanding answers. First things first. Was he the guy who did that? Jaehyun plays dumb, but Yeonju presses him. Did he really pop those goblin heads like balloons? See, the truth is, his domain slaughtered them while she was knocked out cold. Jaehyun offers a hand, but Yeonju recoils. Terrified, she is now absolutely certain this dude is a walking monster slayer, and that only makes her more paranoid. His power is unreal. Erasing hordes in a blink, like stepping on ants. Staring at his godlike strength, Yeonju's thoughts take a dark, bitter turn. Would her son still be alive if she had Jaehyun's power? The crushing grief hits hard. Shaking, she breaks down, cursing her own useless ability for showing up way too late. If only she awakened sooner, maybe her boy would still be here. Drowning in tears, she begs Jaehyun, who can only watch in silence. Then, she drops the ultimate, desperate question. Can he save her son? She knows he is dead, but she begs him to wipe out every single goblin on Earth. Talk about a villain origin story. Yeonju sits there, completely broken. She is literally shaking with grief. Jaehyun just stands there, totally mute. Honestly, as a total shut-in, comforting crying women is definitely not on his resume. While she weeps, though, the system chimes in to say her trust in him just skyrocketed. Peak timing, system. He wants to help her, but how do you comfort someone whose child was literally goblin lunch? It's a brutal reality. But then, a wild idea hits him. What if he creates a system quest with a resurrection reward? Sounds completely insane, but desperate times call for crazy ideas. He goes for it. Jaehyun writes up a quest. Kill 1,000 goblins, get your son back. It is a long shot, but doing nothing is worse. He actually prays this works. Sure, reviving the dead is technically cheating, but in this apocalypse, anything goes. However, the second he assigns the quest to Yeonju, the system slaps him with some terrible news. Transaction declined. He does not have enough system points to fund a resurrection. But wait, this means if he gets enough cash, bringing back the dead is actually possible. Mind blown, this changes the entire game. Jaehyun realizes he is not just some player. He is literally the system itself. With enough cash, he is basically a god. There is just one tiny catch. The system does not show the price tag. Classic pay-to-win mechanics. Still, Jaehyun is not giving up. He turns to the weeping Yeonju and drops the bombshell. There might be a way. Those words hit her like a lightning bolt. She freezes, caught between hope and despair. But then, she glares. If he is mocking her grief with a sick joke, she will destroy him. Jaehyun stays dead serious. It is real, but it is going to be hell. Desperate, Yeonju offers to become his slave. June says none of that is necessary. She just needs to do one simple thing, which he promises to explain later. Right after, the scene cuts to June introducing Eunju to Hadong, who warmly shakes her hand. She introduces herself with a dead serious look before dropping a highly specific question. Was he the guy smashing goblins with a baseball bat? And was Ren the girl shooting them with a bow? Her pinpoint accuracy leaves both Dongran and Ren completely speechless. Who on earth is this woman? Ren asks if they have crossed paths before. In response, Oh Yanju playfully curls her hand into a cute little bear paw. She acts cute, asking if they seriously do not remember her. Dongre, Ren, and Kengoku just stare back, completely blank. Grinning confidently, Oh Yanju decides to give them a live demonstration and activates her powers. Thick fur rapidly spreads across her body as a terrifying, heavy pressure fills the room. The beastly transformation wraps her entirely. The moment it finishes, Ren instantly recognizes her and lets out a near scream. Towering at almost 3 meters tall, Oh Yeonju looks like a straight-up boss monster. Everyone finally connects the dots. She is the basement beast who slaughtered goblins like crazy. Seeing their shocked faces, Oh Yeonju giggles, covering her mouth. She jokingly clarifies that she is actually a classy bear, not some generic monster. She quickly reassures them that she is definitely not their enemy, having helped them out. She was doing the dirty work in the basement all along. They just panicked and mistook her for a threat. Finally, Kangoo and Hadong realized she was actually shielding them by taking out those pests. Those nasty goblins would have ripped them apart. Dongan happily points out that their basement encounter was total destiny, and Oh Yeonju totally agrees. She vows to wipe out every single goblin on the planet. Basically, anyone who hates goblins is a friend of hers. Talk about a massive upgrade to the team. As they chat, Jae-hun approaches from behind, glad they met, but his expression suddenly grows dead serious. He drops some heavy news. Time has officially run out. By tomorrow morning, they must launch the rescue mission for Bongho's grandmother. With the local goblin population heavily thinned out, this is their absolute best shot. It is now or never. Jae-hun explains he has to sit this fight out due to his severe injuries. Instead, Oh Yeonju will be joining Kangdooku and Haedong on the goblin hunting frontline. Hearing her assignment makes the giant bear woman incredibly hyped. With the logistics sorted, our main character gives the final command. Everyone needs to get some sleep. The grand operation begins at dawn tomorrow. Before they head to bed, our main character pulls Kangdooku and Bongho aside. Scene change. He guides them into a quiet, secluded room. Once inside, he asks if they can guess why they are here. Both guys just stare back with blank expressions. Keeping a straight face, John asks them again, waiting. While Kangoo is completely clueless, Byung-ho makes a wild guess. Is this about abilities? John smirks, confirming it. He drops the bombshell that they have both officially awakened their special powers. They are completely stunned. When he tells Bong-ho his new skill is literal teleportation, the guy flashes a massive, ecstatic grin. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Next, Jae-han reveals Kangdooku's power name is Iron Knight. Dyu is super confused. Like, can he summon an actual knight? Our hero decides they need immediate training. They need to master these abilities before the real fight begins. He opens the system menu and drafts a custom quest for them. The goal is simple. Understand your powers and activate them successfully. Time limit 1 hour. The success reward is a power boost, but the penalty for failing is sleeping out in the cold. Just as our main character initiates the quest, an overly excited Dyu interrupts. He asks if having an awakened skill means he can cast cool magic like the others. Jae-hoon nods. That sends Dyu into absolute overdrive. He starts jumping around like a kid, hyping up his awesome power. Apparently, the skill lets him summon heavy iron armor and a hellbird. But as Dyu gears up to ask another question, Bong-ho suddenly poofs out of existence right before his eyes. Dyu instantly freezes in pure shock. He and our main character stand there in dead silence. Suddenly, Bong-ho materializes a few feet away, looking incredibly stunned yet completely thrilled with his new trick. He actually did it. The moment he pictured going further, boom, he teleported. Clenching his fists, he realizes this insane power means he can actually save his grandma. Meanwhile, Deku notices that Bong-ho's trust in our main character just absolutely skyrocketed. He bows deeply, thanking him from the bottom of his soul. He promises to follow any order now, because this is his one real shot at saving his grandma. But our boy warns him not to celebrate just yet. Reaching her place is still a massive challenge. Bong-ho honestly thought teleporting meant he could just skip straight there, so reality hits him like a truck. Ji-hoon explains there is zero proof he can control this skill. He has no idea what his range is or his actual limit before passing out. He needs to train first, otherwise he might collapse mid-jump and wake up, surrounded by hungry goblins. Bong-ho gets deflated, but he knows our main character is totally right, so he has to be patient. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes right behind them. Both of them jump in shock, and when they spin around, they spot a massive iron weapon being wielded. It is Dyoku, who just activated his Iron Knight skill, encasing himself in heavy armor while holding a giant iron axe. Witnessing this epic power-up makes Dyoku respect our guy even more. the system, and that confirms it. Dixis's trust and loyalty just shot through the roof. The guy literally starts dancing in pure excitement, but Jihoon immediately throws another crazy test at Bongho teleporting to the next building. This will show if he can actually use this skill under pressure. Bongho locks his eyes on the target, pauses, and braces himself. Right then, Jihoon sets up a brand new mission for him, giving him just 3 minutes to make the jump. The reward? Increased teleportation proficiency. Bongho narrows his eyes in focus while Dooku cheers him on. Bracing himself, Bongho locks his sight onto the neighboring rooftop and Bomhae completely vanishes. A second later, he pops up in the adjacent building. From the window, he waves happily at Jihoon, who breathes a sigh of relief seeing his ally successfully completed a much longer jump. But as Bongho keeps waving, his vision suddenly fades to black. He collapses right there on the floor. Jihoon and Dooku instantly panic. I mean, what could have happened to him? Our main character doesn't waste a single moment. He uses his summoning skill to pull Bongho back and lays him down to rest. Next, he checks Bongho's system menu and finds his health is completely fine. He is only asleep. Jihoon figures he either ran dry on mana or pushed his range limit. He tells Dooku that jumping too far completely drained his energy, knocking him cold. Either way, he's safe, and some good rest will bring him back. Then, Jihoon suddenly turns to Dooku with a smirk, asking if he likes working out. Dooku has absolutely no clue what is coming next, and out of nowhere, Jihoon drops a brutal training quest on him. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-meter sprint in 10 minutes. The reward is physical strength, but the penalty? Sleeping outside in his armor. Dooku doesn't hesitate for a second. He dives straight into the push-ups, crushes the squats, and takes off. Even in heavy armor, his athletic background lets him power through the reps like a beast. Still, by the end of the run, he's gasping for air. Watching him, Jihoon realizes Dooku handled the trial almost too easily. He's already in peak physical shape, so this is light work. But just as he thinks that, the system suddenly alerts him that an evaluation has started. Our guy is completely baffled. He has never seen this kind of prompt. While he's processing it, Dooku eagerly asks if there are more tasks. Jihoon shakes his head, telling him that's plenty for today and he can head back. Dooku bows and prepares to leave, but then, the system chimes that the evaluation is finished. Since Dooku gains strength from his hard work, Jihoon's own stats get a sweet boost as well. Jihoon is stunned as a wave of power surges through his body. For our homebound emperor, this changes the entire game. It literally means that whenever his vassals level up, he gets stronger too. Later that night, Bongho and his squad are on the run, with a horde of angry goblins hot on their heels. Dooku immediately summons his Iron Knight form. Like a seasoned tank, he stands tall between the monsters and his allies. He begins slicing the goblins down like weeds, but he is still just one man. He can't guard every gap. A few sneaky goblins slip past his guard and charge right at Bongho. But our sniper is ready. With his bow fully drawn, he picks off the runners with lethal precision and readies his next shots. Seeing the devastating teamwork, the surviving goblins freeze in sheer panic. They try to retreat, but a massive shadow looms from behind, stopping them dead. As the monsters look up at the towering silhouette, they literally burst into tears of absolute terror. That gigantic shadow belongs to Jihoon's fearsome bear mummy. Before the goblins can even scream, the beast rips them in half. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad continues to clean up the stragglers. The team tells Bongho they will hold the line so he can rush ahead and rescue his grandmother. Placing his trust in his comrades, Bongho dashes off toward his family home. Meanwhile, Jihoon is casually slurping down ramen when a system alert pops up. His vassals cleared their mission, earning him 132 stats and 9,661 gold. This is a big milestone because it's the first time his citizens actually brought home cold cash. He connects the dots. When Dooku finishes a quest, Jihoon gains raw strength, but other vassals yield money. So the rewards from vassal missions must be random. Right on cue, more notifications flood in. The rest of the crew completed their tasks too, and now the system is calculating the total earnings. When the calculations finish, the screen flashes with a massive jackpot notification. Jihoon looks at the screen and literally chokes on his noodles. He sits there, frozen in absolute shock. He just got a brand new reward skill points. Jihoon stares at the screen in disbelief. At this rate, with all these ridiculous gains, absolutely nothing this system does can surprise him anymore. Meanwhile, Bongho finally teleports near his old neighborhood. His expression is dead serious as he locks his eyes on his house. Approaching the door, he desperately prays his grandmother is still alive. Stealing his resolve, he bursts through the front door, screaming for her as he runs to her room. And yes, because he is a polite Korean boy, he still takes off his shoes. But when he enters, his heart sinks. His grandmother is alive, but she has collapsed on the cold floor, looking incredibly frail. Bongho rushes to her side in a panic, and hearing his voice, she slowly opens her eyes. Her shaky hand reaches out to touch his, weakly calling his name. That instant completely breaks him. Tears stream down his face as he weeps, holding on to the only family member he has left in this world. Overwhelmed with relief and pure happiness, he hugs her tightly. In his mind, he silently thanks Jihoon over and over again. To Bongho, Jihoon is no longer just a Bosch, is literally a god in this apocalypse. Back at his apartment, Jihoon receives a system notification saying Bongho's trust has reached 100%. Now, he has absolute loyalty. This landmark achievement unlocks another vassal slot. With 11 slots now available, Jihoon notices an insane new feature. He can directly level up his vassals using money, just like in a game. Jihoon is absolutely flabbergasted by this discovery. He tries leveling up Bongho immediately, but the system flatly rejects it due to insufficient funds. The cost? 100 million, one which is roughly $70,000. Jihoon is left speechless. He slams his hand down, cursing the greedy system for its ridiculous prices. But right then, his sharp ears catch a strange sound coming from the hallway. The elevator just arrived. He quickly activates his omniscient eyes and senses two intruders. One is a chubby guy, and the other is a young girl. Both are hovering outside his neighbor's door, looking incredibly suspicious. Now, since Jihoon's domain has expanded, the building's residents can move around freely inside it. Back to the action, the chubby guy's wife, Hee-won, hears the doorbell and opens it. She is quite surprised to find two strangers greeting her. The polite young girl introduces herself as Dabin, with her brother Mincho standing beside her. They explain they live in apartment 1701. Still guarded, Hee-won asks what brings them here. Dabin nervously admits they need a favor, her voice shaking as she explains they simply want to take a hot bath. Hee-won is totally thrown off, confused but sympathetic. She lets them inside anyway. Once inside, Mincho asks where to set down the heavy box he's carrying. Dabin explains that the crate is filled to the brim with canned food and emergency supplies. She didn't want to beg for help during an apocalypse without offering something valuable in return. As Mincho unloads the box, Hee-won insists they didn't have to do all this, but Dabin politely refuses to take back her gift. To her, asking a stranger for a hot bath without paying would feel wrong. But then, Dabin spots the deadly weapons lying around the living room. Surprised, she asks if Hee-won is a hunter. This makes Hee-won nervous. She awkwardly explains it's complicated and that the gear actually belongs to their boss. Meanwhile, Jihoon finishes monitoring them through his system screens. From what he can see, the siblings don't seem malicious. He decides to go down and meet them in person before making any choices. But right then, the system alerts him that a red tiger is being hunted. He rakes in a massive amount of experience and another 4 million won, bringing his bank account to 39 million. His stats shoot through the roof, unlocking an epic new ability. But as the alerts flood his screen, Jihoon realizes he made a huge mistake. He was too distracted by the visitors. Outside, absolute chaos has erupted, with his exhausted squad barely surviving their battle. Hun was lying unconscious on the dirt, completely covered in blood. Talk about an absolute train wreck. Suddenly, Jae-hun's domain expanded even further, and a sharp pain stabbed his chest. Seeing this mess, he fast-tracked everyone to citizen status, deciding he would judge them later. Then, the system chimed in to announce that once their numbers crossed a certain point, everyone would unlock the power of trust. No time to celebrate though, because those injuries are brutal. Who expects a giant tiger to just show up? Meanwhile, Byeon-ho is busy spamming his teleport skill to get back as fast as humanly possible with his grandma piggybacked on his shoulders. This whole situation is a total circus. Ji Hye-won can't believe how badly Seo is wrecked, and to make things even more stressful, those pesky goblins are still hot on their heels. But just as hope fades, Gong's arrow erupts with power. Suddenly, everyone feels lighter, faster, and stronger. Yep, that is the literal power of trust. It buffs their stats based on their trust in Jae-won. Our main character calculates their average trust is over 50, which means a massive 50% boost to their overall combat power. Young-ho, who basically worships our main character like a god, gets the biggest boost and screams his name in pure gratitude. This crazy display actually pushes Ren and her friend's loyalty past 30, meaning they can finally register as vassals. He signs them up instantly. But get this, Gong's trust level lands exactly at 69. Nice. Both girls awaken some insane new skills. We are talking piercing arrow for Gong and poison mist for Ren. Gong fires, and look at that, the arrow moves like it has a mind of its own, shredding the goblins instantly. Ji Hye-won immediately assigns a custom quest for Gong, ordering her to slay 10 goblins with her new skill for a sweet rank upgrade. But Ren's skill is a whole different level of dangerous. Poison Mist. is a deadly B- rank skill with serious friendly fire potential if she slips up. So, Ji Haiwan decides to study it first, keep a close eye on her 69 trust, and hold off on her quest. But the absolute biggest problem is So Young. Our hero quickly activates his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes, scanning every single room in the building for some desperately needed help. After looking everywhere, in a panic, he spots a young girl passed out in her room. He runs to her immediately, and the reason is simple: she is a healer, the exact puzzle piece they are missing. Stopping right outside room 290-2, he tries the handle, but the door is heavily chained from the inside. Even with our main character's crazy strength, breaking it down is impossible. But then he remembers his shiny new skill, Invisible Hand. He can summon and control this thing completely at will, making this the perfect test run. Without wasting a single second, he focuses. Closing his eyes, he visualizes slicing the lock, and a razor-sharp blade of mana forms. With delicate control, he cuts the iron chain like warm butter. The door flies open, and he charges inside toward the unconscious girl. But as he gets closer, his eyes widen in complete shock. She is in terrible shape, lips completely cracked, severely dehydrated, and literally on the very edge of death. He shakes her, yelling to wake her up, but she is completely unresponsive. With her pale skin and sunken eyes, the dehydration is brutal. He came here for a healer, but now she needs saving first. Panicking, he notices something weird. There is literally a bottle of water sitting right next to her, completely untouched. No time to solve that mystery though. Right now, our hero just has to save her, and his brain kicks into high gear. He creates a quest for her: take just one breath, get fully healed. It costs him 10 million won, but incredibly, she draws a weak breath and the dehydration vanishes instantly. Seriously, this system skill is completely broken. A little later, the girl slowly wakes up, her blurry eyes catching our main character leaning over her. Still weak and confused, she weakly asks who he is and how on earth he got inside. Jae-hyun introduces himself, explaining he is just a neighbor from upstairs, but she still looks totally lost. If that is true, why is he here? Keeping his tone calm, he says he saw her critical condition and came to help. At first, she thinks she is hallucinating, but then the reality sinks and someone actually came to rescue her. The moment that hits home, she completely breaks down sobbing. Trapped for days without food or water, she can't believe she is finally safe. Even though he hates ruining the moment, Jae-hyun calls her name and softly apologizes. I know this is a terrible time, but I really need your help. While she weeps, our protagonist explains that one of his teammates is gravely injured and needs immediate treatment. But the more she listens, the more baffled she becomes. What is this guy even talking about? She almost died a minute ago. How is she supposed to save anyone else when she can't even save herself? And now this stranger wants her to treat his teammate. Plus, how does he even know she is a nurse? He doesn't seem dangerous, but in this ruined apocalypse, she trusts absolutely no one. She decides to play along for now, keeping a close eye on him while asking what she needs to do. Our main character tells her to wait a moment while he creates another quest. This mission orders her to heal the injured Ji Hunju within an hour, offering a higher healing skill level as the reward. Once he is done, he gives her some dried oranges, telling her to eat and rest, and promises to bring his wounded teammate to her room. Then he just turns and leaves, leaving her completely stunned. She just stares blankly at the dried oranges and the bizarre system prompt floating in front of her. Panicking, she screams Jae-hyun's name, demanding to know what this weird screen is, and who he actually is. Our protagonist only flashes a calm smile, says he will explain later, and walks off. He leaves her there in pure shock, reminding her she is still way too weak and needs rest. Alone again, she grabs the oranges and starts peeling them with shaking hands, her mind racing. Was she dreaming? That guy literally assigned her a quest. Meanwhile, as soon as Jae-hyun gets back to his room, a system alert pops up saying Da-young's trust has gone up. That confirms exactly what he already guessed. She doesn't fully trust him yet, which is totally fair. Honestly, who in their right mind trusts a random guy breaking into their room during an apocalypse? Jae-hyun wants payback though. With everyone fighting for their lives, drowning in fear and despair, his chest tightens up. This is not just bad, it is an absolute disaster. The red tiger looks ready to rip them all apart. But then, our main character notices something even worse. Another red tiger. The group is in zero shape to fight, barely hanging on as they run. Then, Ren slips, falls hard, and badly injures her leg. Gae-hung and Dong panic instantly, convinced this is the end. Ren tries to stand, but her leg gives out. Jae-hyun is devastated. Ren is like a little sister to them, and now they are forced to watch her struggle. With no escape, the red tiger opens its massive jaws, ready to swallow her whole, and she sadly accepts her fate. But right as the tiger lunges to bite her head off, Ren vanishes into thin air, leaving only a faint purple glow. The red tiger skids to a halt, completely baffled by what just happened. Terrified and barely breathing, Ren suddenly finds herself sitting right in front of Jae-hyun, heavily injured but alive. That was insanely close. If she wasn't registered as his vassal, she would be Tiger Chow right now. At least that clutch teleport buys the rest of the team some precious seconds to run. Right then, Bong-ho teleports right before Jae-hyun with his grandma on his back, telling him another citizen is ready to be registered. He quickly accepts, making the lady a citizen. But the danger is far from over. The Red Widow Tiger is already catching up, even angrier than before. Our protagonist suddenly gets an idea. This is the perfect chance to test how far his invisible hand skill can reach. As the Red Widow Tiger charges to slaughter them, Dong-jun realizes someone has to make a heroic sacrifice if anyone is going to live. Without hesitating, he stops running, activates his baseball throw skill, and launches a mana-charged baseball straight at the tiger at full speed. But it is useless. The tiger dodged easily, leaped up, and came down, ready to shred Dong-gun to pieces. Gong screams in pure panic, but Dong-gun has already accepted his fate. He knew he could not outrun that beast forever, so he sprinted like crazy to draw the tiger's aggro entirely on himself. Right on cue, the wild beast caught up in seconds. Its deadly fangs were inches away from ripping him apart when something crazy happened. Out of nowhere, massive aura scissors clamped onto the tiger's neck, leaving Dong-gun and everyone utterly stunned. Then, an energy hand grabbed the beast by the throat, choking it and lifting it off the ground. The Red Widow Tiger struggled like crazy, but could not escape. Dong-an just stared, completely speechless. He was certain he was goner, yet somehow he survived. Ga-young and the squad rushed over. But right then, Ji-yeon received a system alert that made her freeze. From above, Ji-yeon watched everything unfold with a smirk. Our main character mutters that with this cheat power, he does not even need to fight himself. If Ji-yeon lands the final blow, he gets quadruple rewards. With this new quest active, Ji-yeon draws her bow, totally locked in. While the tiger is choking, she lets fly a perfect shot right into its weak spot, dropping it instantly. Immediately, the system alerts Ji-yeon that slaying the level 28 Red Widow Tiger earned him 63 million gold, plus a mountain of experience, boosting everyone's trust and loyalty. Thanks to this massive spike, Dong-an's loyalty finally crossed threshold, allowing our main character to recruit him as a vassal. Right after, Dong-an starts healing Yeonju. Even though Ji-yeon is watching, seeing her wounds disappear like magic is mind-blowing. He asks Dong-an what went down and how they stumbled onto those red tigers. With a serious face, Dong-an explains they ran into them over at Bong-ho's grandma's house, where those beasts are basically running the neighborhood. He sadly mentions they might just be mutated house cats that transformed. Anyway, back to business. Ji-yeon starts connecting the dots. It makes total sense why that zone felt so weird earlier. Goblins stayed away because of those giant predators. If goblins had moved in, the old lady would have been history. So, were those tigers actually keeping her safe? Could they really be her former pets? Shaking off the mystery, he drops 73,000 gold to pay Ga-young her quest reward. Meanwhile, Dong-an finishes patching up the other fighter completely. After saving the grandma, Dong-an is about to say something when our favorite chubby guy awkwardly interrupts, asking Ji-yeon if staying here is actually a good idea. Honestly, he is right. They cannot just squeeze into this single tiny room forever. Our leader calmly reassures them that he is already 10 steps ahead. Room 2901 is vacant, and he will hook up electricity and basic supplies. Anyone wanting to relocate can move right in. Then Ji-yeon turns to Ji-in and says, rooms 21101 and 21102 are wide open, with power ready. So she can tell the other survivors they can use the working showers and bathrooms. Oddly, both of them look a bit disappointed hearing this. Our guy notices instantly. With a mischievous smirk, he adds that, if they prefer, they can have their own private room all to themselves while the rest share. Of course, there is always a catch. The moment they hear his condition, they freeze. In a chilly, serious voice, he drops the rule. They just need to spread the word. It is an insanely tempting deal. The first survivor to slay 100 goblins wins a fully furnished private room, complete with electricity, running water, and plenty of food. Just 100 targets. Sounds simple, right? He continues in a deadpan tone. Their actual mission is to round up survivors and register them under his wing. And the price of admission? Slaying 100 goblins. Right now, our main character is channeling his inner mastermind, pulling everyone's strings like a pro. The quest is live hunt 100 monsters for ultimate comfort. We cut to a guy in a red jacket running for his life from a horde. They are hot on his heels and almost grab him, but he slips away at the final second and dives through a doorway. He slides inside, barely dodging death. The monsters pack in after him, but the tight frame jams them up. His allies are already waiting behind the wall, weapons ready. Talk about a dirty tactic, the red jacket guy is literally just bait. But hey, it works, and they wipe the mob out instantly. It is a total, one-sided beatdown. Leading this sketchy crew is a arrogant jerk we will call dumbass number 1. He hurls his spear, finishing off the final monster to show off. But the bait guy is totally sick of this. He is always the one putting his life on the line while these bums steal the glory. He finally snaps, calling them out for it. That triggers dumbass number 1 instantly. He sneers, calling the bait guy a pathetic loser who would starve without them. He warns him to stay obedient like a good little dog, or get fed to the monsters. Tension spikes, immediately, and the red jacket guy has to swallow his anger and submit. Later, feeling confident he hit the target, dumbass goes to claim his prize room, but he is told someone beat him to it. Here is the hilarious twist. The first team to hit 100 kills was led by Dabin's brother. Instead of keeping it, they gave the room to an old couple. Our loudmouth is absolutely furious. He starts screaming and throwing a fit about favoritism. Dabin's brother calmly mentions that our main character prepared a special consolation prize just for them on the 30th floor. Although he is incredibly salty, dumbass cannot pass up a freebie, so he grumpily heads up. On the elevator, he scoffs and makes fun of Dabin for worshipping our main character. Seriously, does she think this guy is a god? He sneers and calls him a glorified cult leader, but the guy in the red jacket, Sungmin, actually defends him. Since our guy is actively keeping everyone safe, he tells him to show some respect. Plus, it is just common sense to stay on his good side. Our resident dumbass hates being corrected. He glares at Sungmin with a look that basically promises a beating later on. As the elevator reaches the 30th floor, he mutters a quick threat to Sungmin. But the moment the doors slide open, they come face to face with our main character, who is waiting for them. Standing relaxed with one hand in his pocket, his piercing gaze locks onto the squad. The group instantly goes silent, totally intimidated by his heavy presence. Dumbass quickly masks his panic and acts polite. He introduces himself, trying to break the ice. Our leader simply shakes his hand and casually compliments their clever bait tactics and barrier setups. Dumbass is completely thrown off, nervously asking how he knew. Our guy completely ignores the question and cuts straight to business. Apartments 1301 and 1502 now have full utilities. Still skeptical, dumbass asks how he managed to pull that off. Our hero replies that they earned it by hitting their target. Suddenly, a deeply unsettling smile creeps onto his face, and in a chilling voice, he brings up their elevator conversation from earlier. He is talking about that little cult leader joke. He calmly warns them he has absolutely zero interest in playing savior or being worshipped. The entire squad freezes in sheer, paralyzing terror. How? Did he catch what they said in the elevator? With that same unhinged smile on his face, he just breezed right past it and asked for a tiny favor. Next thing you and I see is exactly what that favor was. Turns out, his squad is currently sprinting for dear life, with massive orcs hot on their heels. Each heavy step shatters the ground. Our boy is absolutely terrified. They quickly dive into a narrow alleyway, just as planned. Waiting at the corner is Donggawan, tightly clutching his spear in the cramped space. Right on cue, the giant beasts get squeezed together. Since Donggawan's spear-throwing skill has officially reached rank B, he is ready to strike. This rank lets him hurl massive weapons for 5 times the normal damage. He puts his entire weight into the throw, impaling the lead orc and instantly putting it down. But the second beast roars, charging in a blind fury. It raises its massive club to crush Donggawan. But before the blow lands, a sniper arrow pierces its skull. Down it goes. That beautiful shot belonged to Gaong. The final monster barely has a second to react before Donggawan finishes it. With that last spear throw, they finally clear their 100-orc mission, instantly bagging Jahiwan 3.2 million. Right next to them, a family of 3 stands completely frozen, traumatized by the absolute carnage they just witnessed. Donggawan flashes them a warm smile and guides them back to the main base. But as they approach, our main character gets a sudden system warning. An unidentified object is trying to force its way inside. A notification popped up: some fresh meat qualified for citizenship just arrived. When asked if he wanted to grant them entry, Jae-hyun casually approved it. This brought his total citizen count to 200 and unlocked a brand new skill tax collection. This beauty let him siphon 10% of a citizen's cash without actually stealing it once every 30 days. Talk about ultimate passive income. You and I both know he never misses a chance to claw back his cash, though fully recovering it would take 10 months. But since saving his parents was an absolute emergency, he ordered Dongji's team to head straight for the Nambuman neighborhood. To speed things up, he invested 30% of the funds up front to power them up. Right on cue, another alert flashed. His house declaration skill finally hit level 10, granting him 3 more skill points. But immediately after, a brutal surge of pain ripped through his entire body. Every organ screamed as his domain expanded aggressively, nearly doubling to swallow all the surrounding blocks. The system then confirmed that Jae-hyun had successfully claimed the whole apartment building. Then, another notification popped up. 1 billion won in subsidies had been credited, unlocking the building construction feature. He immediately browsed the options. A solar generator cost 133 million, a convenience store cost 219 million, and a gym cost 300 million. Even with that massive subsidy, the generator only generated 30 million a year, taking over 5 years to break even. Jae-hyun just stared at the screen in absolute disbelief. Talk about a total ripoff. Deciding it was foolish to waste cash on terrible returns, our main character tried to upgrade his vassals instead. But then, he ran into a major roadblock. The moment he tried using that 1 billion won subsidy to level up Dongaro, the system flatly rejected it. That was when he realized these special funds were totally separate from his actual personal cash. Well, that changed everything. This was basically free monopoly money, but strictly for building. So, wasting zero time, he bought the solar generator. A 24-hour timer began, leaving him with 867 million won. He wanted to buy another generator, but the system warned him that each apartment building had a strict limit of one. Annoyed but accepting the rules, Jae-hyun checked out the store. It actually synced with his supreme recluse skill, allowing citizens to buy items directly from his personal inventory. Talk about a logistics cheat code. He immediately set up the shop in apartment 101, starting a 48-hour build timer. Next, he inspected the gym, which promised to boost citizen strength training by a massive 200%. Realizing how overpowered that was, he dedicated the entire second floor to it, triggering a 72-hour countdown. The system then reminded him of his 3 unspent skill points. A devious smile crept onto his face. He had just built an infinite money and experience, exploit. Citizens hunt monsters to buy his supplies. And he rakes in cash and levels up without lifting a single finger. Pure passive income. Meanwhile, out in the field, Diogu sliced an orc clean in half. Dongjun wondered aloud what would happen if he threw Diogu's spear. Shrugging, Diogu handed it over, and Dongjun launched it with ridiculous force. Panicking, they quickly had him unsummon and recall his armor. Boom, the spear instantly returned to his hand. Both of them were absolutely speechless. Dongjun had just discovered an infinite throwing spear exploit, and Diogu was hyping him up like crazy. Meanwhile, Gaeun was down to her very last arrow when suddenly, more arrows materialized right out of thin air. She stood frozen. It turns out, Jae-hyun had activated a new skill called Omni-Focus, allowing him to cast other abilities anywhere within his domain. Armed with those fresh arrows, Gaeun dropped another orc. The system registered the kill, netting our main character over 2 million won. The mission cleared, she leveled up, and Jae-hyun realized he could manually boost his vassal's stats. For the first time, real hope of saving his parents felt within reach. Since their home was 10 kilometers away, he rushed to the rooftop, eager to upgrade Dongji's scout team first. He checked Dongji's status level 22 with a crow familiar. Next was Nahyun, level 33 with a warrior bear summon. Finally, Daeun, level 30 with healing blessings and magic armor. Jae-hyun weighed his options. Boosting Nahyun and Daeun made the most sense, but Nahyun's low loyalty was a major red flag. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he revived her deceased son? But the system demanded a fee he couldn't afford. So, he crafted a custom group quest. Slay a level 40 or higher monster within 24 hours to revive her son. The penalty for failure? Instant death. He confirmed it, and boom, a sudden knock rattled the door. It was Nahyun, completely out of breath from sprinting the moment she saw the quest. Jae-hyun assured her it was possible, but warned that time was ticking. Overwhelmed, she dropped to her knees in tears, thanking him repeatedly. Suddenly, her loyalty rating shot past 30, officially making her eligible to become his vassal. Later on, Jae-hyun stood in the kitchen, watching the sink faucet turn on all by itself. He was really starting to master this telekinesis thing. Honestly, the guy was turning into a budget Magneto, now casually controlling water, gas, and electricity. Meanwhile, his new store pulled in over 300,000 won in daily profits. He grinned, seeing total sales surpass 1.5 million. Peeking at the busy customers inside the shop, Jae-hyun felt completely in control. Meanwhile, down in the lobby, a kid asked his buddy how much cash they had scraped together. It wasn't looking good. A decent bow cost 150,000 won, but they only had 10,000. Plus, they still needed to buy food. Watching them bicker, our main character realized just how much his shop had revolutionized their lives. Now, even pocket change was driving desperate people to go hunt. The system displayed the current population at 789 out of 11,000. Jaehyun knew that number would soon skyrocket. Right then, an alert popped up. A level 18 orc was slain, earning him over 1 million won. Elsewhere, Nahyun was absolutely decimating goblins and orcs in her ferocious warrior bear form. Gaeun and Daeun could barely keep up, prompting Nahyun to apologize for hogging all the kills. But Gaeun just smiled and brushed it off. Back at base, Jaehyun was glad he grouped them up. He opened Nahyun's updated profile level 40, boasting the title 9th Bell, with loyalty climbing to 66. But the absolute craziest part? Her S-rank skill, Berserk. The moment she tastes blood, her combat power surges by 300%. Just as Jaehyun was marveling at this, a loud crack echoed. A massive, hulking orc stepped out from the shadows. Nahyun wasted zero time, instantly shifting into her terrifying mother bear form and charging straight in. Initially, both sides seemed pretty evenly matched as Gaeun let loose an arrow, but the beast deflected it easily. That only enraged Nahyun further, and the angrier she got, the stronger she grew. Doubling in size, she lunged forward. The Orc Lord had absolutely no time to react before she slammed into him with full force. The system quickly announced her victory. Slaying a level 28 Orc Lord netted a massive 73 million won. But wait, another notification appeared. They had unlocked an outpost. However, it required keeping a garrison there for 7 days and cost a staggering 1.3 billion won. Jaehyun figured that was way too pricey and slow, so he declined. Sure, an outpost could protect his family, but relocating his grandparents was going to be a logistical nightmare. All he could do was pray they were still breathing. Armed with that determination, he prepared for tomorrow. He'd send Dong Tae's squad straight to the main house. Meanwhile, down in the subway, you and I get to watch Nahyun tear through the orcs like wet tissue paper. Even their desperate pleas for mercy could not stop her rage. He simply couldn't comprehend how Jaehyun had managed to recruit such a monster. As Nahyun kept hunting, a sudden system alert flashed return within 1 hour. Even easy missions could go south fast. Just then, Dongxian's group arrived and warned him that it was time to retreat. Jihoon summoned his reliable crow familiar, Kami, sending it ahead to scout. Using its shared vision, he confirmed the route was completely safe, and they moved out. On the way, Jihoon spotted a weird rat that suddenly vanished into thin air. He ignored it, but a nagging gut feeling remained. Climbing the stairs, he glanced back, spotting 2 glowing red eyes peering through the pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, that exact same rat lunged straight at them, triggering a massive alarm. The scene then cuts to Ji-hun, asking Dongxian if his family was still alive in that building. Honestly, our main character had no clue. He just needed help uncovering the truth. Ba-ho stepped up first, swearing to do anything for him, Jan asked. The rest of the crew also thanked our protagonist and promised their full support. He thanked them back and revealed the new game plan. Destination, Somian Station. But Nayeon suddenly asked if Jaehyun just teleport his family here. Silence. He had already tried that, but his power only worked on people inside his territory. It was a frustrating limitation, and Jaehyun admitted he was not all-powerful, but he swore to keep his word to her anyway. Boom. The system chimed in, showing Nayeon's trust just spiked again. She smiled, thanking him, and he smiled back, sending everyone off to bed. As the dust settled and quiet returned, a sudden red alert flashed on screen. An uninvited guest was trying to break in. Jaehyun checked her profile as she gained citizenship. It was Harry, level 31, with 0 trust. Her skill? Rat Queen. Our main character just stared. Did they seriously just recruit a giant rodent whisperer? Then, we know. The place was incredibly lively, filled with playing kids and people working. Still, in her tiny rat form, Hyri was utterly speechless. This paradise could not be real. She scurried toward the building, only to slam right into a glowing blue barrier. The system asked if she wanted to join. The little rat squeaked, but nothing happened. Cue the panic. Fortunately, the interface updated, granting her entry. She immediately dashed inside, and total chaos erupted. Residents shrieked, trying to stomp the intruder. Harry fled for her life, accidentally slipping into a gym where buff guys were pumping iron. She was completely bewildered. What kind of muscle-worshipping cult was this? Suddenly, her transformation wore off, leaving her with a massive headache. She laughed, genuinely relieved to find civilization, but that happiness was short-lived. She remembered the terrifying beast blocking the station she had to cross to rescue her people. Back at the apartment, Jaehyun squashed the rat, breaking her mental connection. Suddenly, a new prompt popped up, explaining her A-rank Rat Queen ability. Basically, every rodent acted as an extension of her own physical body. Jaehyun frowned. This meant an A-rank awakened was pulling the strings. He activated his special eyes to scan the area, but came up empty. That's when Jaehyun had a brilliant idea. He created a basic quest, ordering the Rat Queen to arrive within 48 hours. The prize? A single soda and a chocolate bar. Reviewing the details, a realization hit him. He could not summon his own parents because they were outside his zone, just like Harry. However, she was already registered as a citizen, meaning he could test a little loophole. Citizens belonged to him. He modified the quest with a tight 10-second limit, setting the penalty to forced summoning. The system cleared it. If she failed, she'd get yanked right to him. Jaehyun stared, heart hammering in his chest. If this trick worked, it would change the entire game. He just prayed it would not cost a fortune. The countdown began, and, when it hit 0, the system declared that Harry failed the quest. Total cost? Just 31 million won. Jaehyun exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a very confused Harry materialized right inside the apartment, completely clueless about what just went down. Our main character greeted her by name, letting her know he was already steps ahead. Shocked, Harry demanded to know his identity and his secrets. Calmly, Jaehyun explained that he was the one who granted her citizenship and summoned her. He introduced himself, trying to calm her down by offering the promised soda and chocolate bar. Harry took them, her brain still lagging. She asked if he was really behind all this, and he simply nodded. That left her utterly dumbfounded. Was this man actually a god? Desperate, she begged him to rescue the 35 survivors, relying on her, but Jaehyun had to refuse because it was physically impossible. Hearing this, she wept, begging him to at least save her family. That is when a massive realization struck him. Harry had never met him, face to face, yet she was already a citizen. This meant her rat was indeed a physical extension of her soul. Could he leverage that connection to summon her family, too? Right then, the system displayed her. Updated stats. Level 31, with her trust rating climbing. Jaehyun noticed this sudden spike, and asked if she was truly willing to do absolutely anything for her family. Without a second thought, she agreed. Our protagonist nodded, explaining there was only one method, but it demanded absolute, blind faith in him. She swore she trusted him completely, and the system responded instantly. Her trust skyrocketed to 50, and loyalty hit 33. This officially unlocked the vassal option. Jaehyun initiated the registration. A brilliant blue light enveloped Harry as she watched in awe. Once the light faded, her profile was completely overhauled. She gained the titles 10-seed Knight and Tamer, with trust at 52 and loyalty holding strong. Apparently, her beasts would now scale in power based on these stats. Our main character also noticed her evolution potential was A rank, meaning her rodent army could grow limitlessly. Jaehyun asked if any of her active rats were currently near her family. She hesitated, but he urged her to send one over. Harry complied. Activating his supreme recluse's eyes, he shared the rat's vision with her as it scurried toward her loved ones. The second it arrived, food and fresh water materialized right in front of them. Instantly, another alert popped up as Harry's trust spiked once more. Our main character realized her rat-sharing skill combined beautifully with his special vision. He basically just unlocked the ultimate cheat code for scouting. Harry asked if he wanted to scan the Nambu district, and Jaehyun nodded. Her face lit up. She knew that neighborhood perfectly, and could safely send a rat. With this setup, our main character could easily verify if his family was still alive without risking anyone's life. Harry promised she would get on it immediately. As her trust and loyalty climbed higher, Jaehyun ordered her to get moving, suggesting the subway tracks. But Harry immediately panicked, screaming that it was absolute suicide. A horrific beast was nesting inside Somian Station. Hearing this, Jaehyun demanded to know more about the threat. She described it as an incredibly brutal, monstrous predator. Curious, Jaehyun instructed her to dispatch a rat to scout the beast. She agreed, and a tiny rodent scurried toward the dark tunnels, absolutely terrified. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed. The rat spotted an enormous, serpent-like beast chewing on the head of an orc lord. With one massive gulp, it swallowed the entire orc whole. The poor rat literally wet itself in terror. Suddenly, the giant snake snapped its head around and lunged. Narrowly dodging the attack, the rat ran for its life. Watching through his shared vision, Jaehyun realized this monster was incredibly high level, easily over level 40. It looked straight out of some anime boss fight. Harry nodded at his grim expression, agreeing that Somian Station was an absolute death trap. She suggested bypassing it entirely to take an alternate route. It was a longer detour, but vastly safer, and she assured him his squad could handle the journey. He thanked her. Without her warning, they would have walked straight into a slaughterhouse. He told her she could move into apartment 2701, provided she kept it tidy. Grateful, she bowed and left. Once the door closed, our main character smirked. Normally, he would avoid a beast that strong, But now, with Harry's abilities, he could make some moves. Jaehyun cooked up a devious scheme, purchasing a solar generator from the system shop. As the panels unfolded, he calculated that they still fell short for nearly 800 residents. To elevate their standard of living, he needed serious cash and labor. He organized a strict 3-shift work cycle to harvest resources and keep things running. Ultimately, Jaehyun realized the solution was simple: farm monsters even harder. Meanwhile, out in the ruins, Dongyan's exploration team was currently being hunted by flying, bat-like fiends. Ga Young and the archers shot them out of the sky easily. After clearing the threats, she checked the squad for injuries, sighing in relief when everyone was unharmed. However, her sister nervously brought up that terrifying giant serpent nesting at the station. Ga Young reassured her, pointing out that Jaehyun could simply summon them back if things went south. Calmer now, the group pushed forward until they stumbled upon a derailed train surrounded by the mangled corpses of orc lords. Everyone froze in absolute horror, and the youngest member instantly threw up. Suddenly, a low, rumbling hiss echoed nearby as the colossal serpent emerged from the darkness. As despair washed over them, Dongjan grabbed Ga Young and screamed for everyone to get down. The giant snake let out a deafening roar, unleashing a massive shockwave that sent everyone flying. Their heads felt like they were literally about to explode, even with the guys playing hero to shield the girls. Suddenly, the system issued a wild command. She actually obeyed, diving straight toward the giant serpent. And that, my friends, was when Jay's absolute menace of a plan began. Smiling like a villain, he opened his inventory and tossed a rat inside the beast to release toxic poison gas. Next, he casually poured gasoline down its throat and lit it up. Boom! The massive snake exploded in a ball of fire, completely wrecked from the inside out. This crazy blast was so violent, it nearly knocked Seo off her feet. Tayo Yan rushed over to check on her, and she nodded, saying she was fine. He called her brave before jumping back into action, but instead of finishing the serpent himself, he wanted his trusty knights, Dongan and Neon, to steal the kill. Why? To farm 6 times the experience and loot. Ultimate greed, honestly. Meanwhile, Dongan and the team realized that terrifying shockwave did not actually come from the monster's lungs. It was the insane explosion Jin Yang triggered inside its belly. Seizing the perfect moment, Dongan threw his spear with absolute, monstrous power, impaling the beast and finishing it in one shot. Instantly, the system showered our main character with massive experience and 1.8 billion coins. With the Yin station boss dead, an outpost could be built. Dongan and Naomi got stronger, and his domain reached level 15. On top of that, Jen Young scored 3 extra skill points. Then, another notification popped up. It turned out around 200 people nearby now qualified for citizenship, and he accepted every single one without hesitation. The system updated once more. The total population just crossed 1,000. This unlocked a broken new skill called Baseline, allowing our main character to siphon 100% shared experience and cash from every single citizen. Talk about an absolute cheat code. While he stared in disbelief, Seo approached, nervously asking if Jaehyun could bring her family into his territory. After a brief pause, he smiled and agreed. She was absolutely thrilled, thanking him repeatedly. Jae-Hing-yu then asked if her rat control powers were still active. Seo confirmed they were. Cut to one of her little rodent spies scurrying off and locating Donggin's group. The area was a total bloodbath, looking like a literal slaughterhouse. Hundreds of dead, half-eaten orcs littered the ground. Seo's rat dashed forward, guiding them. Deokshu stood frozen, wondering if this was another of Jae-Hyun's crazy abilities. Driven by curiosity, the squad followed the furry guide. Meanwhile, our main character deactivated his Supreme Recluse's eyes and headed back to his private room. It was finally time to focus on his own personal growth. With 3 precious skill points remaining and his territory rapidly expanding, he decided to upgrade his omniscient eyes. This would pair beautifully with Seo's rat surveillance, turning them into the ultimate scouting duo. But the moment he clicked upgrade, an agonizing, sharp headache hit Jae-Hwan. Meanwhile, Dongjun's squad stumbled right into a massive swarm of goblins. Thanks to his new upgrade, our main character could now analyze their exact levels and combat stats. These level 8 monsters hunted in organized packs using primitive weapons, possessed insane speed, and had perfect night vision. Realizing this, Jiren knew this enhanced sight was a total game changer for survival. He figured he could hunt them to steal their night vision trait, while simultaneously plotting to reduce resurrection fees. To make things efficient, he planned to distribute a bunch of high-reward quests to his followers. This would force them to fight, level up, and conserve valuable resources. Next, he eyed his dignity maintenance skill. With so many newcomers, loyalty was absolute key, so he invested a point to upgrade it. Right on cue, a sudden loud gunshot echoed through the air. Jun whipped his head around, his face turning dead serious as he realized the sound was coming from deep underground, not the building. Then, the screen showed something straight out of a meme. A pack of goblins casually wearing jackets and pants while packing actual firearms. Seriously, what kind of ridiculous setup is this? As the goblins started blasting, Dong screamed for his team to take cover. Bullets whizzed past their heads, making it very clear they stood no chance in a ranged shootout. Donggin was utterly baffled by this gun-toting nonsense, but there was zero time to overthink it. Bai Yongho teleported directly behind the shooter squad, dodging bullets like a ninja while slicing right through their chests. Just as another goblin raised its pistol, a perfectly aimed arrow pierced its hand. Right on cue, Gong and Du charged headfirst into the fray while Naong transformed into her terrifying beast state. Within seconds, the entire goblin squad was wiped out. Simultaneously, a game-changing system notification popped up for Joywang. The shop had just stocked actual firearms with infinite ammo. An absolute dream, right? But he immediately realized the massive catch. He couldn't just sell lethal weapons to the general public. It would make average citizens reckless in hunting monsters. And honestly, humanity is full of untrustworthy people. Before this, he accepted everyone because he could handle simple troublemakers. But firearms changed the entire equation. They grant instant, lethal power. In the wrong hands, basic human envy, jealousy, and resentment could easily turn into a chaotic, bloody disaster. So, Jae-hyun set a strict rule. Only the most loyal and reliable allies would get firearms. And he already had the perfect candidate in mind. Meanwhile, Donggin's squad cleared out the remaining goblins. Suddenly, a mysterious box materialized right in front of a stunned Bongho, containing a sleek handgun. With absolute reverence, he accepted the gift, whispering a prayer of gratitude to his god, Jae-hyun. This guy's devotion is reaching hilarious levels. Moving along, the squad continued following Siren's helpful little rat guide. Eventually, they reached a suspicious-looking metal door. Dongin pushed it open, revealing a group of absolutely terrified survivors hiding in the dark. Elsewhere, Jun was relaxing outside with Sir, enjoying a rare quiet moment when a sudden system alert warned that an unidentified entity was attempting to trespass. Right after, a second notification popped up, stating someone nearby qualified for citizenship. He clicked approve instantly. Nearby, a girl named Brenar was reunited with her sister Dabin, who playfully teased her about smelling nice and actually taking a shower. Dawn giggled, bragging that she finally had access to hot water. Watching this sweet reunion from afar, our main character stepped in to assign her apartment 2701, noting it might get cramped for 30 people. Seeing her face fall with worry, John quickly reassured her, offering 3 additional rooms as a reward for her hard work. A deeply grateful Sarion bowed and thanked him, promising to perform even better. Right on cue, notifications confirmed Saron's loyalty had spiked, along with Dabin's, Shun's, and Hyungjun's. Reviewing his glowing interface, Janya suddenly remembered he still had to check a level-up reward from earlier. It was a brand new feature called the Guardian Beast Management System, but the moment he opened the tab, he nearly choked on his spit. Unlocking this bad boy required a staggering 1 million gold. While he was staring at that ridiculous price tag, a gentle voice asked if he had a moment. Jar welcomed her inside. It was Hairi, the youngest and shyest member of Donggon's party. She looked incredibly anxious, stammering that she had something important to discuss. After our main character offered her a seat, Hairi apologized with a trembling voice and begged to leave the party because she felt utterly useless. She thought she was just dead weight. Drar gently urged her to open up, and she burst into tears, admitting that monsters terrified her and her dangerous poison mist was completely unusable around her own allies. Drark had honestly expected this, knowing her toxic abilities were way too risky for standard team fights. Smiling, he comforted her and explained that her timing was actually perfect, as he desperately needed a trustworthy assistant. You see, Dabin was completely exhausted from treating the wounded and had begged him for some backup. He told Hairi that he needed someone gentle, honest, and compassionate, making her the absolute perfect candidate for the job. He reminded her that nobody is useless if they keep trying. Her rare poison mist would eventually become a massive asset. Even if frontline combat was not her style, she could still protect their home base. With that, Draenor bowed deeply to her. Heirin was completely touched, a warm smile breaking through her tears. Instantly, the system announced her loyalty had maxed out at 100% as she vowed to work hard. Draenor smiled, promising to count on her. Later, he turned back to that locked feature. When the interface popped up, it confirmed the price tag was indeed 1 million gold. Deciding it was well worth the investment, he tapped yes. Instantly, a glowing golden magic circle materialized, and a crystal egg in the center began to crack. The blinding light was so intense he had to shield his eyes. When it finally faded, a cute little black bird was left sitting there. Jan activated his supreme recluse's eyes and discovered it was a level 1 three-legged divine raven. It possessed the literal power of the sun, but this little baby bird needed sunlight and protection to grow, so our main character named him Little Blackie. The tiny guy flapped around excitedly until his stomach started growling, so our guy hands him a bag of chips, which the bird eats happily before falling asleep like a lazy cat. Suddenly, an alert pops up. Blackie leveled up, massively boosting their solar generator efficiency. He remembered each generator made about 8,000 to 10,000 daily. With the bird's crazy buff, their yearly profits skyrocketed, so he decided to install solar generators across all 10 new buildings, starting a 24-hour timer. Satisfied, Jae-hun headed to apartment 3001. The moment Fatty opened the door, our main character asked him to manage his money. Fatty froze. Jae-hun was relying on his special tax collection skill, which could grow any funds held by others by 10% a month. He chose Fatty because of his incredibly high trust and loyalty. Back in the present, Fatty was completely stunned. The guy had 89 trust and 98 loyalty, plus literal gorilla strength. Feeling completely sure of his choice, our main character sent 100 billion directly to Fatty's wallet, which the system instantly confirmed. Even with a 10% transfer fee, our main character knew this huge transaction was totally worth it. Right away, Fatty's trust shot up, his loyalty hit 100, and his vassal limit increased too. Fatty asked if he should just keep the cash safe without touching it. Seeing that perfect loyalty, Jae-hun told him not to worry, saying he could even spend some of it if needed. Fatty thanked him, absolutely thrilled. Soon after, Dabin came over, asking if she could handpick her new team. Our main character agreed, and told her she could bring Yuhi along as well. Since Dabin was leading the squad, he promised her double pay, making her eyes light up. Her loyalty spiked instantly. After thanking him, she left to find Yuhi. Alone at last, Jae-hun took a deep breath. It was time for a serious talk. He headed to apartment 21109, where Hong Yun's crew was staying. Once inside, he gathered everyone to warn them about the terrifying danger waiting at Saman Station. A brutally powerful monster was lurking there, yet the surrounding area was strangely quiet. No monsters roamed the roads or subway tracks near Saman Station. Between those nearby stops, enemy counts were surprisingly low, and Jae-hun knew they had to seize this golden opportunity. While speaking, he remembered Yuhi's emotional breakdown. It weighed heavily on him because these people were risking their very lives on his behalf. But thanks to Yajin, they got an early warning about Saman Station. If they had discovered it any later, countless allies would have perished. Knowing it now gave them a massive tactical edge. Jae-hun knew how unforgiving this world was. Anyone could die. Above all, he wanted to protect those he cared about, so he ordered the group to march to Jigji Station the next morning. Later in his room, the system popped up. His solar generator had gained another 100 points of power. Even better, Blackie leveled up again, unlocking sun authority and elemental magic. As the bird's owner, Jae-hun inherited those exact abilities. Real elemental magic? That was massive. Curious, he raised a single finger, and a tiny spark flickered to life. It felt bizarre yet oddly familiar. Later, finding a secluded spot, he visualized an absolute inferno, focused deeply, but only a small flame appeared. He felt a brief wave of disappointment, but his curiosity quickly returned. He suddenly remembered the unique gas generated by his class skill. If he combined that gas with his flame, the results could be absolutely devastating. It was just a small spark for now, but in the future, it could erupt into a cataclysmic inferno. True high-tier power. Excited by the potential, he wrapped up the test and went home. While eating, a new notification flashed. 2 more solar generators were finally complete. Jae-hun smiled, noting that Blackie had already leveled up 3 times. Thanks to her boost, those generators were now 8 times more powerful, translating directly into passive income. More energy meant more freedom, and things were looking incredibly bright. Just then, Ya-jin walked in, expressing her gratitude for the rest. Jae told her she completely earned it because her scouting abilities were absolutely top tier. He added that he would need her help again soon, as Dong's party was waiting at Saman Station, and he wanted her to guide them. Ya-jin agreed, explaining her scout rats were already checking the tracks. They could easily reach Chongyangni Station, but when he asked about the path beyond, Ya-jin's expression turned dead serious. She warned him the real nightmare began at Bukhansan Station, advising him to witness it with his own eyes. She immediately sat down, and Jae-hun used his absolute perception to link directly with a rat's vision. What he saw was absolute horror. Massive debris blocked their path. The tracks were completely flooded, and advancing seemed impossible. Yajin explained that a rat venturing further discovered total devastation. Not a single structure remained standing. What monster could cause this? Were his parents even alive? While still linked to the scout, Jae-hoon spotted something that made his eyes widen. A colossal footprint, large enough to flatten skyscrapers. Suddenly, it all clicked. It was no earthquake. A gargantuan entity had marched right through. Was a colossal titan lurking nearby. Then, a massive, deafening tremor shook the entire area. The walls shuddered, each impact hitting harder than the last. Was the monster actually coming here? The shaking persisted, making him worry the entire complex was collapsing. Another violent tremor hit. He checked if Yajin was all right, but she had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted for him from the elevator. Jae-hoon and Yajin rushed out to find Fatty completely panicked. When asked what was wrong, Fatty only gestured for them to follow. The group quickly trailed behind him, as a heavy sense of dread filled the air. Peering outside, they saw a 60-meter titan casually crushing skyscrapers. It was a monstrous cyclops with a single glowing red eye, prompting Jae-hoon to mutter that his dark instincts were never wrong. As the beast tore through the city, panic erupted. Even Jae-hoon felt true dread, wondering if he could defeat this behemoth and protect his people. He was on the verge of cracking when Yeonju stepped forward, ready to avenge her lost son. Seeing her unyielding focus, he placed his trust in her. Suddenly, the system issued a brand new emergency quest: defeat Cyclops within 24 hours, offering a one-day resurrection reward for Yeonju's deceased son. He quickly organized the squads. Team 1 had Yeonju, Dong, De-young, and Deoku. Team 2 consisted of Gang, Bai-ho, and Kim Ji-hun. Team 3 was Jae-hoon and Yajin. He would secure the vanguard while the others flanked. Before deploying, he told them he believed in their strength. Everyone immediately carried out their orders. Soon, Hai-1 reported that combat-ready residents had assembled at the gates, while others evacuated to the basement. Jae-hoon thanked her and told her to head down there, too. But Hai-1 hesitated. She was trembling with fear, yet desperate to assist. Our hero saw a beautiful mix of terror and bravery in her eyes. She confessed she was terrified, but wanted to do something useful. Hearing her resolve, Jae-hoon smiled and sent her to the front gates with Ya-jin. However, he noticed the defense lines were thin. Most had chosen to hide instead of fighting. As that thought crossed his mind, a survivor approached. It was the guy in the red jacket, asking Jae-hoon what they should do. Our hero asked where Bo-sung-yo and the twin brothers were. The red jacket guy looked away in silence, which was answer enough. Bo-sung-yo and the twins had fled to the basement. Absolute disappointment washed over him. Hundreds of people, including Bo-sung-yo, had prioritized their personal safety over confronting this monster. They chose cowardly comfort over courage, leaving the burden to the brave. Even so, he would never forget the 101 who did answer the call. They were no fools. They stood here because they understood the brutal truth. If nobody fights, everyone dies. They stood up to protect their families and themselves. He remembered a quote he once heard. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it is pushing forward despite it. In this savage world, those who act through terror keep everyone alive. Right there stood 101 brave people. Quietly grateful, Jae-hoon rewarded them. Guns and infinite ammo rained from above, leaving everyone stunned. They hesitated, but once holding the weapons, they felt the valor balor. With hope finally returning, they actually believed they could take this beast down. The colossal cyclops let out a building-shaking roar. Nearby, Dongjun waited in the shadows, spear gripped tight, aiming straight for his target. He launched the spear with every ounce of his strength, aiming right for the cyclops' leg. It buried itself deep, unleashing a painful shriek. Furious, the titan whipped around to find where the strike came from. Dongjun froze in terror as the behemoth began limping right toward him. But just in time, the mother beast form lunged from behind, her massive claws ripping into that exact same wounded leg. The cyclops collapsed to its knees with a deafening screech, but her strike wasn't enough to finish it. The monster roared back to life, stomping so hard it sent her crashing into a building like a rag doll. She seemed completely defeated as the giant prepared to crush her. But right before the final blow, a voice shattered the air, and you and I are going to love this. Deoku screamed that the cyclops was so stupid its brains were in its eye. Shockingly, the beast understood the insult and glared right at him, finally noticing the spear still lodged in its leg. Absolutely losing its mind, the monster began thundering toward Doku, completely obsessed with flattening him. Terrified out of his wits and knowing his life was on the line, Doku spun around. He bolted, running as fast as his legs could carry him. Watching from afar, Jae-hoon knew the bait had worked. The beast was heading right into their trap, so he ordered everyone to prepare. Deoku raced toward the barrier with the giant hot on his heels. He collapsed inside, safe by a hair, just as the monster reached the boundary. Jae-hun gave the word, sending a black raven diving. It went straight for the giant's massive eye, pecking furiously. As the beast blinked in agony, they seized their moment. Jae-hun was ready and released a deadly arrow, bypassing its desperate block. The arrow tore through its hand and buried itself deep into its eye. As a horrific scream echoed, Bong-ho suddenly teleported high above the beast, dropping several explosive rats straight down its throat. Next phase, Jihan filled the beast's stomach with highly volatile gas, causing its body to bloat up like a balloon. Raising his hands, he triggered his sunfire magic, detonating a massive internal explosion. Thick black smoke cleared, revealing the scorched beast slumped against the barrier. The survivors froze, and you and I probably thought the fight was finally over. It looked completely finished. But Jae-hun sensed something was deeply wrong. There was no system notification confirming the kill. He urged everyone to stay on high alert. Even though their plan seemed perfect, that is when Fatty called out in a trembling voice, telling him to look behind him. He slowly turned around, only to freeze in sheer horror. The Cyclops' glowing red eye was staring right at them. It was pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Jae-hun stood frozen, unable to process how this thing was still breathing. Before he could react, the monster raised its massive arms and slammed them into the barrier. The shield held, but his anxiety spiked. There was no way it could survive another impact. Acting fast, he deployed his invisible hand to shield the nearby citizens while the beast prepared to strike again. Another devastating blow rocked the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. The surrounding buildings began to crumble from the immense shockwaves. A few more of those hits, and everything would collapse into rubble. That is when Dongjun sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of spears as Jae-hun and the others joined the assault. But it was useless. Every strike only fueled the Titan's rage even further. Just as hope seemed entirely lost, a system alert flashed. The solar generators were charged to 100%, and a request came in to use that power. It was from Blackie. Jay was stunned. Was she actually trying to help them? Realizing her skills relied on solar energy, and with no other options, he granted approval. Instantly, a glowing yellow orb materialized in the sky like a miniature sun. It absorbed every scrap of energy from the solar panels. The blistering heat was so intense the concrete seemed to bubble. Jihan realized with absolute horror that this single strike cost 300 million won. The gathered energy concentrated in his room before a figure emerged in a blinding flash. Blackie had evolved. Now sporting 3 eyes and magnificent dark feathers, she looked like a legendary black phoenix. Gathering the solar energy, she unleashed a devastating laser beam straight at the Cyclops. It tore a massive hole clean through its chest, yet the beast clung to life. Seeing an opening, Yeonju transformed. Springing forward in her giant bear form, she delivered the final, crushing blow, finally slaying the level 51 Cyclops. Instantly, Jae-hun was flooded with experience points, and 31 billion won. As he leveled up, his domain expanded over the surrounding blocks. He even received an extra 10 billion won for construction. Overwhelmed by the agonizing headache, he fell to his knees as Blackie landed. She affectionately nudged his face, clearly demanding praise for saving their lives. Jae-hun congratulated her, though he was still internally crying over that painful 300 million won bill. Still, with 31 billion won in the bank and everyone safe, he was thrilled. Watching his pet take down that titan was truly incredible. He smiled, gently stroking her feathers, when a sudden sound caught their attention. It was Yeonju, the werebear warrior. At that exact moment, Jae-hun noticed a distinct chiming sound coming from his system window. It was a notification she had been waiting a very long time to hear. Meanwhile, inside a dilapidated building nearby, a survivor quietly used his special ability to fill a small plastic bottle with clean water. The surrounding refugees watched in deep gratitude. In this world, water was gold. Despite his efforts, he couldn't stop worrying about their dwindling food supplies. People kept lining up for his fresh water, but they had practically nothing left to eat. They had officially reached their limit. A dark sense of dread washed over him. Soon, they would be forced to abandon their only sanctuary. Suddenly, the entire structure trembled violently, prompting him to wonder if a massive earthquake was hitting. Just then, another survivor burst into the room, screaming for everyone to look outside. The moment he mentioned a monster, the water creator froze in panic before bolting toward the stairs. He raced to the rooftop, and the sight waiting for him stole the air right from his lungs. The towering Cyclops was still active, radiating pure, murderous energy. Beside him, a silver-haired companion trembled. Shaking like a leaf, the man desperately asked what they should do. Hugh kept his cool, urging him to get everyone down into the basement immediately. He ran a hand through his hair, searching for answers. Fighting that absolute titan was completely out of the question. He quietly reassured his friend, admitting that all they could do now was pray the monster overlooked them. But then, Blackie's attack finished charging. the Cyclops was suddenly obliterated in a spectacular explosion. While the others were left utterly baffled by the display, Hugh understood immediately. This was the unmistakable handiwork of an incredibly powerful awakened human. This person was on an entirely different level. Turning to the silver-haired Hugh told him to gather their people. Shocked, Hugh questioned his sanity, asking if they were seriously heading toward the danger. But Hugh was absolutely certain. He had no clue who this mysterious savior was, but one thing was clear. If they wanted to survive this hellscape, they needed to align with whoever could vaporize a Cyclops. With no other options, they set off toward Jay's territory, desperately praying their new host would show them mercy. Soon, they arrived at the apartment complex and immediately realized they had found the place. In a completely devastated world, these structures remained perfectly intact. Leading the group, Hugh could only stare in amazement, wondering how this sanctuary existed when everything else lay in ruins. Then, he hit a barrier, bumping into an invisible wall. A prompt suddenly materialized before their eyes, warning them that entry was prohibited. Right after, a second screen popped up, asking if they wished to become official citizens. The moment they accepted, approval was granted. Their first quest was to report to the 30th floor of the main building. When they reached the top, Jay was already waiting, surprisingly knowing their names. He greeted them with effortless confidence. Looking at him, Hyuk knew without a doubt that this was the powerhouse who had slain the Cyclops. Up close, his survival instinct screamed louder than ever. Without a second thought, Hyuk extended his hand, shook Jay's, and introduced himself. He sincerely begged the young man to take them in, fully aware that this was their only ticket to survival. Elsewhere, in a cozy room, Yu and I find the war werebear Yoonju serving up a hot meal. Pure joy shined in her eyes as she called out to her little boy, Siwoo. She asked if he liked it. He gave a massive grin and nodded. He then innocently asked whose birthday they were celebrating, since seaweed soup is a classic birthday treat. She just hugged him tight as he babbled about how much he loved her cooking. Right then, the door swung open. Jinwoo walked in, and the kid immediately beamed, shouting, "Wizard Uncle!" Yeonju asked if everything went fine with the new shelter. He nodded, explaining they had food and a roof now. But then, our main character apologized, leaving Yeonju totally confused about what he did wrong. He admitted the newcomers couldn't leave the house, which he hadn't planned for. But Yeonju wasn't bothered at all. She calmly smiled, saying just being here with her son was more than enough. Hugging him closer, she whispered that she was genuinely happy. Suddenly, a system alert popped up, showing her loyalty skyrocketed as she officially became his retainer. Honestly, Jinwoo didn't need a screen to see that. Her warm smile, her soft voice, and every little movement showed her heart was completely full. He felt her gratitude deep down, no system alert required. As days passed, the mother and son bonded. They watched television together, laughing side by side in pure bliss. Watching them, Jinwoo couldn't help but think of his own family. It had been ages since he last saw them, and he worried. Were they eating? Were they sick? Closing his eyes, his mind raced to the worst-case scenarios in this brutal apocalypse. But then, little Blackie waddled over, chirping softly to break the heavy silence. The cute little creature started playing with the mother and son, instantly calming Jinwoo's anxious thoughts. There was no need to rush today. He knew exactly how much she had suffered just to get this peace. Besides, his scout rats were already heading toward his family's home. Once they got there, he could send them supplies. Looking at the happy mother and son, our main character made up his mind. Today, he would focus entirely on making them happy. This was her ultimate dream, finally coming true. Later that evening, Jinwoo offered them the master bedroom, wanting them to have the absolute best. Holding her sleeping son, she softly declined, saying any small room would do. But he insisted, explaining the master bedroom was the warmest and most comfortable spot in the entire house. He smiled, telling her they deserved nothing less. Stroking her boy's hair, she looked up and thanked our main character with tears of gratitude. Soon, they headed off to bed, wishing him a good night. The little boy even gave Jinwoo a sweet wave before closing the door. Watching them go, a satisfied smile spread across his face. As the house dimmed, a gentle lullaby began to echo from the bedroom. Laying on the sofa, Jinwoo just listened in peace. Her singing was so soft and gentle, a beautiful sound he hadn't heard in ages. Hearing that warm melody made all his built-up tension melt away. He drifted off to sleep, feeling as safe as a child in his mother's arms. The next morning was peaceful. Jinwoo woke up to a delicious breakfast prepared by Yeonju and her sweet little boy. Afterward, they chilled in the living room watching cartoons, and the kid giggled at every single scene. Pretty soon, little Siwoo started chasing Blackie, who was just trying to nap and clearly wasn't amused. After running around, they unboxed some cool new toys. Eventually, Jinwoo and the little guy ended up completely wiped out, splayed across the living room floor for a much-needed nap. It was a day filled with doodles, laughter, and genuine warmth. But tragically, this happiness was on a timer. Holding Blackie, Jinwoo quietly shed a tear, crushed by the heartbreaking truth. He could only grant her son one single day of existence. The time came. Yeonju knelt down, pulling her boy into a tight, desperate embrace. She poured all her love into him, while the innocent child wondered why. He asked if she was crying, too young to understand. With tears streaming down, she tried to play it cool and whispered no, but his tiny fingers reached up, catching the wet drops on her cheek. Sweet little Siwoo wiped them away, trying his best to comfort his mom. He begged her not to cry, which made her squeeze him even tighter. With a trembling voice, she confessed she was absolutely terrified. Facing a world without him was a living nightmare, but the sweet boy just smiled, saying, "Mom, I'm right here." Those pure, innocent words completely shattered her, making her sob uncontrollably. Tears flooded down in heavy grief, while Siwoo kept trying to soothe her. Even Jinwoo stood nearby, crying silently. Gently, the boy pulled back from the hug, looking straight into her teary eyes. He promised he would always be with her. Sobbing his name, she watched in agony as he turned and began walking toward a glowing sunset. She screamed out, begging him to stay, saying she had so much left to do, but the boy slowly paused. Turning around, he gave his mother one last beautiful smile. He told her he loved her, and right then, his little body began to dissolve into pure, shimmering light. She froze. Still on her knees, she began to shiver, completely consumed by unmeasurable grief. Yet, like a true mother, she forced a smile through her tears, whispering back, "I love you too." With a peaceful grin, Siwoo gave his final goodbye and vanished into thin air. Her hand dropped lifelessly to the floor, while Jinwoo stood there in heavy, heartbreaking silence. She tried to stand, but her body gave out from sheer emotional exhaustion. Watching her struggle, Jinwoo realized that hope is a fragile flower that blooms from the deepest pits of despair. Closing his eyes, he accepted a harsh truth. To carry hope means welcoming the threat of absolute sorrow. Reaching his hand out, he gently told Yeonju not to lose herself to the darkness. He promised her this wasn't the end. She slowly raised her tear-stained face, looking up at him and asking with a trembling voice if he meant it. Since this wasn't the end, he made a vow. With absolute resolve, Jinwoo promised that if there was even a 1% chance, he would bring her son back, over and over, no matter what. His burning conviction breathed life back into her. Suddenly, a system window flashed. Yeonju's trust had maxed out at 100%, unlocking primordial vitality. Meanwhile, you and I cut to that annoying red-haired guy screaming in absolute, unhinged fury. The twin brothers were losing their minds, realizing their standard spear, orc spear, and all their hard-earned cash had vanished. Talk about getting completely robbed. Still fuming, the redhead demanded answers about his gear. His brother explained that the moment he woke up, everything was gone. The other twin noted that they weren't the only victims either. Plenty of others got looted too. A pattern is starting to emerge. See, everyone who got robbed skipped out on the military service summoning. One of the twins sighed, muttering they should have just gone back sooner. Well, hindsight is 20/20, buddy. Snapping instantly, the red-haired guy grabbed the twin by his collar, dragging him forward. He snarled, asking if he was being blamed for this. Terrified, the twin backpedaled, claiming he meant something else, but the hothead kept screaming, yelling that obeying Jinwoo's orders was a brain-dead move anyway. As things boiled over, the brother finally snapped, admitting the plan was garbage from day one. Finally, the angry redhead let go. That is when the reality check hit him hard. Maybe, just maybe, he got kicked out because of his own terrible behavior. Sweat dripping, he recalled a previous incident. Some creep tried to mess with a minor, got kicked out instantly, and ended up dead in a ditch. He realized that even with monsters running wild, survivors were still maintaining order in the apartments. That meant people would happily kick his toxic butt out next. Pure, unadulterated hatred consumed him. He pictured the guy in the red jacket sneering at him and calling him trash. He could practically see that guy laughing after scoring a powerful weapon. Frustrated, the red-haired loser aggressively scratched his head, unable to comprehend how his life turned into such a mess. Little did he know, Jinwoo was watching his entire breakdown, smiling because this was just phase 1 of his punishment. Suddenly, a bright system window popped up right behind the furious redhead. The screen popped up right behind him, catching him off guard. Startled, he spun around to read it. The quest was simple: hunt 20 goblins in 24 hours. Success would award. Failure meant 1 minute of pure agony. Pass. But check out Yeonju's new reward: Primordial Vitality, a super rare, highly coveted healing skill that our main character also has, and it basically supercharges your recovery depending on how bad you are hurt. Our boy could not believe his eyes. He never expected Oyanju to unlock this exact broken skill at 100 trust points. Honestly, he figured this skill was useless to him right now. He just stared at the system screen, overthinking. He was not the guy doing the heavy lifting, so getting hurt seemed highly unlikely anyway. But still, getting a cheat code this powerful for max trust is a huge deal. That is when he thought of Bongho, who was also dangerously close to 100, and began wondering what kind of prize he would drop. If Bongho unlocked a teleportation skill and he copied it, allowing him to blink anywhere in sight, the whole game would change. He even began visualizing, combining that sweet teleport skill with his absolute one eye and an active advanced base. Speak of the devil, the system dropped details on this advanced base, a portable safe zone placed outside Haven. While active, you get full protection and city authority, provided a night-rank citizen is chilling inside. But if enemies camp out there for over a day, the base literally blows itself up. With that in mind, Kim Ji-hoon realized that if his mental strength was high enough, he could jump straight to that advanced base. So, decision made. His top priority now was grinding out mental fortitude, making his next quests all about that stat. Just then, a soft voice called his name. It was Yeonju, asking for permission to leave since she was finally feeling better. She offered to personally escort his family back. Hearing this, Kim, the 1100th, realized the mission should have started yesterday, and the entire delay was completely his fault. Yeonju politely thanked him for his patience and understanding, promising to repay his kindness down the line. Our boy maintained a perfect poker face, even though it felt like she was reading his mind. He joked about not being that impatient, though he admitted her sweet words made him blush a little. Oh, Yeonju just giggled softly, saying he did not seem impatient at all. Honestly, in his shoes, she would have done the exact same thing. Smiling warmly, she added that at the end of the day, family is what matters most. She knew how precious that extra day of safety was for her and her son, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Kim Jun smiled back, relieved she understood. He then told her to head over to Unit 2901, where everyone was already waiting, promising to meet them soon. Yeonju bowed politely and slipped away. Now, there was a very good reason he did not send them directly to Seaman Station. That crazy Cyclops attack had completely destroyed the subway tracks nearby. The station itself was a total disaster zone and completely unusable. Knowing they needed a fresh route, Sejin spent the last 24 hours sending out her ninja rats to scout. Luckily, she actually found a sneaky back door. Kim Jae-hoon popped his absolute one-eye skill to scan the area, keeping a close watch on things. But then, something totally unexpected popped up on his screen. The system flagged a level 7 tame giant rat. Immediately, Kim the 1100th tensed up. He knew exactly what this meant. Seo Yi-jin had evolved. Still, stunned, Kim Ji-hoon wondered if this was the power of their new retainer bond. But wait, his eye caught something shadowy, stalking right behind the rat. No matter how hard he stared, he simply could not identify the shape. Then, things got way worse. A pack of ugly zombies levels 9, 11, and 13 were closing in fast. A cold chill ran down his spine as he watched through his skill. The little rat bolted, trying to lose the zombies hot on its tail. But suddenly, plot twist, the rat stopped dead in its tracks, spun around, bared its teeth, and started growling, like a tiny, fearless boss. The zombies quickly surrounded it, trapping it completely. Yet, this brave rodent stood its ground. Watching from afar, our main character thought the rat was suicidal, almost triggered a massive gas explosion to blow them all to pieces. But the rat just crouched lower, letting out pure aggression before exploding forward. Even with monsters snapping at its heels, the rat dodged every single strike, weaving through the horde with insane agility. Honestly, Ji-hoon was super impressed. Breaking free, the legendary rodent leaped forward and kept dashing. It actually got away completely scratch-free, sprinting straight for the exit. In one final, heroic leap, it shot outside only to find a terrifying surprise waiting for it. An enormous monster stared down at the rat, baring its sharp fangs with a low, menacing growl. The poor rat froze, absolutely paralyzed by sheer predator energy. Ji-hoon's jaw dropped. Instantly, a level 23 land shark lunged forward, snapping its massive jaws and swallowing our poor little ninja rat in one single gulp. Our hero stood there, completely traumatized. What on earth was that thing? But then, a terrifying realization hit him like a truck. He recognized this location. No station. This was literally just a few kilometers from his house. That meant insanely deadly beasts were roaming right where his family was living. Panic set in, but he forced himself to breathe and stay cool. No more playing around. He had to move immediately. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Daebin, hunched over some cardboard boxes as she sorted through them. She looked completely exhausted, but so relieved to finish the tedious task. Suddenly, her boss called out. She turned to find Kim Ji-hoon smiling and thanking her for the hard work. Dabin smiled, joking that it's easy when the cash is flowing. Then she smirked and asked what disaster happened this time. Ji-hoon looked away awkwardly, sweating as he tried to find the words to explain. Noticing his sketchy hesitation, Dabin instantly got suspicious and told him to spit it out. Stealing his voice, Ji-hoon admitted he needed to borrow Yujin's services for a couple of days, leaving her to run the entire shop alone. Heart-stopping, Dabin forced a very twitchy smile and nervously asked if she was seriously going to be left completely on her own. He said, would only be for 2 days. Still, 2 days of pure hell and extreme work overload. Glaring at him with squinted eyes, she demanded to know if she would get overtime pay as acting manager, boss. Ji-hoon chuckled, promising to pay her double. Boom. Dabin's eyes lit up with pure greed as her energy instantly recharged. Elsewhere, a thick, glowing green mist from the system wrapped around Yujin's body, completing the upgrade. Next, we find the squad huddled around a map table, hanging on every word as Ji-hoon begins the briefing. He explains that after the giant Cyclops rampage, navigating through Seaman Station was basically suicide, but giving up on the subway routes entirely would be a massive waste. That is when Yijin explained that the line from Seaman to Bayam and on through Doroyong Station is actually perfectly intact. Since no monsters roam there, it is safe enough for transit. She then slaps a detailed paper onto the table, highlighting their very first objective: secure the road to Bayamnal Station. Glasses guy looks nervous, suggesting they should just fly over the danger zone instead. But of course, Dooku suddenly interrupts, not with anything helpful, but just to simp over Yijin's beautiful map drawing skills. Standard Dooku. Ji-hoon quickly steers the meeting back, pointing to a specific hot zone on the map to warn them before they reach the station. Apparently, over 500 angry orcs are chilling near a massive supermarket complex. Hearing that, Dong-jin panics, asking if they have to fight them all head-on. Yijin reassures him that they are not that crazy. The goal is just to reach Biomag Station and slip underground. She mapped out a safe path, completely avoiding the orcs, with only trash mobs to fear. Honestly, Ji-hoon felt pretty smug about how much he had invested into the squad. Almost everyone was at least level 30 now, except for Fatty and Hen, who were still slacking a little bit. Still, their stats were more than enough to handle basic goblins. Dashing to Gary Yang Station should be a breeze, but Busuzan Station? That was the real nightmare. The moment he mentioned Busuzan, Dooku instantly lost his mind, crying that another raid boss was waiting. Yijin quickly shut him down, explaining that the issue was actually the broken railway track between Goryong and Busuzan. Look, navigating this tight corridor is suicide. It is literally crawling with zombies, and without a massive area of effect skill to blast them all, going through means instant death. That grim truth completely shook the team, especially poor Haiwan. Trying to stop her hands from shaking, she whispered that her toxic ability might actually save them. Shortly after, the system pinged with a massive alert. Her toxic gas had officially capped at its maximum limit. Frustrated that she had hit her ceiling already, she stepped into the next room where the others were waiting. Instantly, they showered her with praise, calling her an absolute lifesaver. Jaehyun asked if she was okay. She nodded, because even though she felt completely drained, some sudden surge of energy had kept her standing. Little did she know, this random second wind was actually Jaehyun secretly leveling up his retainer management stat. Sure, that sneaky upgrade cost him a fortune, but the return on investment was absolutely insane. Still, she nervously asked if it was really fine for her to stay behind. Our main character smiled and reassured her that staying put and brewing that deadly gas was already her doing her part. Armed and ready, Jaehyun fired up his special optical skill and gave the green light. Immediately, the active map highlighted the massive horde exactly where they predicted. Suddenly, a tiny distraction caught the horde's attention, making them all turn. It was a level 3 rat charging directly into the crowd. For a brief moment, the undead paused in absolute confusion. Right on cue, Jaehyun popped open his dimensional storage. A massive cloud of toxic green fog erupted, blanketing the rotting monsters while the brave little rodent dashed ahead, nimbly weaving past their slow, decaying limbs. Normally, this toxic mist is a brutal death sentence that paralyzes breathing muscles until the victim suffocates. But we have a problem. These guys are already dead and do not need oxygen. Thankfully, our big brain protagonist had already cooked up a backup strategy, telling Yajin to unleash her secret weapon on his mark. Hidden among the rotting horde, her rat army waited. The second she gave the command, a rat lunged at a downed zombie. In the reflection of the creature's dead eye, the system captured the exact instant those sharp rodent teeth sank deep into flesh. Boom. The notification popped up. A level 11 zombie was eliminated. sending over 120,000 points straight into his wallet. Talk about easy money, but the celebration cut short when Yajin suddenly panicked. Something was seriously wrong with her pets. Right on cue, the system flashed a massive red warning. A rat had just hit level 9. Jaehyun froze. This was extremely dangerous. If that hyper-leveled rat absorbed zombie blood, it could mutate into a monster. Even worse, if it bit Yajin, she might get infected herself. He quickly yelled, asking if she still had control over them. She confirmed she did, but warned they were acting way more hostile and aggressive now. Our main character exhaled a sigh of relief. Crisis averted, for now. He allowed his mind to drift forward. If they could just push through to Jigulki Station, he would finally reunite with his beloved family. But that hopeful thought was instantly shattered by a loud system alarm. An uninvited guest was currently trying to breach the shelter's main gate. Jaehyun stared at the screen, totally bewildered. Before he could process this, another pop-up flashed. 157 refugees qualified for citizenship, asking for his approval. Going with his gut, our main character tapped accept, and another alert immediately took over. The shelter population had officially hit 3,000 residents. This milestone unlocked a brand new perk, the economic activity subsidy. Jaehyun stared, trying to figure out the catch, but then a brilliant grin spread across his face. Oh, this is a total game changer. The system explained that registered citizens would now receive automatic salaries based entirely on their jobs and titles. Better yet, this budget came from the system, not his own pocket. Instantly, he realized he could finally assign official roles to Dobbin and the rest of the utility crew. A cool weekly paycheck of 701 perfectly matched a daily wage of 101. He quickly tapped the screen, glad he wouldn't have to manually distribute cash anymore, especially since manual payroll meant missing out on sweet tax write-offs. This meant it was time to rapidly scale up the public works department. This system subsidy was basically free money for his base, and we are talking about massive stacks here. Even paying 101 per worker adds up. Hiring 300 workers would cost 30 million won daily. If he filled every single empty management post, that daily payroll would easily hit 50 million won. But Jaehyun saw the ultimate loophole. As that cash circulated, his tax collection passive skill would funnel a huge chunk of it straight back to him, especially when they spent their salaries at his exclusive shops. Talk about a flawless financial loop. This made it obvious that handing out official job titles to everyone was his best move. But what other jobs did he even have available? Then, a few ideas clicked. Maintenance, sanitation, and armed security. To start things off, he officially promoted Dobbin to general manager. He remembered she'd already recruited some guys to her team, though their names escaped him. That was when another notification popped up. The screen showed that Dobbin had reached 100 loyalty points, officially making her his newest retainer. This was a crucial discovery. Reaching 100 loyalty automatically binds them to him as a loyal follower. But then a curious thought crossed his mind. Does every single retainer unlock a special skill upon ascension? Eager to find out, our guy went to inspect her profile. But before he could click, a sudden movement caught his eye. Haiwan had passed out cold on the couch, snoring with a tiny bit of drool. Seeing this, Sojin whispered, asking if they should wake her up. Jaehyun shook his head. No, let her sleep. She had pushed herself to the absolute limit and was completely spent. Our main character smiled softly. Even if she tried to act tough, she deserved some rest. Activating his invisible hand skill, he gently lifted her up and tucked her into a proper bed. Returning to the main room, he and Sojin quietly agreed that Haiwan had done incredibly well. Jaehyun then turned to Yajin, asking how she was holding up. She calmly smiled, saying she was perfectly fine, especially now that they had successfully reached the subway tracks. Our main character nodded, telling her to keep up the amazing work. Smiling, she told him to trust her. But a split second later, her face suddenly went pale. Jaehyun noticed her instant change in expression and asked what was wrong. She hesitated before whispering that her connection had suddenly snapped. Taken completely aback, Jaehyun asked what she meant, but she told him to hold on. Closing her eyes, she desperately tried to re-establish the link, but nothing happened. She sighed, realizing the signal was probably dropping because of the distance. They were just too deep now. Jaehyun asked if it had ever glitched like this before, and Yajin explained that while it could stretch a bit if pre-synchronized, the absolute limit was the central station. She asked for their next move, but Jaehyun stayed quiet, lost in thought. Why did things always go sideways? At the exact worst moment? Just past that station was his family home, where they should be hiding. He had planned on sending her scout rats ahead to verify. Clenching his fist, he muttered that this was a serious setback. Regardless, he told Yajin to try forcing a reconnection once they reached the central platform. Nodding, she closed her eyes once more, focusing all her energy on rebuilding that mental bridge. Watching the zombie rats swarm the subway lines through his special vision, Jae-hyun reminded himself that giving up was not an option. For now, all he could do was pray his family survive the outbreak. The system display highlighted their coordinates. While the scout rats led the charge, Dong-hoon's vanguard squad followed close behind. Soon, perspective shifted to the central platform as Dong-hoon's team arrived. They instantly froze, completely horrified. The entire station was wrecked, with buildings reduced to rubble and massive, terrifying footprints pressed deep into the stone. The glasses-wearing scout stared in absolute disbelief, muttering how impossible this was. Before he could panic, the archer snapped him back to reality and told him time to scout. He immediately sent his trusty pet raven, Blackie, to fly over the area. Peeking through the bird's eyes, he reported that the place seemed totally empty of monsters. But then, the station looked completely goblin-free. Plus, thanks to that massive rock slide from earlier, making their way through should be a breeze. Jan nodded, calling it the perfect ghost town. But our worried healer quickly pointed out that night was falling fast. They needed shelter, like, right now. The archer told her to chill, claiming goblins are basically useless after dark. Apparently, those pests just sleep through the night. Dong-yoon stayed quiet, using his big brain to analyze the situation, before declaring they should press on. What could possibly go wrong? Even if a giant boss appeared, John could just teleport them away anyway. Right on cue, one of Eugen's trained pet rats scurried over, frantically gesturing for them to follow. The team stopped in their tracks, recognizing their tiny furry guide. Trusting a literal rodent, they followed without hesitation, as it led them deeper into the eerily quiet ruins. Soon, they realized the station ahead was basically a giant lake now. Jae-hyun wondered if that massive boss monster caused this flood, and the archer agreed it was highly likely. When those massive buildings collapsed, the ground sank and filled up with water. But as they walked along the edge, something massive stirred. A dark, terrifying silhouette slowly began to rise. Jan and Kangoo immediately knew something was terribly wrong. Those water ripples were moving way too unnaturally. John shushed the group, claiming he heard a sound that definitely did not belong. Squinting hard into the pitch-black darkness, he pointed ahead, whispering that someone was standing out there. At first glance, it looked like a woman, making them wonder what she was doing. But wait, she had a tail. The mysterious creature locked eyes with them, opened her mouth insanely wide, and unleashed an absolute ear-destroying shriek. The terrified healer screamed for everyone to cover up. The beautiful lady was actually a deadly mythological siren. Everyone desperately slammed their hands over their ears, trying to survive the sonic wave that was literally rattling their brains. Kengoku was already hitting his limit, his arms trembling just to block out the noise. Nearby, Orianosh looked completely lost, utterly clueless about the mental attack they were facing. Then, pure horror set in. Kang Dioku realized his legs were moving on their own, completely possessed. In a flash, both he and Oju were dragged directly toward the deep water. It felt like an invisible fishing hook had snagged them. The pull was completely irresistible. The moment Janju splashed into the freezing water, she realized they were in deep trouble. Seeing Dio drag under, she panicked. Suddenly, massive fangs snapped right at her feet. Adrenaline surging, she tried to swim for her life, but vicious claws clamped onto her legs, dragging her down. Down into the dark abyss, she went. Back on the surface, Dong-joon and the rest were barely holding onto their sanity, looking like they were about to pass out any second. Amidst the total chaos, our healer closed her eyes, clutching her remaining mana. Boom. She cast a massive magical barrier, wrapping the entire party in a glowing, protective armor shield. With the shield active, Dong-joon let out a sigh of relief. The brain-melting screech finally stopped hurting. The glasses guy, panting heavily, asked what kind of insane skill she just used. Exhausted, she practically begged them to rescue Dooku and Yanju before they drowned. But before anyone could move, a creepy shadow stirred under the surface, and a blue monster slowly emerged. They could only stare in disgust, muttering, "What on earth are these ugly things?" Well, no time for introductions, because the creatures immediately launched a lightning-fast, vicious ambush. Realizing they were officially in a boss fight, Dong-joon yelled for everyone to get ready. The monsters were moving at crazy speeds, leaping straight at them with claws out. Dong-joon gripped his heavy steel rod, braced himself, and swung with everything he had. The impact was so loud, it literally shook the air, sending the monster flying backward. Before it could recover, an arrow pierced its head, putting it down permanently. But that was just one. The female archer cursed under her breath, utterly annoyed by the endless swarm. Dozens of creatures surrounded them, making the situation look completely hopeless. Donghan warned that they were running out of time and had to rescue Dio Su and Yeonju right now. Suddenly, a splash on the far side caught everyone's eye. It was our resident powerhouse werebear woman, carrying a soaking wet Deoksu in her arms. Talk about a romantic princess carry. Deoksu coughed up a lake, wheezing that he literally saw the light. The team sighed in relief, and Deoksu looked at Yeonju, thanking his fluffy savior. But no time for romance. The monsters completely ruined the moment, lunging back in with zero chill. Reacting instantly, Deoksu activated his magical armor skill, enveloping his body in a glowing shield. He roared that they would hold the line. Beside him, our gorgeous warbear woman planted her feet, locked onto a lunging beast, and delivered a devastating punch straight to its face. The beast flew back, completely shattering a massive wooden pillar. But wait, as the wood cracked, they noticed a grotesque goblin corpse tied to the post, hanging like some sick decoration. Dongjun and Deoksu screamed for everyone to move. The team leaped backward just as a massive shadow crashed down right where they had been standing. Bongho checked if he was okay. Dongjun nodded, but asked what the hell just fell. When Deoksu looked closely at the wreckage, he froze in absolute silence. The broken pillar had collapsed, revealing the hanging goblin corpse. While they stared, the smart guy with glasses pointed toward the ceiling. They looked up and gasped in horror. Dozens of goblins were suspended in the air, tied up like a giant cross. Dongjun realized they were so busy fighting for their lives on the ground that they forgot to look up. A chilling realization hit him. These monsters didn't care about race or species. Suddenly, the female archer's bow slipped from her fingers. She stood there, trembling violently, staring up in utter disbelief. In her mind, a horrifying question arose. Could that dead goblin be her father? Just then, a creature leaped out of the water. Dongjun watched in horror as it charged straight at the catatonic archer, who was too busy crying to notice the imminent danger. He screamed her name, but before she could get sliced, a loud gunshot echoed. The bullet caught the beast mid-air, dropping it instantly. Dongju lowered his smoking pistol, asking if she was okay. Dongjun praised his quick reflexes, but then looked at the archer. She had collapsed to her knees, completely broken and staring blankly into space. That's when the glasses guy rushed over. He yelled that he found a way to survive this nightmare. By using Blackie's aerial view, he spotted something crucial. That awful screeching sound wasn't just painful, it was doing something else. The scream was actually a command controlling all the fish monsters. Dongjun was blown away. Glasses guy explained that, although he couldn't translate siren, he noticed a very specific pattern. Every time she screeched, the fish-faced minions immediately moved to attack. He calculated that if they could shut her mouth, the brainwashed monsters would lose their minds and scatter like crazy. It was a wild gamble, but Dongjan agreed it was their only hope. Still, he worried the mob wouldn't just stand there and let them execute it. Deoksu grinned and clarified the goal. So, we just need to mute that oversized fish? Dongyan nodded seriously. Deoksu stepped forward, confidently claiming he would solo the boss herself because he had a brilliant plan. Right then, the siren opened her jaws to scream again. Like highly trained soldiers, the monsters moved in perfect sync, preparing a coordinated assault. Dong Jae-jan watched their formation shift. Glasses guy guessed the monsters realized they were targeting their queen. Dongjan turned to Dioku, asking if he was absolutely sure about this. Diu smirked, telling him to just clear a path. He cleared the path to handle the rest alone. The healer quickly offered to stay back and guard the others. Without hesitating, the group charged in, pouring all their power into creating a single opening for Diu. Bashed the monsters down left and right. Dongazon paused, glanced back at Dioku, and yelled that this was his moment. Dushu locked onto the target, braced his stance, and gripped his halberd tight. He chucked it down the hallway with insane strength, aiming straight for the siren. It was fast, but the slippery siren dodged it like it was nothing. The halberd sailed past her, completely missing, while the squad stood in shocked silence, mourning their wasted shot. Daiku kept his cool. The siren cackled wildly, thoroughly enjoying his failure. Her ugly minions joined the trolling, but Dixu just smirked. He casually asked Dongjan if he forgot something, leaving Dongdran totally dazed until it finally clicked. Du smugly asked, "What's the best way to deal with a fish?" He raised his hand, summoning the halberd back. The weapon instantly obeyed, slicing the siren's back on its return flight. That shut her up forever. The system confirmed the level 33 siren was dead, showering them with experience. The halberd zipped right back into Diox's grip. Everyone stared at the dead boss. Without their leader, the ugly fish minions got totally confused and scampered back into the lake, giving the team a massive sigh of relief. With the threat gone, Dong rushed to check on the trembling archer. She could not stop shaking, prompting the worried healer to ask what their next move should be. Dong contemplated searching for Jae-hyun first, but then, the archer choked out a devastating confession, pointing to one of the hanging corpses and crying, "That's my dad." Dong completely froze, unable to accept that his father-in-law was hanging there. The poor girl dissolved into hysterical tears, utterly broken. Beside her, Dongran just collapsed. Seeing her father's battered body on that cross was a heavy blow to everyone. But right at that tragic moment, the system offered her a special reconstruction mission. The grand prize? Bringing her father back to life. However, there was a major catch. It was only possible inside the absolute domain. Panic-stricken, Jae-hyun frantically tapped the screen. Yoojun had never seen him this desperate before. But suddenly, our main character paused to think. He remembered the absolute trust his friends had placed in him. If this was truly a fatal crisis, they would have summoned him instantly. He tried to convince himself that they were safe for now, and there was nothing else he could do. Still, a nagging doubt remained. Was that actually true? Getting dragged underwater by hostile fishermen is clearly lethal. Giron could not stop worrying about his family. He wanted to reunite with them immediately. He knew others had loved ones to protect too, but he selfishly forced those thoughts away. His family had to come first. With shaking fingers, he selected an option on the interface. Instantly, a brand new objective popped up for the party. Build a tomb within 1 hour. The reward was barely any experience with no penalty. Reading this, the poor archer looked completely crushed. Watching from afar, Jai felt nothing but regret. After finishing the grave, the group stood there in heavy silence. Gonggong softly asked the archer if she was really okay with this layout. She nodded, saying her dad always wanted this. He was a complete workaholic who constantly joked about being buried right next to the railway tracks. Holding his rusted nameplate, she recalled finding that wish so silly as a kid. Yet here she was, granting his final dream. He was finally resting in peace. Watching from the shadows, John had a sudden, terrifying realization. What if he faced this exact same heartbreak tomorrow? Fueled by that fear, he vowed to protect them. To protect everyone, he needed absolute powerhouses by his side. Checking his system, he realized the most vital asset right now was, and cut to another scene. A goblin gets absolutely blasted by a water mage. Suddenly, the system announces that Junhook's loyalty has passed 30%, unlocking vassal status. The registration processed instantly. A woman behind him suddenly gasped, pointing out that his body was glowing. He stared at his hands in utter shock. Boom! He hit level 40, unlocking titles like 12th Bell Knight and Mage. Plus, his trust is now 59, and loyalty is 51. With S-rank potential, his new mission boosted mage power by 100%. He unlocked the A-rank skill, Water Bomb, which shoots superheated, highly compressed exploding water. His S-rank skill, Water Control, let him telekinetically move water. The clock was ticking to use these skills within 10 minutes. The reward? Mega Mind Power. Failure. Total brain drain. Junhook stood frozen by the screen, prompting a nearby teammate to ask if he was alright. He just asked for a second, a massive grin spreading across his face. Perfect timing, because there were plenty of goblin target dummies nearby. Water coalesced into a giant sphere, leaving the goblins dumbfounded. With pure, unadulterated swagger, Junhook commanded, "Water bomb!" He detonated the monsters, leaving nothing but giant craters. Next up, he raised his hand, testing his S-rank control with extreme precision. He levitated hundreds of water droplets. Nearby onlookers were totally flabbergasted, asking if this guy was seriously pulling off such an insane feat. The other confirmed it was indeed his power. Junhook smirked, letting the droplets fall like a gentle, controlled rain. Then he randomly fell to his knees. He began hysterically thanking the heavens for this miracle. The two observers stared, wondering if the guy had officially lost his mind, while his trust and loyalty shot up. The mission was complete, and 702,511 points were spent. Seeing this, Johor was shocked. He never expected an S-rank skill to wake up. This made him the second person under our main character to acquire an S-rank ability. Starting from a measly B- water skill, he never dreamed it would evolve this massively. He wondered if Jorkai's level caused this insane evolution. Smiling at the system screen, he was definitely thrilled with the outcome, recalling how mediocre his old B-rank version was. That version just shaped water with mind power. Now, he mapped out his grand strategy, deciding that Door's squad was already perfectly balanced and didn't need an extra member. Since that team was set, our lead kept planning his next tactical move. Suddenly, a new notification flashed on the screen. A massive goblin hunt was underway, dropping level 6 enemies. Gold and experience kept rolling in, which left him completely stunned. It was insanely late, yet these people were still grinding. Right then, another major alert flashed in his face. His home reached level 20, yielding 3 skill points and an ultimate skill. Jaeyoon panicked upon reading the text. Suddenly, his territory began a massive, rapid expansion. An excruciating pain instantly ripped through his entire body, forcing an agonizing scream from his throat. Yichun watched in sheer terror, completely helpless as the agonizing expansion continued. Through hazy, blurred vision, Johord barely heard Yajin screaming his name. This agonizing torment felt like thousands of giant, burning needles tearing his internal organs to shreds. Yajin was practically sobbing, begging him to breathe and crying for any way to help. Jun forced his eyes open, head spinning so hard he could barely think. Through the blur, he realized she was leaning in way too close about to steal a kiss. Maybe? He croaked out a question, making her jump back in total embarrassment. She stammered out excuses about saving his life with mouth to mouth, but Jun shut that down real quick. Meanwhile, little Cammy was sobbing, so he gave her a comforting pat. He whispered that everything was fine and, still recovering, activated his supreme eyes. He checked his territory and was absolutely blown away by how massive it had become. It stretched north and west, swallowing up streets for a full 1 kilometer around the building. Lying there, the agony made sense. This was his biggest expansion yet, a massive upgrade. Dragging his exhausted self back to reality, Jun checked the system. No time for slacking. He had 3 juicy skill points waiting from hitting level 20. He knew exactly where to dump them, picking his most critical skill, Supreme Eyes. The moment he confirmed it, the system chimed to announce it had reached level 4. That unlocked a brand new multi-vision perk. Suddenly, his field of view split open like a wall of security monitors, showing him multiple areas from different angles all at once. But talk about severe brain lag, 3 screens was his absolute limit. Spotting 2 remaining skill points, he dumped them straight into his Preservation of Dignity skill. Soon enough, the system notified him it hit level 5, unlocking something called Mystic Draw. Plus, he randomly scored 300 crystals, which completely caught him off guard. Apparently, they were a bonus from the draw itself. Hey, free loot is free loot, right? He accepted. And boom, a blinding magic circle erupted right beneath his feet, casting a brilliant glow. The flash was so intense that Yajin, Kakami, and even Jae-hun had to shield their eyes. As the circle faded, a thick shimmer lingered, slowly shaping into a mysterious ring. The system labeled it a communication ring, letting him beam his voice directly to his loyal vassals. Not quite sure how handy it would be, our main character slipped it on and started scheming. It hit him this direct line was perfect for reaching Dabin. Remembering she was already on his vassal list, he pulled up the management screen to check her stats. She was level 25. Holding the 11th servant title with 77 trust, max loyalty, and a brand new telepathy skill. For a communication manager, this was absolutely perfect. But checking his new multivision, he spotted some major drama. 50 refugees were crammed into a single unit, and Dabin was desperately trying to assure them this was only temporary. The crowd was having none of it. One furious guy yelled that they had passed plenty of empty houses, demanding to know what her excuse was while others joined the shouting. He demanded at least the kids get decent shelter. As things spiraled, Dabin kept apologizing, desperately explaining that the current safety rules simply did not allow it. Meanwhile, Jun watched the entire showdown silently, using his Supreme Eyes. Just then, a new notification popped up: Supreme Recluse Door, granting him absolute power over every single door in his territory. Back in the apartment, as Dabin struggled to manage the chaos, a door suddenly swung open on its own. A guy sneered, barking out to see who dared interrupt them now. He ranted about cooperation and simple demands, but stopped dead when Jae-hun casually strolled through the doorway. Dabin stared in absolute shock as the boss himself made an entrance. He looked the complainer dead in the eye and said if he hated the rules, he could leave. The stunned guy asked him to repeat that, but our MC just threw him out. Instantly. The room went dead silent, save for some terrified whispering. Jun scanned the crowd, asking if anyone else had a problem. His voice colder than ice as he made a terrifying announcement: this entire unit was losing water, power, and gas. A terrified woman asked if he was actually serious. He shot back, asking if they were the serious ones. They rolled in right after the giant was defeated, expecting a free ride. Did they honestly think this place owed them everything, just like the endless crowds arriving daily? His words stung them into silence, but he was not done. If he coddled them, 3 disasters would follow. First, empty rooms would vanish, leaving future, desperate refugees completely stranded. Second, the loyal residents already following rules would feel totally betrayed. And third, once you feed an entitled crowd, the demands never stop. He laid it out plain and simple. No sugarcoating. Jae-hun told them point blank that their precious rights and welfare did not exist here. The government was dead, and he was not some savior representing their ideals. call him a tyrant if they wanted. But in this brutal, lawless world, whining about rights was useless unless they were actually ready to roll up their sleeves and earn them. He explained that the original survivors were already living in brutal conditions, taking turns just to sleep. And yet, even in the middle of all those struggles, they still protected the children and the most vulnerable, choosing to survive together as a team. Then, he delivered a final ultimatum. They were to get back to their assigned rooms immediately. If they refused, he warned they would lose what little they had left. Terrified by his cold threat, the crowd quickly backed down. Dabin let out a massive sigh of relief and quietly thanked him for stepping in. But June told her to save Ait. If anything, he owed her. That completely threw Dabin off, leaving her wondering what he meant. Then, he dropped a bombshell, telling her she could soon pull off similar tricks. He introduced the concept of telepathy, telling her to visualize someone and speak to them mentally. Dabin closed her eyes and focused. A soft, glowing aura wrapped around her, and a pleased June advised her to test its limits. The only way to master it was constant practice. Just then, a trembling hand went up, calling out to June. He and Dabin turned to see a nervous guy looking down. June asked if he had more to say. Nervous but determined, the man asked him to forgive the guy who got kicked out. Our main character asked why he should care. The man pleaded, explaining his friend was only saying what everyone else was thinking. It felt unfair for him to take all the blame. Bowing low, he offered to take the punishment himself, begging for mercy. June silently debated bringing the guy back. Ruining a life just to scare the others felt too extreme. Reaching a decision, he opened his system, seeing the guy still waiting. He asked the brave pleader his name, Kung Hoon. June then announced that his friend's citizenship would be restored. Kung Hoon gasped as June added that power and water would also return, but no gas. Before he could celebrate, June warned him this mercy was strictly out of respect for his courage, and there would absolutely not be a second chance. Once the system confirmed the restoration, the friend rushed back, looking incredibly relieved. Instantly, a notification popped up showing Kung Hoon's trust in June had spiked. He briefly considered restoring their gas too, but that would totally ruin the lesson. Smirking, Dabin teased that he was way softer than he let on. He asked if that was a compliment. She smiled and nodded. He thanked her, but she kept teasing him for blushing. Coughing to change the subject, June ordered her to inspect the facilities across 3 different buildings. He wanted one in every single of the 25 buildings. Dabin gasped at the sheer scale, asking about their total numbers. If they hit 100, June planned on. They checked out the buildings. Dabin got super excited, promising a whopping 100,000 won a day per person to keep operations running perfectly. But right then, a mysterious figure crept up behind them. She asked if he was the new guy. He nodded, immediately asking if they needed a doctor. Turns out, he is Sun Min, a fancy nephrology professor from Busuzan Park Hospital. Hearing this, Jae-hyun decided to hold off on the medical team since high-ranking VIPs get priority anyway. He then pitched an idea to Dan about dedicating a whole room to build a hospital. She loved the idea. Jae-hyun added that with some digging, they could easily recruit local nurses too. Naturally, he dumped all the organizing and management duties right onto her shoulders. Dan got totally hyped, promising she could crush the job. With that settled, Jae-hyun headed back to where Yoon was waiting. She immediately asked if he had finally wrapped up that little problem. He just smiled and nodded. Instantly, he triggered his cheat skill, Eyes of the Absolute. Yoojun spotted Dongjun's squad and wondered if they had split, but Jae-hyun tracked them down instantly. They were heading toward Jigali Station and seemed safe for now. Jae-hyun pulled up his system window to finish his business. Exactly as expected, his final upgrade slot was the Absolute Warehouse. Ding! Level 2 unlocked. The warehouse capacity jumped to 200 kilograms. Plus, he got a broken new feature called State Preservation. Basically, it freezes whatever is stored in time. It preserves physical motion and condition perfectly from the millisecond of storage. With double the storage space, Jae-hyun realized he could exploit this skill in some absolutely wild ways. He put his big brain to work and cooked up an insane plan. To test it, he bought a Smith & Wesson revolver and 100 rounds of .38 ammo right from the shop. If the firing motion is frozen, summoning the gun should make it shoot instantly. Testing this crazy theory, he aimed his weapon and casually warned Yojin to cover her ears. She stared back, completely terrified by this sudden threat. Seeing her panic, Yojin promised it would be over in a flash. He put his finger on the trigger and prepared the command. "Store in the warehouse!" He pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed, but in a fraction of a second, the system confirmed the bullet and gun were safely stored inside. Thoroughly amused, Jae-hyun walked onto the balcony while Yoojun stood there looking utterly traumatized. He raised his hand, focused his mind, and yelled, "Summon!" And then, magic happened. A hail of bullets fired from the system portal at crazy speeds. Jae-hyun smirked, loving that his trick actually worked. Now he had a cheat code to save Dongan's squad. The unsuspecting goblins got shredded by the incoming gunfire, dropping like flies. The survivors scrambled away in absolute panic. Feeling brave again, Dongjiang declared they had finally made it. They finally made it to Jigali Station. Back at base, Jae-hyun tested the comms, asking if they could hear him. Dongjian nearly jumped out of his skin at how clear it sounded. Realizing they could hear him perfectly, Jae-hyun told them to get used to his voice and ordered everyone toward exit number 2. Reaching the destination, Dongan looked around. He carefully scanned the area, only to find the entire station completely demolished. From his screen, Jae-hyun realized they were now stepping into uncharted territory where anything could jump them. To make matters worse, Ya-jun still could not connect with her scout rats. Deprived of their eyes in the sky, the group was forced to march forward completely blind. In the creepy silence, Dongjan finally voiced their fears, asking where they should go. Jae-hyun calmly instructed them to head toward the main road on their left. He said walking 1 kilometer would bring them right to the target. But suddenly, something emerged, catching Dongja's attention immediately. This thing did not look friendly. Glowing eyes in the dark sent everyone into pure panic. They scrambled backward, dodging snapping fangs. Dongjan felt a wave of dread, remembering how they barely survived the last fish fight, and now, an even bigger nightmare blocking their path. A massive shark. It opened its massive jaws, flashing razor-sharp teeth. Acting on pure survival instinct, Dongjian acted fast. He grabbed a heavy metal pipe to block the incoming bite. Right on cue, the guy with glasses raised his gun, landing a clean burst that threw the monster off balance. Dongjian seized the moment, rushing forward to shatter the shark's fin with a brutal strike. Simultaneously, the beastly warbear woman leapt into action, slamming her weight onto the monster's head. She left a nasty wound. Immediately, a notification confirmed the level 24 shark was dead, gifting them sweet experience points and cold hard cash. Dongan then gestured to the gunman. She focused, linking her mind with her trusty raven, Blackie, to get a bird's-eye view. But the guy with glasses completely froze at the horrifying picture on his screen. Without delay, he screamed a warning that the entire sector was crawling with mutant fish. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over them, radiating a terrifying pressure that made their skin crawl. Just then, Dioku glanced upward. He spotted movement, but it was not just one beast. A literal army of blue, swordfish-like monsters was currently diving straight down from the clouds. They braced for round 2. As the swarm closed in, Dongjian shouted for Du. Du raised his halberd, infusing it with energy as his armor glowed. He swung, landing a devastating strike. Ding! A system alert popped up, confirming a sky-blue marlin was slain, yielding more experience and loot. Nearby, the archer unleashed a barrage of arrows, taking out the flying pests. She yelled that they would not stop until every last flyer was grounded. Suddenly, she spotted the healer in deep trouble. Despite shooting directly at an oncoming sky-blue marlin, the massive fish kept charging straight for her. She ran out of ammo, watching the monster close the distance. But suddenly, a system prompt flashed. Storage summon activated. A barrage of bullets materialized, shredding the monster. The system announced a level 17 marlin kill, rewarding experience and 231,001. Yet, Jae-hyun was annoyed. His own personal payout was trash. Laughing, he called Seong over, telling her to ignore the rats and start shooting. He shoved the warm revolver into her trembling hands. She nervously asked where she should point. Standing tall, Jae-hyun smirked and told her to just fire anywhere. Seong swallowed her fear, pulled the trigger, and cash instantly flooded the system. Seizing the golden opportunity, he redirected her bullets directly to the front line. Instantly, system portals popped open like high-tech turrets, launching her firepower straight into the battlefield. Another level, 17 Marlin, bit the dust, dumping more rewards into their account. Amid the chaos, Seon frantically yelled at Jae-hyun to reload faster and keep the pressure up. Their farming efficiency had just surged for the 6th time. He felt a bit guilty seeing Seong so stressed, but efficiency is king. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the poison girl walked in. She stared at the madness in absolute shock. Watching Seon blast away like a maniac, she asked if this was a dream. Meanwhile, a massive beast lunged from the shadows, barely missing Dongan. The warbear managed to dodge by a hair. It was a colossal, red killer crab. Horrified, Dong screamed, asking if the system was playing some sick joke on them. The monster slammed its giant claws down, making the earth tremble, but they managed to leap back. The werebear locked her eyes onto the crab and let out a savage roar. She called for the healer, who immediately cast a glowing buff over her. Powered up, she lunged, grabbing the crab and sinking her fangs deep into its hard shell. Simultaneously, Dongjan charged the giant beast. gripping a heavy iron rod with both hands. Lining up his shot, he threw it with everything he had, sending it flying straight at the monster, right into the crab's head. Meanwhile, the werebear charges from behind without slowing down, fully focused on destroying it. She strikes with everything she's got and jumps back. But she's shocked to see absolutely zero damage. Absolutely nothing. That shell is so thick, her attack didn't even scratch it. Seeing this, Bong-ho screams for everyone to fall back. He raises his gun, locks onto the target, and unloads a massive hail of bullets. He peppers its body with lead, but Dongjun can only complain about how absurdly tanky this thing is. Frustrated, he asks how they're even supposed to kill it. A sudden wave of doubt hits him. Can they actually win? Maybe not. But watching from nearby, Jaehyun instantly spots the problem. You can't beat this monster with sharp attacks. It needs brute, crushing force something heavy like a massive hammer, and once he realizes that, he starts searching his inventory for anything that can hit that hard. That's when his eyes light up. Oh, he found the perfect weapon. The system immediately registers an item being pulled from his storage. Using his communication skill, Jaehyun tells the werebear to jump on the crab's shell the moment he gives the signal. Then, our main character raises his hand and summons a ridiculously heavy barbell right out of thin air. As it manifests, he silently apologizes to the kid he took it from, promising to buy him a brand new one later. Talk about a troll move. His plan is simple: drop the massive weight to build up crazy momentum, then store it back in his inventory. A second later, Jaehyun summons the falling bar again. It shoots out of a system portal like a kinetic missile, slamming right into the middle of the crab's head. He gives the signal as the crab's shell cracks open with a sickening splatter. The werebear instantly pounces on the shattered spot. Claws out, fueled by pure rage and focus, she charges right into the wound and delivers the final, crushing blow, putting the beast down. The system confirms the level 35 giant crab has been hunted, rewarding them. But even with that win, the road home is still crawling with monsters. Mutated fish, massive crabs, and sea beasts swarm them non-stop. Jaehyun knows that without his constant tactical support, the squad would have wiped out 10 times over. He has to admit it, this zone is just too brutal. Even Dongjun's elite squad is struggling. Everyone here is awakened and fully geared up, yet they can barely advance 1 kilometer. Deep down, Jaehyun finally admits the painful truth: the odds of his family being alive are basically zero. The closer he gets to his old neighborhood, the more his chest tightens with dread. But even if there is only a 1% chance, he refuses to stop. Using his skill to scan ahead, he spots a familiar, ruined street. His house should be right past that alleyway. But then, something completely out of place catches his eye: a giant tree. Jaehyun immediately barks over the comms for everyone to freeze. He knows this city better than anyone. He literally grew up here and knows every single corner. There was never a massive tree on this main road, and the city would never have planted one there. This thing definitely showed up after the world went to ruin. Scanning it with his skill, Jaehyun points toward the massive trunk. He asks the squad if they see that giant tree standing ahead of them. They nod in confusion, and that is when our main character drops the bomb. That is no ordinary tree, it is a monster. He warns everyone to get ready to fight, and right on cue, a massive, terrifying eye opens right in the middle of the trunk. The earth begins to shake as it awakens. The ground trembles under their feet. Keeping her cool, the archer locks her sights onto the beast. She fires off a shot that pierces deep into the trunk, but it barely tickles the monster as it continues to rise. It slowly pulls its massive roots out of the dirt. Facing this colossal threat, Jaehyun aims and hurls a heavy iron bar, hitting the trunk dead center. But the tree shrugs it off and keeps advancing, leaving him stunned. He can barely believe how insanely tough this thing is. Meanwhile, Bong-ho teleports right behind the giant tree, raising his gun to unleash a barrage of bullets. Simultaneously, the werebear charges headfirst into the fray. She plows through the flailing branches, her claws shredding the thick wood and sending splinters flying. But the monster retaliates, sending a swarm of thick, writhing roots and vines wrapping straight toward her. The branches wrap around her, lifting her high into the air and pinning her tight. Now, here is where you and I realize just how dangerous this beast is. Jaehyun yells out as the team watches in absolute horror. Dangling her like a trophy, the tree sharpens its branches into wooden spears and drives them at her. She screams in despair, but suddenly, Jaehyun flashes right in front of her to take the hit. The werebear begs him to get out of the way, but he refuses to budge. He braces himself as the lethal branch rushes toward his face. But then, out of nowhere, the monster completely freezes. Its branches retreat. The roots slide right back into the earth. Jaehyun is completely shocked by the tree's sudden retreat. What could have caused this weird pause? Thinking fast, he uses his communication skill to give Dongjun a quick order. He tells him to pull the werebear girl back, while the rest of the team keeps up the pressure. Dongjun hesitates, asking why only she needs to retreat. Jaehyun doesn't back down, so Dongjun passes the order along. While the group prepares to attack again, she obeys the command and backs away to a safe distance. Our protagonist watches closely, testing a crazy theory forming in his head about why the monster suddenly stopped. The rest of the squad stands ready, keeping the situation under control. Suddenly, the giant tree stirs again. Everyone tenses up, ready for a fight, completely confused. But instead of launching another attack, the monster slowly settles back into the ground. Watching this, Jaehyun starts to suspect something wild. Does this tree simply not attack humans? It only targeted her once she transformed into her werebear form. The pattern is just too obvious to ignore. It has to be her beast form that is triggering it. As our main character keeps his eyes locked on the tree, the massive trunk suddenly rises up once again. A massive land shark charges out from the side, jaws wide open. Instantly, the tree's branches shoot out, impaling the shark deep. That is all the proof Jaehyun needs. This tree is definitely not hostile to humans. With that mystery solved, he tells the group to ignore the creature and keep moving. Dongjun accepts the command, and the squad advances cautiously through the ruins until they suddenly grind to a halt. Dongjun quickly signals Jaehyun. The squad now stands directly in front of the giant tree, looking around in confusion. They start to wonder if they somehow took a wrong turn and ended up in the wrong place. With trembling hands, Jaehyun checks his map. There is absolutely no mistake. This exact spot is where his parents and grandparents should have been. A wave of pure, white-hot anger surges through him. That monster has no right to stand on a place so precious to his family. He decides on the spot that this thing must burn. His plan? Pour gasoline all over it and reduce it to absolute ashes. Nothing less than ashes will satisfy his rage. But just as he is about to call Dongjun's squad to start dousing the area, a sudden system notification blares in front of his eyes. It alerts him that a blood relative is nearby. Suddenly, a loud voice barks out, demanding to know who they are. A blindingly bright light hits the squad, forcing them to shield their eyes. As they squint, 3 senior citizens step out, putting the team on high alert. We have got a grumpy old man, an old lady, and a bald grandpond. They all look absolutely furious as they march toward the tree. The leader in the cap checks the tree with deep concern, muttering about what they'll do now. The elders notice the giant hole punched into the trunk, crying out that it must have hurt so much. They ask if Poppy is okay, whining that the village chief will be utterly heartbroken. Meanwhile, our squad starts sweating bullets. After all, they are the ones who blasted that massive hole in the first place. The angry old man barks at them, demanding to know if they did this. Left with no choice, the group confesses. He yells, asking why they would hurt innocent Poppy. The entire squad bows and apologizes in unison. Suddenly, another guy calls out to the old man, telling him to look over. He turns to see a middle-aged resident waving and shouting that Poppy just saved them again. The old man blinks in surprise. He runs over to find a group of locals butchering the giant land shark Poppy had just impaled, hacking it up with massive kitchen knives. Seeing this absurd sight, the old man just grumbles about his rising blood pressure. Another elder complains that land shark meat always tastes terrible anyway. The leader snaps back, telling him this isn't the time to whine about culinary taste, while the others just ignore him and keep chopping. Now, you and I can only imagine the utter disbelief on our squad's faces as they watch seniors casually butcher a giant monster. As Jaehyun takes this absurd scene in, everything finally starts to make sense. It all clicked. A peaceful tree monster and a massive oak growing right where his old home stood. Jaehyun vividly remembered their old place, always packed with plants and seasonal flowers blooming in the yard, plus those rooftop fruit trees that bloomed year-round. After Grandpa's retirement, they had even built a cozy rooftop farm, occasionally serving fresh, homegrown veggies for dinner. If this gentle giant tree, and the massive one at his house, were actually someone's awakened ability, and if that crazy power rivaled his own, only one legend fit the bill. He blurted out his theory. It had to be his grandpa. He eagerly asked if the old man had truly awakened. Pure relief washed over him. He was incredibly grateful because he honestly believed his entire family was dead. Remember, level 20 monsters ruled the ground while high-level beasts swarmed the skies. He had constantly wondered how anyone could survive such a nightmare. Then, he let out a laugh, making Yujin curious enough to ask. He just smiled and said it was nothing. He was just overjoyed to know they were alive. Turning his attention back, he heard the village elders praising the youth for their hard work. Meanwhile, containers filled with fresh land shark meat as everyone helped butcher the beast. Dongjian asked if this was enough, and a local uncle warmly replied it was way more than plenty. Right then, Jihoon used his communication ring to dial Dong'an. Answering instantly, Dong'an listened as our main character told him to sneakily discover the village chief's name. Agreeing, Dong'an politely asked one of the local uncles nearby. The man asked if they knew the chief before revealing his name was Bong An. Boom. That confirmed it. Ji-hoon was absolutely right. It really was his grandpa. Soon, a local led the group away, insisting they visit a quick spot before meeting the big boss. Following along, they stumbled upon a massive crowd. The parking lot of Ji-hoon's old apartment was now a bustling work zone, overflowing with land sharks and other monster carcasses being carved up. Sturdy uncles lugged heavy chunks of monster meat on their backs, while some super old seniors sat nearby gossiping, frying, and up fish, and feasting together. Our crew could only stare in absolute disbelief. Ji-hoon looked around, estimating there were easily over 100 people. Honestly, it felt like an entire fish market had been teleported right here. Most folks were middle-aged or elderly, with almost no youth in sight, but since they were former fishermen, their knife skills were god tier. Suddenly, a bald uncle, slicing up a land shark, got called out by a buddy as Old Man Park. Turning around, Park mentioned he already heard their dog, Poppy, help take down another monster. Another man quickly told him to pipe down. The shark was so massive, they desperately needed the youngsters to clean it. Without them, they'd be totally doomed. That's why he wanted to treat everyone to fresh sashimi, urging Park to slice it up quickly. Gripping his knife, Park nodded like a pro and got to work. In seconds, a gorgeous plate of sashimi appeared. Our hungry crew stared in shock as Park told them to dig in. Ga'an asked if they had chopsticks, but Park laughed and told her to use her bare hands. Ga'an called out to Jae-young, who casually summoned wooden chopsticks right in front of everyone. She thanked him, leaving Park and his buddy sweating in sheer disbelief, trying to process the magic tricks. Ga'an took a bite of the sashimi and immediately squealed that it was delicious. The rest joined in, completely blown away by the flavor. After surviving hell, they could finally relax, happily admitting they hadn't tasted fresh sashimi in ages. Ji-hoon smiled, genuinely happy to see them enjoying themselves. Raising his hand, he materialized fresh water and cold sodas in front of Dongjian. The two villagers lost their minds again, shouting that it was actual cola and wondering how drinks just spawned out of nowhere. Dongjian offered the uncles a sip, and the bald man sheepishly asked if they could really have some. But our main character wasn't done yet. He pulled out massive piles of rice, eggs, milk, and ramen, basically a mountain of rare apocalyptic treasures. The bald man could only gape at the feast manifesting out of thin air, asking if this was some crazy dream and if it was actually for them. Dongjian smiled and said yes, explaining the main character prepared all of this as a special gift. The bald man literally wondered if Ji-hoon was a god. His buddy muttered they should at least pretend to refuse once, but a booming voice from above asked why everyone was making such a ruckus. Looking up, they saw a fierce-looking figure standing on a massive tree root high above them. The bald uncle quickly saluted him as the village chief, causing our main character to freeze. The chief was his grandpa. Suddenly, a system panel flared to life. World Tree's Guardian. It listed traits, like mythical rank, chosen by the World Tree, and various grand blessings. Then, another system notification popped up. It announced that a vassal had met the direct bloodline of the ultimate shut-in, unlocking a brand new bloodline power. It displayed Lee Bong-an, level 55, with titles like Druid and Bloodline Relative, 88 Trust, and an awakened skill called Guardian of the World Tree. It also revealed a condition was met, unlocking a mysterious annex building. Grandpa stood tall above, observing the crowd. Then, without warning, the old man jumped, sliding down the giant root with unbelievable ease. He stuck a heavy landing, showing off a ridiculously built physique. Ji-hoon was speechless. His grandpa looked way healthier and buff than ever before. This definitely wasn't a trick of the mind. Previously, Grandpa had aged quite a bit, becoming physically weak and forgetful. Now, this insane power had to be from his awakening. Our main character quickly used his communication ring to whisper to the squad. He explained this was his grandfather and requested everyone to show some respect. Dongjian nodded and greeted the elder politely, saying it was an absolute honor to meet the chief. The bald uncle bowed and explained these were highly skilled newcomers who could manifest items out of thin air, revealing that all the food and water actually came from them. He introduced the party to the chief, who was indeed Ji-hoon's grandpa. The old man looked startled, confessing that fresh water was their biggest struggle, meaning he was genuinely thankful for their arrival. He shook hands with Dongjian, who quickly cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining the supplies didn't belong to them. The chief blinked, asking where they came from, prompting Dongjian to pause for a second before dropping the truth bomb that it was all Ji-hoon's ability. Hearing that familiar name, the chief froze in absolute shock, asking if he heard right. Dongjian firmly repeated that they were here solely because of him. The chief's expression stiffened as he demanded to know if this legendary kid was indeed his grandson. Dongjian confirmed it, naming Kim Ji-hoon from Sangpian Apartments. The chief stumbled backward, completely unable to believe his beloved grandson was still alive. Overwhelmed, he declared that if this was true, they had to follow him immediately toward the massive roots, and the party followed. Soon, they arrived at the colossal world tree. Led by Grandpa Bong-an, the crew stepped onto a giant wooden tentacle that began rising toward the top. Inside, Ji-hun wondered if his parents and grandma were up there waiting, too. The hope of seeing his entire family again brought a warm, faint smile to his face. Once his outpost base was complete, he could use his ultimate shut-in teleportation door to link with them directly. He quickly popped open his system panel, remembering the notification about his grandpa unlocking a brand new building. The system verified the quest was complete, making the annex officially available. This special annex served as a safe zone outside his main territory, growing larger and providing incredible defensive buffs as long as a direct blood relative lived inside. Reading the fine print, Ji-hun realized that while this legendary building cost a whopping 8 times more than a standard outpost, it was completely indestructible. Plus, he recalled receiving 10 billion won in construction funding after claiming that apartment block. Even after installing solar panels everywhere, he still sat on over 7 billion won. Since this invincible annex only cost 3 billion, budget was no longer an issue. He instantly ordered construction, muttering that money was basically a joke at this point. The instant he clicked purchase, a brilliant blue light erupted, casting a massive projection beneath them that fully engulfed the legendary world tree, right around his old house. Looking at the blueprints, he wondered if the system was showing off the size early. The space matched his current room perfectly. Clearly, this cozy annex would grow as he got stronger. Honestly, way better than that overpriced outpost base, with its tiny zone that cost 10 billion won. Grinning, he figured there was no point holding back. Right on cue, another screen popped up. Apparently, the facility required one blood relative of the ultimate shut-in to crash there for the 7-day construction. Talk about specific. He clicked yes, and a countdown timer immediately started ticking away. 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Well, simple enough. All he had to do was convince Grandpa to sit tight in the zone until the timer hit 0. But then, things got weird. A brand new alert popped up. Apparently, the vassals had just crossed paths with a relative of the ultimate shut-in. Bloodline power? Unlocking. And then, the system dropped a massive bombshell about who it was. Kim In-shim, level 21. Title: Bloodline relative. Trust level: a whopping 99%, but 0 active powers. Activating his absolute eye, our main character realized in shock that this was actually his grandmother. The crew and Grandpa Bongil headed deep inside the world tree, straight to a central chamber. There, our hero spotted his grandma lying unconscious on a bed. Grandpa Bongil gently held her hand, whispering to her. He told her to listen closely. Suddenly, a brilliant green life energy wrapped around him, flowing directly into In-shim. He whispered that the bloodline power was waking up, and the strange visitors had a message. They claimed Jae-hyun had sent them, meaning their beloved grandson was still alive. Hearing this, our main character started sweating, completely overwhelmed. Trying to keep his cool, he begged the party to investigate. Namune stepped up, asking Grandpa Bongil the hard questions on his behalf. Shocked, the old man spun around, demanding how on earth the kid could know this. Nan calmly explained their mental connection. The kid was literally seeing through their eyes. Grandpa Bongil opened his mouth to explain, but hesitated. Looking down at his sleeping wife, he softly told Jae-hyun not to freak out. Grandma was just resting. She was just emotionally exhausted, nothing serious. Using Nan as a proxy, our hero asked how long she had been asleep. Grandpa closed his eyes, drifting back to the start of this whole nightmare. Turns out, she had been out cold since day 1 of the apocalypse, when the world shattered. Seeing his tough grandfather look so broken for the first time completely tore our main character apart inside. It genuinely hurt to watch. He tried to lock his emotions down, but the tears flooded in, and soon he was straight up sobbing. Even so, knowing both of his grandparents survived was a massive relief. Even if Grandma had been in a coma for nearly a month, she looked peaceful, as if just napping. His grandfather was literally burning his own awakened energy to keep her stable. If only he could spam quests. He would pay any price to trigger a healing quest. But of course, the system had a strict no family quests policy. Typical. Just then, Dajiong tried using her healing magic on In-shim, but failed. It was way beyond her level. Grandpa Bongil sighed, telling her it was fine since nobody could fix this. Our hero went quiet. Wait, why was the house so dead silent? 7 people arrived, yet nobody else. He expected his parents to run out and greet them. The silence gave him a horrible feeling. Fearing the worst, he signaled Nan through the ring to ask. She immediately passed the question to Grandpa Bongyel. Without even turning, Grandpa asked if Jaehyun was truly watching them right now. He spoke directly to the kid. He explained that on the day of the collapse, his mother went to work, and his father left. His father had gone out to hustle for cash. Since his dad would never abandon his mom, Grandpa assumed they had holed up together somewhere. Our hero listened, but his hope was rapidly draining away. Deep down, he knew even his grandfather was just trying to cope. Covering his eyes, he thought bitterly, unless his parents randomly awakened god-tier powers like Grandpa did, surviving in this hellscape was practically impossible. Still, he forced himself to cling to that tiny shred of hope. Gritting his teeth, he used the ring to broadcast their next raid zone, the Jung Nursing Hospital. Time to hunt for clues. The crew called out his name, clearly worried about his state of mind, but he refused to stop. Even if the odds were 1 in a million, he had to look. Through the telepathy ring, he spoke up, telling everyone to crash at his place tonight and move out tomorrow. But right then, a massive system alert flashed in his face. A blood relative of the ultimate shut-in was nearby. He froze completely. He mumbled the directions to the group, his voice completely hollow. Sweating bullets, he frantically contacted Sujang, ordering her to mobilize the rats. The queen asked what the mission was. He snapped back instantly. Search every corner for survivors nearby. She agreed. That is when the realization hit. The system was not tracking someone far away. They were right here. A blood relative was approaching his location, and deep down, he knew exactly who it had to be. Footsteps suddenly echoed through the silent corridor. A couple clad in tattered, torn rags slowly walked into view. A man and a woman. Down in the storage area, the middle-aged villagers were busy carving up monster parts, everyone doing their share. One old guy in a hat sighed about working late, while his bald friend just laughed and joked that it meant they had tons of food, which was great. The hatted guy agreed, but suddenly froze as he spotted some massive, dark shadows gathering in the distance. The eerie shapes swarmed right over the storage area, making everyone look up in terror. Under the pale moonlight, countless winged monsters filled the sky, prompting the lookout to hit the emergency alarm. The bell rang like crazy. A sentry screamed that an invasion was starting, sending the villagers into a total panic as they scrambled to pack the valuable seafood away and lock the doors. While they secured the storage, an old-timer in a red cap barged into Bongo's room, frantically shouting for the village chief. Everyone turned around, instantly sensing that something was terribly wrong. He demanded Bongyel step outside immediately. Bongo asked what the fuss was about, only to hear that a colossal monster horde was already flooding toward their gates. Bonga and the crew rushed outside to see the terrifying wave approaching. A trembling Dango asked if those things were really targeting them, but Dango just raised a hand and warned everyone to stand back. With a single gesture, massive tree guardians erupted from the earth to shield the village. He then noticed Poppy was seriously injured and demanded answers, making Dango and Iango break out in a cold sweat. Since their group caused the mess, Denga Kotrian offered to fight alongside them, but Dinga shut that idea down. He explained the horde wasn't actually attacking them, leaving Dengatan completely baffled. When asked to clarify, Bongjar pointed out that the beasts seemed to be fleeing from a greater terror. However, if they let them stampede through, the village would still be utterly demolished. Acting fast, he unleashed his power. Brilliant glowing roots erupted like mystical tentacles from the world tree, forming a deadly defense right as the charging horde slammed into Bong's giant tree guardians. Up above, the party noticed something weird. The flying beasts just soared right past without laying a claw on them. That was when Dongren began sweating, finally realizing what was actually happening. Still, the ground forces were about to collide with their defenses. Dongtren panicked, doubting Bongren could hold the line alone, especially as terrifying land sharks lunged directly at the giant tree structures. He offered backup again, but Bongren snapped, ordering the group to get back inside because he did not need their help. Dongren argued he was outnumbered, but Bongren completely ignored him. Instead, he slammed his foot down. Colossal roots exploded from the world tree, instantly skewering the charging beasts. He glared back, delivering another harsh warning for everyone to stay put. The party stood frozen, completely speechless in the face of such monstrous strength. Even with skewered carcasses dangling everywhere, the stampede kept coming, forcing Bongyel to summon an even larger wall. The stampeding beasts crashed into the barrier, piling up on top of each other. Driven by whatever terror chased them, they managed to break through, but Bongyel simply channeled more green energy. Instantly, deadly thorns erupted from the barrier, shredding the beasts by the hundreds. Suddenly, a flood of system alerts popped up before Jae-hun, congratulating him on defeating a level 24 land shark. He also took down a level 23 saw stingray, a level 29 blue crab, and countless others. As the experience points rained in, another notification detailed his absurd bloodline title benefits. It granted 10 times more experience shared evenly among them, though all settlement rewards went straight to him. The main character read this in absolute shock, realizing Bongo was level 55. This was the terrifying reality of a high-level powerhouse. Even Bongo seemed a bit puzzled by the holographic screen floating before him while Dongyeol's party shivered over his raw display of power. Our main character originally feared his grandfather was overexerting himself, but a single stomp had just annihilated an entire army. Offering help was pointless. They just needed to stay back and watch the show. Seriously, the old man was a cheat code. Alerts for giant crabs, lobsters, and mutant sea life kept rolling in as Bongyel tore through the crowd. Then, a sudden notification flashed before June. One of his skills had leveled up again. He stared in utter shock, wondering how he was advancing this fast, when suddenly, a wave of agonizing pain ripped through his body, making him scream. His domain expanded outward as the pain slowly faded. Exhausted, he gasped, swearing that it felt like his limbs were being torn apart. Turns out, leveling up in this world is painful business. Seriously, no one ever gets used to that kind of agony. Just then, a new notification popped up, informing him that potential citizens had been detected and asking if he wanted to register them. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if his missing parents were finally close. He frantically scrolled through the names on the system registry, but unfortunately, neither of them appeared on the list. The list was too massive to scan individually, but he realized something. If his parents were truly nearby, the system would have triggered a bloodline alert rather than a standard citizenship notice. This meant they were still outside his domain. He glanced at Sir Jin, placing his faith in her rat scouts to locate them. Although his body still ached from the sudden level up, now was not the time to slack off. Activating his absolute eye, he checked on Bongo, who was casually adjusting his glasses. Meanwhile, Dongran's group was sweating bullets nearby. Bongo dryly noted how quickly their attitude had flipped, which was fair given they just witnessed his legendary aura farmer strength. But then, he noticed something highly unusual about the corpses. Normally, the slain monsters left bones behind, but now they were vanishing into thin air without a trace. Dongil stepped in to explain that this was due to the main character's unique influence. Under his grand domain, defeated enemies left absolutely nothing behind. Bongyel muttered in surprise, realizing those strange glowing letters floating in the air must also belong to his grandson's bizarre power. Bongyel confirmed his suspicion, and Bongyel chuckled at the eccentric skill. Since the threat was neutralized, he ordered Dongjian's group to head over to the warehouse and gather some workers. When they asked why, Bongjian pointed at the trapped, squirming monsters. He explained that if they wanted fresh meat that wouldn't spoil, they needed to slaughter them on the spot. Dongjian and the crew agreed and set off. Watching this, Jan realized he had never even considered food preservation, since eating monster meat was never part of his plans. But then, he spotted a massive swordfish beast slain by the normal villagers. Because his system power had not claimed it, the carcass remained intact and was currently being dragged away. This sparked an idea. He reached out to register the giant fish directly into his inventory. Within seconds, the massive body vanished, successfully stored away as a system item. A new inventory category named Fish was officially unlocked. Jae-Hume was thrilled, even if the storage cost was steep. After all, this colossal catch could easily feed 100 hungry people. Just then, Seiyin yelled that she had located survivors. The protagonist froze, as a fresh system panel announced that Seojin had detected the legendary ultimate shut-in bloodline nearby. Meanwhile, in the ruined city outskirts, a woman pointed toward John's old apartment building, calling out to her husband. Leading a group of weary survivors, the couple headed toward safety. She sighed in relief that their building was standing, and her husband nodded. Little did they know, these two survivors were actually the main character's long-lost parents. His mother, Jizuk, was level 50, boasting a 97% trust rating and the awakened skill, the one who rules. His dad, Dongjuk, was level 42, acting as an elite protector. With a 93% trust rating, he wielded an enhanced defense aura. Talk about a powerhouse family. These guys were literally built to dominate this apocalypse from day one. When one of the rat scouts spotted them, June saw his parents through its eyes and burst into tears of joy. His mom was alive, and their grand reunion was finally within reach. Ji-Suk's bloodline rule meant instant citizenship for his followers. Suddenly, our main character realized his parents were right on the boundary of his territory. Time to use his ultimate shut-in door. He warped right to the edge and started sprinting, knowing they were about to cross into his domain. Since his bloodline power was already active, that invisible barrier was not going to stop them. A group of survivors stepped through, and our main character completely froze. His eyes went wide because right there, standing in front of him, were his parents. Jae-Hun screamed out for them. He screamed for his mom and dad with everything he had. Hearing his voice, Ji-suk turned to her husband in absolute shock, wondering if she was dreaming. Could their son really be alive? They spotted him waving from the distance, tears instantly filling their eyes as they realized it was actually him. Sobbing, Jae-hun waved back, shouting that he was right here, safe and sound. His parents dashed forward and threw their arms around him, squeezing him in a massive, tearful hug. His crying mother asked if this was really her boy, and he assured her it was. His dad immediately checked him over for injuries, but Jae-hun smiled, saying he was totally fine. His father kept thanking the heavens for keeping their boy safe during this apocalypse. But as they hugged, he noticed a crowd behind them. He recognized them as nurses from his mother's hospital. It turned out all 23 of them had awakened thanks to his mother's skill. Then, he saw 2 dogs whining at the border, unable to cross. The lady holding their leashes was completely baffled. Our guy immediately realized she possessed some kind of beast control ability. Since animals do not get automatic citizenship, they were blocked. But once he granted permission, they trotted right in. He couldn't help but compare his mom's power to his own vassal system. A system panel popped up to explain. Her contract of subordination let her bind up to 100 people and awaken them. That is insanely overpowered, especially in the early survival days. Her powers awakened the exact second they signed her contract. Meanwhile, his parents were still weeping with gratitude, thanking God, Buddha, and literally every deity they could possibly think of. Smiling at them, our hero figured his dad got awakened through his mom's contract too. And his dad's skill? Enhanced defensive aura, an S-rank masterpiece of a protective ability. It used mental energy to coat his body and triple his physical power. Our main character was absolutely floored. The terrifying part here? That word, triple. That is not just a standard buff. It multiplies other buffs into pure madness. Think of it like this. If one skill adds 200% and another adds 300, they usually stack up to 500%. But with a tripling effect, that 300% jumps to 900. Combined with citizenship and bloodline bonuses, his stats boost by a ridiculous 1,123%. And once his aura triples that, the final total shoots up to 3,369%. Jae-hun was speechless. This was broken enough to skip stages. Checking out the other survivors, he figured most of the 23 awakened people were around B rank. Still, compared to average humans, they were beasts, which explained how they survived. But hey, stats could wait. Seeing how exhausted everyone was, he raised his hand to teleport them. He promised everyone survival packages equal to 5 entire households. Rice, instant ramen, you name it, he was handing it out. He told them to take hot showers and relax in heated rooms. The entire crowd, including his parents, just stared in utter disbelief. In this ruined wasteland, hot showers and fresh food sounded like a fairy tale. His mom burst into tears, whispering that their poor son had clearly lost his mind from the trauma. His dad worried the kid was completely detached from reality. Jae-hun chuckled and sighed, getting ready to prove he was dead serious. He asked his mom if she noticed the glowing apartment. She nodded, admitting the mysterious lights were exactly what drew them here. Smiling, he raised his hand, pointing out that in a world without electricity or water, those glowing windows were a miracle. Then, he snapped his fingers and told them to watch. Boom! Golden light flooded the surrounding buildings. The dead city suddenly came alive, leaving the survivors completely shell-shocked. They stared at the glowing towers, speechless. In a pitch-black apocalypse, this looked like the ultimate beacon of hope. To top off the flex, Jae-hun pulled out a cold bottle of Coke. He summoned a whole batch and offered them to the thirsty crowd. They could not believe their eyes. Real soda? One woman hesitantly accepted a bottle, asking if they could actually drink this. He smiled and told her to go ahead. Everyone held their sodas like holy relics, showering him with endless thanks. He told them to enjoy their drinks and follow him home. Once inside the complex, the survivors bowed in gratitude. Utilizing his ultimate shut-in door, Jae-hun instantly teleported everyone inside the building, guiding the newcomers to their designated apartments. He stocked every room with premium supplies like fresh milk, eggs, rice, and stacks of ramen. As his parents walked alongside him, his mother looked around, a bit worried about the empty homes. She asked if it was all right to occupy houses belonging to strangers. Our hero grinned, reassuring her that the original owners were never coming back, so they had absolutely nothing to worry about. Reassuring them one last time, he unlocked his own apartment door. Peeking inside, he saw 2 figures waiting. He gestured for his parents to enter, and as the door swung fully open, surprise! 2 beautiful girls bowed, warmly greeting his shocked parents as mother and father. It was Sion and Hai. His mother immediately smirked, asking if these lovely ladies were his girlfriends. Jae-hun panicked, waving his hands to deny it. Hai smiled warmly, promising they would take great care of the parents, while Sion shyly nodded along, basically finishing each other's sentences. Flustered, he asked why they were acting like dutiful daughters-in-law. His parents just snickered and whispered to each other, making his face turn bright red. He thanked the girls and dismissed them. Sion and Hai giggled and headed back to their own rooms. Finally, Jae-hun sat down at the dinner table with his parents. Once the excitement settled, it was time to talk. They swapped stories of survival. His dad, a former taxi driver, had picked up his mom right when the monsters first spawned. They fought tooth and nail, protecting each other to survive. Naturally, his badass mom was the first to awaken. After hearing their epic tale, Jae-hun caught them up on his own journey through this chaotic apocalypse. He revealed his broken stats, how he built his territory, and that grandma was safe with Bong Yeil. His parents choked up, deeply touched but heartbroken over what they had missed. As they chatted deep into the night, that cozy, long-lost family warmth slowly filled the room. Sure, the world was still a total mess, but being reunited made everything feel right again. But while they enjoyed their peaceful reunion, thousands of miles away in Nagasaki, Japan, a brutal storm was brewing. Two men stood on the shoreline as violent waves crashed against the rocks. Through the blinding rain, one of them squinted into the dark and screamed. His face lost all color. A colossal shadow was rising from the pitch-black ocean, far too massive to be human. Lightning cracked, illuminating a gargantuan beast for a split second. It looked like an absolute nightmare. As it turned, its horrifyingly massive shape glided through the stormy waters. The guard stood frozen, paralyzed by pure terror as the Leviathan cut through the waves. He knew only one thing for certain: wherever that monstrosity was heading, total annihilation would follow. Within moments, the colossal titan submerged back into the abyss. The following morning, under bright blue skies, our hero recorded a cheerful video update for his grandfather. He ecstatically shared the news that his parents were home safe. Watching the clip, Grandpa Bongo wept with joy. His family was finally whole again. We had actually survived. Back home, my mom, Jiuk, asked if we could see a video of Grandpa and Grandma too. I promised I'd get them to record one. Right after, Dong filmed Grandpa Bong and Grandma. My mom and I sat down to watch it. Seeing them alive, she immediately burst into tears, not from sadness, but pure relief and joy. I held her close and promised she would see them very soon. Once my annex was fully built, I could use my ultimate shut-in door to teleport straight to my grandparents' place through my parents' house. Talk about the ultimate cheat code. Until then, I ordered Donga's crew to clear out the monsters around the main house. We were racing against the clock. Luckily, my system confirmed 3 night-class vassals were helping build the annex. Their extra hands cut the build time by 50%. With Dongya, O, and Daejang working, progress exploded. A job that usually takes a whole week would be done in just 5 days. Plus, after yesterday's wave, my parents' neighborhood was crawling with high-level monsters. Hunting them there gave way better experience points than grinding back in my own safe zone. But then, things got weird. Since my territory expanded, local hunters couldn't find any targets. They went to their usual spots, only to find them inside my new borders, where the system had completely wiped out every monster. Now my citizens had to head far outside the border just to grind. I quickly tapped into my ring of communication and rang up Dabin. The moment she picked up, I gave her an urgent update. I needed an announcement broadcasted immediately. Dabin asked what was up. I told her to let everyone know the safe zone grew, so they must travel past Seaman Station if they wanted to hunt. She said she was on it. Next, I issued a brand new order form, a search and rescue team. We needed squads to find survivors, and I wanted the doctors from Busuzan Park Hospital on it. They'd be crucial for this mission. Dabin accepted the task. I stared at the map of my new, massive territory. Thousands of survivors were out there, and most were in absolutely terrible shape. Even inside my safe zone, over 10 people had died since yesterday. And it wasn't from monsters, it was dehydration. Safe drinking water was scarce, and people were too terrified to leave their houses. Our supply drops weren't enough. I wanted to save everyone I could. If things got desperate, I was ready to use my ultimate shut-in door to teleport directly to them and deliver aid myself, or find some other way to keep them alive. As I was worrying, Jisoo called my name and asked why I looked so stressed. I explained the crisis to her, and she gave a confident smile. She said she could solve it. That caught me totally off guard. I then remembered some of the refugees my parents brought actually possessed support abilities perfect for treating dehydration and exhaustion. My mom suggested making subordination contracts with the relief crew to trigger their awakening. And man, she was a genius. Over 80% of them immediately unlocked incredible healing skills. Sure, they were only D-rank or C-rank healers, but the moment they deployed, things changed. For 3 straight days and nights, alongside Kakami's scout rats, They searched every single corner of my territory. We saved countless lives. Completely drained, I collapsed onto the couch. I muttered to myself about how I hadn't even had a single second to rest over these past few chaotic days. But the universe had other plans. A system alert popped up, notifying me that new potential citizens were approaching and asking for approval. Exhausted, I just mumbled for the system to auto-accept them. Ever since the territory expanded, refugees had been flooding in. Our population was already hitting 10,000. Heavy rain began hammering against the windows. I stood up, walked to the balcony, and sighed. Staring into the massive downpour, I wondered why the weather was acting so crazy. Right then, Dobbin buzzed my mind with a telepathic message. She told me the rescue team wanted to go further. They wanted to save people outside the territory. I immediately protested outside was a death zone. I tried to shut the idea down, but they insisted this was their best and only shot. Honestly, I got their logic. When my borders first grew, we only had to deal with minor hunger and thirst. But by now, anyone left outside was basically clinging to life by a thread. If we waited for the next expansion, we'd only be retrieving corpses. But the wilderness wasn't just goblins anymore. Crazy sea monsters were starting to crawl onto land. It was a literal nightmare. No ordinary human could survive out there. Even so, I couldn't help but respect their sheer bravery. Most of these volunteers were former firefighters, ready to risk it all to save strangers. Moved by their courage, I used the ring to tell Dabin to hold on. I promised to send my top hunting squad to escort them. She agreed. Right after, a new alert flashed. A level 33 giant crab was dead. But wait, no gold reward popped up. That meant only one thing. The killer was family. My dad. Did he seriously go hunting in this storm? I facepalmed, wondering if my old man had lost his mind. But then I remembered how insanely strong he'd gotten lately. Maybe he was actually starting to enjoy the grind. Since he was a beast, I wasn't too worried. But then, the system went absolutely berserk. Kill alerts flooded my screen, a hammerhead shark, a saw stingray, and a giant blue crab, all slain back to back. The kills were coming way too fast. There was no way my dad was pulling off a solo speedrun like that. I activated my ultimate eye skill and scanned toward my grandfather's location. I froze. Grandpa Bong was literally using the world tree's giant root tentacles to smash, impale, and shred every monster in sight. The real beast behind this slaughter was my own grandpa. I quickly pinged Dongwon, demanding to know what was going on. He answered with just two terrifying words, monster wave. I was dumbfounded. How on earth could another wave be starting already? At this rate, the entire inland region would be crawling with sea beasts, and there were way more of them this time. Why does this crazy stuff always happen to me? Meanwhile, Grandpa Bong noticed something was off. These monsters weren't attacking, they looked absolutely terrified, like they were running for their lives. Watching through my ultimate eye, I wondered what could scare them that badly. Suddenly, thunder roared above. A flash of lightning revealed a colossal shadow. It was that same nightmare beast from Nagasaki, Japan, towering right over Dongja's crew and my grandfather. Everyone froze in sheer terror. I wanted to scream. Thick smoke poured from the Leviathan's mouth, its glowing eyes radiating pure death as its razor-sharp, blade-like teeth flashed in the dark. What kind of ungodly beast was this? The massive creature finally stepped into the light. A level 63 white dragon. Dongja's party and my grandpa stood completely speechless before the massive beast. Steam rose from the earth as the dragon exhaled, its cold, predatory gaze scanning my allies. Watching this nightmare unfold through my screen, my mind went completely blank. An actual, living dragon. Panicking but trying to think, I realized I could use vassal summoning to teleport Dong's party back to safety. But then, a cold realization hit me. My grandfather. As the World Tree's guardian, Grandpa Bong couldn't leave its side. If everyone else fled, he'd be left all alone to fight this white dragon. I clenched my fists. I couldn't abandon him, but ordering Dong's group to fight was a suicide mission. Yet, one tiny glimmer of hope remained. The system build timer showed 38 hours, 21 minutes, and 19 seconds left. If we survived until then, the next territory expansion would let me take the dragon's head myself. But even with that 50% build boost from my vassals, 38 hours was a lifetime. Surviving over a full day against a dragon? Absolutely impossible. Staring at its massive fangs, icy eyes, and glowing white horns, panic began to swallow me. I desperately searched for another way out. Then, my heart stopped. The white dragon slowly began moving toward Grandpa Bong and Dong's party, making the entire ground shake with each step. The size difference was laughable. It could vaporize them in a single breath. Yet, Grandpa Bong didn't look scared. He looked ready, even knowing he stood zero chance against this monster. Even though he could easily solo the dragon, this absolute saint chose to protect everyone. He told Dongjang's crew to run while he held the line, but they flat out refused to leave his side, saying they would die fighting together. Jisuk unleashed her bear form. Jian threw on his silver armor and raised his halberd, while Bongho, Jiune, and Deyong aimed their guns. Dongo and Gaeyong readied their weapons, aiming right at the massive beast. Realizing his crew wasn't going to budge, Bongo let out a sweaty, dramatic smile and finally said, "Fine." The atmosphere grew incredibly heavy as the giant dragon slowly crept closer. Still, standing his ground, Bongil yelled for everyone to strike first. He instantly summoned massive tree roots from the world tree, launching them straight at the white dragon. Dongjang's party moved right alongside him, fully prepped for the fight. Right before it began, the main character's voice blasted through the communication ring, ordering everyone to stop. A super confused Dongjang questioned him, but the overpowered protagonist begged them to trust him for just 1 second. He then ordered Bang Ho to relay a crucial message to Bongo: do not move. Instantly, Bang Ho teleported right in front of him, stopping him just in time. Shocked, Bongo yelled, asking what the heck he was doing and if he realized how crucial a first strike was. Bang Ho quickly apologized, explaining that this crazy order came directly from our protagonist. Bonjil completely froze, totally speechless. Meanwhile, the main character had just spotted something incredibly important. He pulled up the dragon's system status window and it read, "White Dragon, level 63, a massive monster from the ocean depths. Having just laid its egg, it was currently in a severely weakened state. Plus, this special egg could only hatch beneath the roots of the world tree." Suddenly, everything clicked for him. This giant beast did not come to fight. It was literally just looking for the world tree to hatch its baby. Right then, a mysterious voice echoed directly in Bongil's mind. The dragon whispered, "Do not fear," as it slowly lowered its massive body toward the group. It continued, "Guardian of the world tree." Bongil froze solid as those grand words echoed inside his head. Calmly, the dragon stared at the tree and noted that it was much smaller than expected, so it had to be careful. Still on guard, Bongil demanded to know what it wanted. The beast's eyes began to glow softly as it proposed a deal. "Guardian of the world tree, make a contract with me." Dumbfounded, Bongil asked what kind of agreement they were talking about. The dragon's voice replied, "If you form a pact with me, I will protect this tree until it fully restores my lost power." Suddenly, a fierce, burning pain sliced through the back of Bongil's right hand. He gripped it tightly as glowing blue patterns began to etch themselves into his skin. The dragon told him to use that mark to call for help whenever he was in danger. Then, it carefully produced a beautiful, glowing egg, placing it gently into Bongo's trembling hands. As the man held it with extreme caution, the dragon softly requested him to raise its child well. Giving one final, lingering look, the massive creature turned around, spread its wings, and soared away into the beautiful sunrise, leaving the entire party completely speechless. Once the dragon vanished, Gaeyong started shaking, confessing that they would have instantly died if they had struck first. Meanwhile, Bong Ho pointed out they only survived because they listened to the main character and stood down. Back at the tree, Bonjil stared intensely at the egg, contemplating this wild contract. Right then, system notifications began spamming his screen. Gaeyong's loyalty reached 100%, and since she was already a vassal, his maximum vassal limit expanded. The exact same thing happened with Jijang and Dongjang. Because of this, his maximum limit surged once more. Checking the alerts, our protagonist realized that with 3 of his followers reaching max loyalty simultaneously, his capacity had jumped by 3, bringing his total cap to 18. At this rate, he could easily manage over 100 vassals in the future. He really wished he could register the awakened warriors his mother had built, but the system flatly rejected his attempt. Anyone bound by his mother's contract of subordination was locked under her ultimate command, making it impossible to recruit them. Scratching his head, the main character wondered if there was another sneaky way to manufacture awakened fighters himself. After all, naturally awakened humans were ridiculously hard to find. But then, a brand new system alert popped up, making his eyes widen. Bong Ho's trust had officially reached 100, unlocking the teleportation skill. On top of that, he received a legendary item called the Awakening Pill. He looked down as a small, glowing pill materialized right before his hands. Talk about absolutely broken luck, this was getting ridiculous. The item description was delightfully simple. Whomever swallowed this pill would instantly inherit Bong Ho's godly teleportation powers. After pondering which teammate deserved this massive upgrade, he immediately selected the ultimate candidate. Using his high-tech communication ring, he dialed up Daben, telling her to bring his dad over immediately. Moments later, Dongguk arrived, looking completely clueless as he asked his son what the emergency was. The protagonist simply held out the pill, calling it a special present. Dongguk took it with a raised eyebrow, asking if this tiny thing was actually for him. Our main character urged him to just swallow it. Laughing, his dad joked about receiving fancy health vitamins to keep his energy levels high. But the exact instant he gulped it down, his eyes flashed a vibrant blue. A massive, glowing aura wrapped around his entire body as a bizarre, raw energy surged. Shocked, his father asked what was going on, accusing his son of feeding him some shady poison. The protagonist burst out laughing, instructing him to simply visualize blinking from one spot to another. Still looking completely lost, his father muttered the word teleport, and our main character nodded with a grin. Closing his eyes, the older man concentrated with all his might as sweat poured down. Boom, in a flash of light, he vanished, popping up right behind his son. Startled by his own sudden movement, his dad let out a loud shout, leaving the protagonist spinning around in pure disbelief. Honestly, giving a teleportation skill to a brute force fighter like his dad was like giving wings to a tiger. His dad was going to be an absolute menace on the battlefield. Hyped out of his mind, Dongguk demanded to know if that tiny pill was responsible for this insanity. Right at that moment, another alert appeared. Dongguk's trust had reached 100%, granting our main character a brand new skill, Enhanced Protection Aura. Staring at the notification, he realized even his own family could share powers at max trust. This sparked a brilliant idea. If he could somehow max out his mother Jisuk's trust, he could copy her overpowered contract of subordination too. He quickly pulled up her character status sheet and discovered that her trust score was already sitting at 97, literally 3 points away. He smirked, knowing there was no need to rush. He had a cheeky shortcut to raise it. That shortcut was the annex under construction. Once completed, he could easily reunite her with her loved ones and secure those final points. Bright and early the next morning, a sweet system notification popped up. The construction was done, and a giant dome of light began expanding outward, claiming everything around the world tree as his official territory. With the project fully finished, the borders of his newly claimed domain were crystal clear. But right after that, a chilling notification flashed across his screen, warning him of hostile entities. Naturally, the base defenses automatically activated, instantly deleting every single monster within the vicinity. This absolute massacre pushed his borders even further out. A chaotic stream of kill notifications flooded his interface, showing he had successfully hunted a giant land shark, a flying swordfish, an oversized lobster, and a massive sawtooth crab. Finally, his territory skill leveled up, confirming the massive expansion. He braced himself, gritting his teeth through the agonizing growing pains of leveling up. The newly established base had thoroughly wiped out the local wildlife, supercharging his power once more. Totally exhausted, he collapsed onto his couch, marveling at how the automated system had cleared the entire zone at sunrise. Sure, the experience points from individual monsters weren't massive, but when they all calculated together, it was a massive jackpot. His companion, Tommy, looked visibly concerned, but our hero assured him he was fine. Just then, the system pinged again, detecting refugees who qualified to become official citizens. As usual, he clicked accept without hesitation. Instantly, a milestone notification announced his total population had crossed 10,000. With this achievement unlocked, his citizens could now choose distinct professions, and a unique facility called the Profession Research Lab was officially unlocked. Despite all these incredible developments, there was one highly urgent matter demanding his attention. He pushed himself off the couch, opened his door, and called for his mother, Jisuk. She turned her head, asking if everything was okay or if he needed help with something. Wearing a warm, knowing smile, he gently reached out and told her she had waited long enough. Finally, "All right, you and I are about to witness the most emotional family reunion ever." Jisuk's eyes went wide as tears streamed down her face. Shaking all over, she whispered, "Is this really happening?" Then a door materialized right inside the World Tree Sanctuary. Our main character pushed it open, stepping straight from his apartment into Bongo's room. He softly called out for his grandfather, who was busy tending to his sleeping wife. Hearing that familiar voice, the old man turned around, confused. But when he saw his grandson step through a literal magic door, he froze. Before he could even process it, Jisuk bolted past him. Instead of calling out for her father, she screamed, "Dad!" That was when Bongo realized his lost daughter was right there. Jisuk threw herself into his arms, and the old man began to weep. He cried her name in pure disbelief as they both broke down. Sobbing uncontrollably, Jisuk kept apologizing for taking so long to return. But Bongo, tears streaming down his face, shook his head. He told her she had suffered more than enough, just grateful she was safe. It is a total tearjerker, guys. But right in the middle of this emotional peak, a system notification ruined the vibe. Her trust hit 100, unlocking a brand new skill, contract of subordination. Talk about timing. Watching them, our hero thought of his dad, who was still out there saving survivors with the relief team. Still, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Getting his mom back to her parents was a massive win. A soft smile played on his lips. Later that day, Bongo was up on the roof, watering plants. Our main character joined him, mentioning that the world tree had completely enveloped their home. Bongo agreed it was wild, then asked a very practical question. How on earth did they still have running water? Bongo explained they were using a dying generator and whatever water was left in the tanks. But resources were critical, and the gas was already gone. Hearing this, our guy smirked and stood up. He told the old man he could easily fix that problem. Bongo looked at him, totally baffled but intrigued. Gesturing toward the massive water tank, our hero asked if he wanted a quick demonstration. In a flash, the bone-dry tank suddenly filled to the brim. Bongo scrambled up to check and stood there, completely speechless. Our main character casually explained he could restore their power and gas next. From now on, they could live a normal life without worrying about resources or monsters. Bongo was blown away, asking if this was truly his grandson's doing. Our hero just smiled and nodded. He wanted to explain the whole system setup, but didn't want to blow his grandfather's mind with too much information all at once. Deciding to take it slow, he waved and headed back downstairs. Bongo yelled for him to watch his step, and our guy waved back. Reaching the lower terrace, he decided it was the perfect time to test out his newly unlocked ultimate eye ability. Activating it, he focused on the exact spot where his mom and grandma were resting. Next, he triggered the teleport skill he got from Bongo's max trust. Boom! He vanished on the spot. Reappearing directly behind Jisuk, he grinned. Talk about overpowered. He realized he could literally teleport to any location within his line of sight. Within his own territory, this made him practically a god. He could teleport anywhere, though longer jumps drained his mental energy. Still, it was an insane utility skill. Jisuk suddenly spun around, gasping when she noticed him standing right there. She asked if he wasn't just on the roof a second ago. He chuckled, saying Grandpa was still up there. When he asked about Grandma, Jisuk mentioned she was sleeping, but looking much healthier. He let out a sigh of relief, but then a massive system prompt flashed before his eyes. A new beast summon was available, costing 10 billion won. Seeing the active button, he didn't hesitate. His first summon, the three-legged crow, was absolute top tier, so there was no way he was passing this up. He clicked summon immediately. A system warning popped up to confirm the massive fee. 10 billion won was deducted. Instantly, a massive, glowing green magic circle expanded across the entire floor. Jisuk panicked, never having seen anything like this before, and frantically asked what was going on. Our hero calmly reassured her, asking her to just close her eyes for a second. The green light flared with blinding intensity. They both squeezed their eyes shut, but Jisuk still shrieked in shock. As the light peaked, a strange egg woven from fresh vines and leaves materialized, crackling with green lightning. It levitated directly above the circle, and the protective leaves slowly began to unfurl, revealing a tiny, sleeping fairy inside. Dressed in a peach-colored outfit with translucent wings, the level 1 creature slowly fluttered her eyes open. She gave a sweet, angelic smile and took to the air, scattering sparkling green dust everywhere. Completely awestruck, Jisuk asked what it was. Extending his hand, the tiny fairy landed gently on his palm. He explained she was another one of his summoned beasts. Jisuk finally put 2 and 2 together. Right then, Bongo walked into the room. When Jisuk greeted him, he told her that her son had already solved their utility problems. She was utterly shocked. Bongo laughed, calling him an absolute monster. He then approached his sleeping wife and began channeling pure life energy into her body. But as the green light flowed from his hands to Grandma, the tiny fairy's eyes lit up. She zipped off our hero's hand, darting straight between Bongo and the old woman. The grandfather flinched back in confusion. Before anyone could react to stop her, the fairy began inhaling the raw life force like a vacuum. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. The fairy had leveled up, boosting the entire territory's natural recovery rate by 100%. Now, glowing with intense green energy, she happily flew over Grandma, sprinkling glowing dust. Bongo stared in sheer panic, demanding to know what this creature was. His confusion quickly flared into anger, and he screamed at it to get away. He began lecturing the tiny fairy for messing with his magic, when suddenly, a weak voice cut through the noise. Grandma had finally opened her eyes, groaning. "Old man, what did I tell you?" Everyone froze in disbelief. She sleepily asked how many times she had told him to wash his hands after coming down from the roof. Bongo could only stare, completely dumbfounded. Seeing his stunned expression, Grandma playfully teased him for looking at her like she was a ghost. Right behind her, the cute fairy giggled. leaving no doubt about who actually caused this miracle. Fighting back tears, Bongo choked out her name, but the sudden awakening took a toll on Grandma, and a heavy wave of exhaustion hit her. Muttering about how sleepy she was, her eyes closed, and she drifted right back to sleep. Bongo froze. She had finally opened her eyes, only to pass out seconds later. Overcome with panic, he rushed forward, gently shaking her and begging her to wake up, but she didn't respond, her breathing remaining soft and steady. Turning to the tiny fairy with a trembling voice, he demanded to know what it did. Startled, the little creature looked completely terrified. Out of options, Bongo channeled more energy into the fairy, begging her to try waking his wife up one more time. But the poor fairy was utterly exhausted. Despite absorbing the energy, her eyes fluttered shut. "Just do it," Bongo shouted, completely losing his cool. Thankfully, his grandson stepped in, putting a hand on his shoulder and telling him to calm down. Hearing his voice, Bongo finally snapped out of it. He hung his head in shame, staring at his sleeping wife. He quietly apologized to our hero for losing his temper, while the tiny fairy hovered nearby, looking totally drained from the energy overload. Tears welled in Bongo's eyes as he whispered another apology. Our main character analyzed the situation and quickly pieced it together. The fairy's level was simply too low to keep her awake for long. He advised Bongo to feed the fairy life force regularly. As she grew stronger, Grandma would be able to stay awake much longer. Deep down, a spark of genuine hope ignited in our hero's chest. Hearing this, Bongo asked with trembling hope if it was really possible. Our hero gave a reassuring nod. The old man let out a long sigh of relief, whispering a quiet thank goodness. He looked down at the tiny fairy, who was already fast asleep and snoring softly like a baby. Watching her, our protagonist realized beast summoning was far deeper than a basic game skill. It felt like she was directly linked to the world tree itself. Maybe every summon had its own unique rules. While many mysteries remained, you and I can agree that waking his grandmother is a massive win. Just then, a system alert flashed on his screen. He politely excused himself, telling Bongo and his mom that he was exhausted and going to rest. Bongo nodded, telling him to yell if he needed a single thing. Slipping into his room, he locked the door to read the notification. A citizen named Shim Gyun-tek had just passed away. His expression darkened, guessing it was likely one of the new refugees staying in the annex. With rescue crews working round the clock to treat the wounded, more casualties were inevitable. He gritted his teeth, realizing how deeply broken this world had become. People were dropping dead everywhere, whether from bloodthirsty monsters, starvation, or simply being locked inside their own apartments. Survival ultimately came down to pure luck of where you were when the apocalypse began. And it wasn't just Korea, the entire globe was crumbling. People were perishing in countless horrific ways. A few managed to survive on dumb luck or overpowered abilities, while others were wiped out without a fighting chance. In the quiet room, a classic saying echoed in his head: "With great power comes great responsibility." Talk about a heavy burden. He still had no idea why these beasts had emerged, or why his family alone received such godlike abilities. But he'd already accepted that this chaotic world never hands out easy answers. If he wanted the truth, he'd have to seize it himself. Clenching his fists, he made a firm vow to save his nation, or at least protect as many survivors as possible. The system indicated he could grant citizenship to 220,000 people. Currently, he'd only gathered 10,000. To level up and scale his territory, he needed to build more annexes. If he kept going, he might actually save the country. Plus, surpassing the 10,000 citizen milestone unlocked the professions feature. The system claimed his citizens could now obtain specialized jobs, yet no control menu had popped up. Puzzling it out, he figured he needed to construct a professional research lab first. Opening construction mode, he checked the requirements, only to find the lab cost an eye-watering 2.5 billion won. This facility would let citizens study and freely choose their careers. For now, the only class on the menu was Hunter, unlocked by slaying prey. But as he read through the blueprints, he realized this landmark structure was massive. It required a colossal amount of open space, but he knew the perfect plot: the flat, empty land left behind after defeating the giant Cyclops. With his zone selected, he prepared to build. But then, another system prompt popped up. The project required 30 citizens working hard for 7 straight days. Dubbed the Professional Research Lab, each of these workers would be paid a daily wage of 20,000 won. The system asked if he wanted to initiate construction, prompting a confirmation button. After brief consideration, he decided to have Dabin recruit 30 laborers. Taking a deep breath, he told himself that mastering the world begins with self-mastery. First, fix your own habits, then your household, then your country, and ultimately bring peace to all. To save South Korea, he had to tackle the immediate challenges first, like finding the families of his loyal vassals. That instantly brought Dongjun's squad to mind. They had risked their lives for him time and time again, and now it was his turn to return the favor. Activating his ultimate eye skill, he checked on Dongjun's group as they neared Jigulchi Station while hunting for Ga Young's mother in Dashindong. While the annex was under construction, the team had kept advancing. Utilizing his ultimate door shut-in skill, he linked his apartment door directly to one near the outer border of his newly claimed zone. However, massive monster waves had congested the area so heavily that traversing even 1 kilometer seemed impossible. Spotting these deadly limits, he stopped at the boundary of his territory. Using his ring of communication, he commanded Dongjun's group to fall back. Instantly, Moon Byung-ho teleported over, completely shocked by this sudden, unexpected meeting in the field. He blurted out, wondering how the boss had arrived so incredibly fast. Jaehyun replied that it was great to finally meet face-to-face again. Bae Kwangsu then chimed in, asking if he was the one responsible for clearing all the dead monsters nearby. Jaehyun nodded, asking where the others were. Kwangsu replied that the team was already on their way, and soon, the entire squad assembled. Dongjun asked if the vast zone around the World Tree was now his territory, which Jaehyun proudly confirmed. Hearing this, Dongjun smiled, knowing their search would be way easier with a safe zone this large. But Jaehyun hinted that there was a much bigger plan, leaving him thoroughly confused. In reality, he hadn't positioned Dongjun's squad here simply to build the annex. With the monster tide worsening, reaching Dashindong had turned suicidal, and the subway tunnels previously their safest path were completely overrun. However, now that his annex was finally complete, the tables had turned. Smiling faintly, he announced they could reach Dashindong, where Ga Young's family was trapped, by the end of the day. This bold claim left Ga Young completely stunned. Even with a expanded territory, it sounded impossible. Before they could protest, Jaehyun assured them they had a foolproof method. He also mentioned having an intriguing proposal for the group. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, his mother entered his bedroom holding a plate of fresh fruit, only to find it completely empty. Outside, he explained that with the annex done, his border stretched directly to Jigulchi Station, granting them instant access to the subway lines. By deploying Seo Yejin's rat army, they could execute the lethal poison gas tactic. Simultaneously, the professional research lab had completed staffing its projects, and Dabin wrapped up the final logistics. Only one critical order remained for Yejin. Receiving the green light, she began scouting the subway tracks from Jigulchi to Dashindong. Her rodent swarm flooded the tunnels, mapping out the path. Colossal monsters still blocked the tracks, and seeing this, Jaehyun realized sending Dongjun's squad first would have been a total disaster. The underground layout was far worse than he'd ever anticipated. He originally assumed the above-ground waves would leave the subway tunnels relatively empty, but then he realized this chaotic bottleneck actually played right into his hands. A narrow subway was the perfect environment for a poison mist operation. As the rats scurried along, they deployed the toxic fog, and he fully expected Hiren's lethal skill to clear the board. Seconds later, a flood of system notifications confirmed his victory. Rare beasts like ironclad eels and darkness octopuses were obliterated, yielding massive gold. This subway was an absolute cash cow, especially since Hiren's poison-clearing tactics significantly boosted settlement revenue. He also recalled that the power inherited from his mother drastically boosted their subordination contracts, granting Hiren a knight status that spiked payouts further. Her profile now read level 34, the Ultimate Lord's fifth servant, Knight and Poison Mage, 94 Trust, 100 Loyalty, and her signature awakened poison skills. Intrigued, he checked Seo Yejin's status and found that she had evolved as well, showing level 37 as the 10th servant, now a Baron and Beast Tamer. With 72 Trust and 76 Loyalty, her active skills included Queen of Rats, Evolution, and Enchantment. He realized her old knight title had officially upgraded. The passive perks remained legendary, scaling all her combat attributes by her loyalty score multiplied by 2, while any monsters killed by her swarms granted triple experience and loot. Her new enhancement passive significantly beefed up her vermin, rendering them incredibly fast and virtually immortal. Once Yejin reported that the sweep was a complete success and every monster was dead, he sent her his silent thanks. But Hiren and Yejin weren't his only contracted vassals. The scene flashes back to when he had gathered Dongjun's squad, offering them the exact same opportunity to sign the binding contract. Unsurprisingly, they all gladly accepted, finalizing the pact. Armed with newly boosted stats, the squad prepared to set out on their mission to locate Ga Young's family. To make things even crazier, Dong, Jun and Deoksu both received Baron titles, matching Yejin's upgrade. However, Eonju unlocked an even higher rank, showing level 45 as his ninth servant under the supreme title of Viscount and Warrior. With her trust and loyalty maxed at 100, her insane skills like Warbear and Ancient Lifeblood were fully unlocked. Jaehyun explained that the Viscount rank worked like Baron, but was vastly stronger. It broke stats past their normal caps, boosting attributes by loyalty times 3, tripling hunt yields, and raising his maximum vassal capacity, adding 3 more, bringing his total cap to 21. At that point, Kang told the party to move out. His updated status showed level 32 with some fancy titles. Talk about growth. With trust at 93 and loyalty at 100, he decided to flex. Channeling his inner anime protagonist, he shouted, "Arise!" Boom! Armed knights literally erupted from the dirt, ready for war. His new skill did not just summon basic silver armor, we got giant armored golems now. These big guys absolutely thrashed the monster waves, shredding them in seconds. Seeing this cheat code, Kang got excited. He urged everyone to pick up the pace, and nobody argued. The group sprinted forward while the golems played bouncer with the leftover trash mobs. Soon enough, they arrived at their main destination. The team reported they had finally reached Jigalchi Station, Exit 2. Checking through the radio ring, our main character confirmed the path ahead was clear and ordered them straight to Sajik Station. Naturally, they did not waste a second. It was only a 3-kilometer trek, which was basically a warm-up walk for these overpowered heroes. And surprise, surprise, they crossed it in record time. They crushed the distance in under a day, which completely blew him away. When the guys asked for directions, Gong pointed out that Exit 2 led right to her home. Only problem? A massive goblin block party. These green pests were screeching and blocking the road. Dongjun yelled to watch out, but Gong was already in full mama bear mode. No ugly green monster was getting near her family. Locking onto them, she drew her bow, swearing to protect her own. Glowing blue magic gathered at the tip of her arrow as she pulled back. With a fierce battle cry, she let it fly. The blast was so insane, the goblins literally froze in sheer terror. Before they could even blink, the arrow vaporized the whole pack, sending their bodies flying into the sky like fireworks. The system notifications immediately went wild, listing dead trash mobs left and right. Our main character watched as the team casually walked through the absolute graveyard Gong had just created. He analyzed her new skill, Arrow of Light. It packs a massive burst of glowing energy that explodes and splits into killer-piercing shards. Talk about overpowered, but there was a catch. A giant barricade blocked the complex, meaning people were still hiding inside. Dongjun wasted no time smashing through it, shouting that he and Gong would head up while the rest held the line. The team quickly agreed. They formed a tight defensive circle, and Sunja summoned heavy golems to back them up. Meanwhile, Gong and Dongjun sprinted up the stairs. They flew straight toward her home. Reaching her floor, she desperately pounded on the door, crying out for her mom. But there was nothing, just dead silence. Instant panic set in. Imagining the absolute worst, her knees buckled. She collapsed right there, sobbing and begging the universe not to take her family too. Our main character watched her break down, feeling the heavy grief. He wondered if this tragic scene was connected to the king's desperate wish. But then, the locked door slowly clicked open. Standing right there was a little boy. It was her little brother, Yonghan. Relief and heavy sadness washed over her eyes all at once. She whispered his name, then frantically asked where their mom was. The boy pointed inside, briefly surprised to see Dongjun standing there. Suddenly, their mother rushed out, crying Gong's name. She threw her arms around her daughter, completely overwhelmed with emotion. She was just so relieved her girl was alive. Gong completely broke down in her embrace. Her mother immediately checked her over, asking if she was hurt or hungry, but Gong could only sob. She was just so incredibly relieved they survived. Her mother tried to soothe her, slightly confused by the intense crying, but the second Gaeong brought up her father, her mother went dead pale. Trembling, she begged for it not to be true. Gong could not even say the words, her raw cries telling them everything they needed to know. Their father was gone, and the painful truth shattered them. They wept together, the heavy silence speaking volumes. Their home was filled with heartbreaking sobs. Our main character watched quietly, feeling their pain, but he knew his mission was not finished yet. He still had to locate the families of Dongjun, Seolchul, and Jihoon. He swore he would not let anyone else go through this nightmare. After ensuring Gong's family was safe, he moved on. Using vassal summons to search for survivors, he set a course for Jangjan to find the other families. Suddenly, Dabin telepathically buzzed him with some bad news. The shelter was totally full. He acknowledged it, but instead of expanding, he told her to send people with nearby homes back to their places. She was hesitant, asking if that was really a safe move. He explained he was setting up safe communal zones outside, like local offices, and opening small shops. This would make living outside the main base a total breeze for everyone. He always knew the shelter would hit capacity. Thankfully, lots of the newcomers already lived within the expanded 1-kilometer safe zone, meaning plenty of empty houses were ready for use. This move would seriously cut down the strain. He also wanted to construct hunting outposts and scatter more shops around, so he buzzed Dabin through his communicator ring to recruit workers. She agreed to handle it. Next up, he opened his system building menu, confirming the placement of new shops complete with power, water, and gas hookups. He pressed approve. Instantly, brand new buildings began spawning in real time. Using his ultimate eye skill, he checked in on Dongjun's team. They had already reached Sajik Station, and wow, they were flying. But here's the catch. The poison mist of Qianjin only cleared the path up to that point. From now on, they had to carve their own way, especially with the subway line rising above ground. But hey, it was not all bad news. Jihoon commanded his summon crow to tear a giant blue monster apart. Thanks to Jihoon's crazy new buff, his feathered pet had grown absolutely massive. It shredded the beast effortlessly. When a wild goblin pack rushed them, Gaeong instantly deleted them. Meanwhile, Sungho sniped any survivors from the shadows using his cool new invisibility skill. Between passive growth buffs and sheer combat experience, Dongjun's party was totally cracked now. Seolchul easily summoned iron golems to steamroll any monsters, while Dongjun coordinated the line. He told everyone to stay behind the shield units. They basically breezed through the area with zero effort, while the golems acted as their personal bodyguards. Until Dongjun suddenly ordered a halt, a literal dead end. The road ahead was totally ruined. Dongjun decided they had to jump down. Our main character figured a tiny fall was nothing for these superhumans since the buildings were short. They were 3 stories high, and with their levels in the mid-30s, they would land fine. What actually worried him was whatever wrecked that bridge. What kind of beast literally pulverizes concrete? Seriously, who does that? He scanned the area, trying to guess the culprit. No massive footprints rules out a Cyclops, but whatever did this was definitely a certified raid boss level threat. So yeah, extreme caution was required. He buzzed the group through his ring, telling them to play it safe, and they agreed. He figured they were heading down toward Dongne Station now. To reach their goal, they still had to clear Minam, Oncheonjiang, and Puzan University stations. That left around 4 kilometers of danger. He also remembered they mentioned living in the same complex. In theory, getting there should be a total piece of cake. But while he was praying for their safety, a sudden ringing sound cut through his thoughts. It literally sounded like a doorbell, which was crazy, because there should not be any doorbells out here. Activating his multivision skill, he peered into his apartment complex and saw a suspicious gang of guys loitering right outside his door. He wondered if the noise came from his actual home. Since Dabin usually filtered his visitors, uninvited guests were super rare. He told Seo Yoon he was popping home to check it out. She nodded, and boom, he instantly teleported home. Highly curious, he prepared to confront these mystery door knockers. When he landed, one guy was still aggressively banging on the door. They were outside, shouting to see if anyone was home. Someone even questioned if they had the right apartment, but their boss insisted this was it. Before they could argue, the door suddenly opened right in front of them and they completely froze. While they just stood there with mouths wide open, he casually asked what was up. That is when he noticed 3 of their trust levels spike the moment they saw his face. The leader nervously asked if he was indeed Kim Jae-hyun. After our guy nodded, the man begged for a favor and got straight to the point. They wanted guns. Yeah, that definitely threw him off. He asked why on earth they needed guns. The leader quickly promised they would not use them in the safe zone. Still hesitant, our main character said no, but seeing the poor guy sweating bullets, he finally broke and revealed the truth. They wanted to go outside, actually leave the safe zone. It made Jae-hyun wonder if they were just suicidal. Did they want to hunt monsters? Nope, they wanted to rescue their families. Hearing their desperate plea, our protagonist realized they were just like him. People who spent nights wide awake, worrying themselves sick until absolute panic forced them to make a move. Touched, he told them he could not solve all their problems, making the leader look totally disappointed. But before the mood, and completely ruined, he activated his item summoning skill. Boom! Handguns materialized out of thin air, dropping right in front of them. The crew stared in total shock as he gave them a reality check. If they were going to save their families, they needed real firepower. The guys immediately bowed like crazy, thanking him profusely, but Jae-hyun raised his hand. There was one catch. The leader froze. Our main character explained they had to sign a contract with him. Specifically, a subordination contract. This insanely broken skill allowed him to recruit up to 100 awakened followers for 0 cost. But there was one bizarre catch. Curiously, the leader asked what the deal was. Jae-hyun wondered why his mom never filled those 100 slots. Then he dropped the bomb. They had to kneel. Everyone froze. They awkwardly asked if he was actually being serious, and he awkwardly confirmed it. He felt like a total tyrant demanding this. But rules are rules. Unbelievably, the leader dropped to his knees first, asking if this was good enough. Our protagonist softly thanked him, stepped forward, and placed a hand over his head. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he declared that the leader must now obey his every command. The man looked confused, so Jae-hyun clarified. He just had to say he accepted. The leader agreed, and a weird energy wrapped around him. The system popped up. Jang Song-jun, Trust 48, with telekinesis, an A- rank, skill that moves objects with sheer mind power. Seung-jun stared at his glowing hands, totally blown away by the feeling. Reading this, our main character was speechless. An A- rank ability was way stronger than he ever expected. The others rushed over, asking what the hell that glow was and if Seung-jun was all right. He said he felt fine, just different. Jae-hyun realized he just hit the jackpot. Immediately, he opened the system shop and bought a single tangerine. Then he issued Seung-jun a custom quest. Lift the tangerine using his power within 10 minutes, and get a mental boost as a reward. Seung-jun looked totally confused by the fancy term telekinesis. So, Jae-hyun simplified it. Just make the fruit float. As Seung-jun focused, that weird aura flared up, and the tangerine began to glow, slowly lifting off the ground. He cheered in pure excitement as it actually worked. But then, splat, the tangerine suddenly exploded, showering Jae-hyun in sticky juice. Panicked, Seung-jun started apologizing profusely, stammering that he lost control of his power. Our protagonist laughed it off, explaining this was the raw strength of the contract. Wipe the juice, call up the next guy. A system notification popped up. Seung-jun's trust hit 50. Loyalty unlocked, making him an official vassal. Our main character asked the others if they wanted in on the action. After signing Seung-jun up, the rest lined up for their contracts too. Most of them awakened pretty average skills in the D to C range, which was fine by Jae-hyun. As they prepared to leave and hunt for their families, he felt that recruiting Seung-jun alone made the entire trip worth it. Plus, since Seung-jun was now his vassal, he could utilize basic support. Before parting ways, he asked him to confirm that he lived in that specific U-of apartment complex in Yongjong. Seung-jun nodded, and our protagonist wished them luck. Once they left, he murmured that it was time to head back. Activating teleportation, he vanished and reappeared, directly behind Sebe, giving her a major fright. Jae-hyun announced his return and asked if everything was cool, but Sean shook her head. Things had gone terribly wrong with Dongjun's party. A massive level 45 twin-headed ogre had ambushed them. The giant beast loomed over the party, glaring at them. Jae-hyun immediately recognized its colossal size. It was the exact same monster that had wrecked the bridge earlier. The ogre charged, forcing everyone to scatter for safety. Jao Suk's crow swooped in, scratching one of its eyes. Then Young-ho teleported, turned completely invisible, and opened fire at the monster's bleeding head. Kang ordered his massive armored night golem to smash the ogre's leg, but the twin-headed beast stomped down, crushing the golem to pieces. The monster looked completely unfazed by the damage. Kang gritted his teeth, realizing they barely scratched the surface. Dongjun thought that if they could just find one opening, they might survive. Right on cue, Jae-hyun used item summon, dropping a massive barbell directly above the ogre. The heavy impact slammed the giant beast right down to its knees. Speaking through the communication ring, he apologized for the delay. The team's despair vanished instantly, as he promised to back them up all the way. The ogre was down from the flying gym equipment, but there was no kill notification. Jae-hyun knew it was not over. He warned everyone to stay on high alert. A second later, a shockwave of raw power exploded outward, pushing everyone back. The furious beast stood right back up, roaring for blood. Jae-hyun quickly buzzed Yeonju through the comms, asking if she could slow down. She was not sure but promised to try, and our main character trusted her. Yeonju charged the monster, yelling for De-young to buff her. De-young activated her support magic, and Yeonju rushed in. At the same time, Jae-hyun spammed his item summon, opening multiple system windows to rain an absolute storm of bullets on the monster. With the heavy gunfire keeping it distracted and under constant pressure, Yeonju closed the distance and struck its left leg hard, bringing the giant crashing down again. Jae-hyun glanced over at Gaeong, who already had her bow aimed at the beast. As she drew her arrow, he believed one holy shot of light would end this, but the ogre suddenly grabbed a wrecked car, gearing up to throw it. Jae-hyun shouted a warning, but they already saw the danger. The ogre hurled the vehicle right at them, but Gaeong answered with her arrow of light, detonating the car in midair. But the nightmare was just starting. The furious beast began throwing car after car at the party. In the chaotic crossfire, Jae-hyun screamed for Yeonju, who tried to push forward again, But the ogre spotted her and lobbed another projectile directly at her. This time, a massive truck came flying. Gong screamed a warning. Pure horror filled her face as the truck came inches from crushing her. Watching this, Jae-hyun froze in absolute terror. The thought of losing someone close to him again made him panic, frantically searching for any way to save her. At the very last second, a blast of purple-black energy erupted toward the truck, obliterating it. The beam punched straight through, stopping it cold before it could crush Gaeong. A massive hole was blown right through the vehicle. Gaeong stood there completely unharmed, staring at the destruction, wondering about those dark flames. Everyone turned in shock to see Dongjun enveloped in pitch-black fire. He stepped forward, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Dongjun growled for everyone to get out of the way. He was going to slaughter this beast himself. Unbelievable rage poured off him. Jae-hyun dropped to the ground, completely stunned. He could barely process what he was witnessing. Even when Si-hee called out to him in panic, he stammered that his legs had just given out. But his head was spinning from the shock. He knew that power did not belong to Dongjun's standard list of awakened abilities. Where did those black flames originate? Meanwhile, Dongjun summoned his spear, drawing the giant's full attention. The beast roared and threw more vehicles, but Dongjun only tightened his grip as black flames wrapped around him and the weapon. As another car flew, he brushed it off like it was nothing and chucked his spear, slicing a whole car in half mid-flight. The spear hit, and boom, the ogre got swallowed by a massive explosion that completely vaporized its upper half. The system confirmed the level 45 twin-headed ogre was history, dumping massive experience and sweet cash straight into Jun's ultimate shut-in wallet. Dong Xian stood triumphant as Kang cheered like a kid on sugar. Dong Xian gave a smug smile while Gaiyang checked on Yeonju, who shakily managed a weak thumbs up to show she wasn't dead yet. Bang Ho immediately asked Dong Xian what kind of cheat code that power was. Confused, Dong Xian admitted he hadn't even triggered it, guessing Jay did it. Meanwhile, our main character kept overthinking those mysterious black flames, wondering if they were situational or belonged to someone else entirely. Still, zero answers. But hey, that wasn't his biggest headache right now. Suddenly, another system alert popped up. His skill leveled up, but as his territory expanded, an agonizing wave of pain hit him so hard he screamed. He endured that familiar, awful, leveling up agony, clutching his chest with low groans. Jiang noticed and called out, but he claimed he was totally fine, just used to the torment. And like clockwork, his territory expanded. Monsters, trapped inside, instantly vaporized into free experience, while local survivors became his new citizens. Except this time, there was a twist. A wild system notification announced he'd discovered an undocumented dungeon. Being the first discoverer bagged him 100 crystals. Our main character stared, absolutely shocked at this random dungeon spawn. Since the reward was crystals, this place had to be connected to them. The system located it right behind an apartment complex on Hangyang Mountain. Clearing his throat, Gaon decided to dispatch Junyuk's party to investigate. He figured if he forced subordination contracts on Junyuk and his crew, their combined power would easily handle it. Wondering where they were, he activated his ultimate eye to locate them. Through his vision, he watched Junyuk's team cornered by goblins until the monsters suddenly dropped dead out of nowhere, leaving Junyuk utterly baffled. Watching this go down, our main character realized his expanding territory boundary had just insta-killed their targets. Smirking, he tapped his communication ring, making Junyuk nearly jump out of his skin at the voice. He ordered Junyuk to round up his crew and get to his place immediately for a little chore. After that, he slipped back to his apartment using his ultimate shut-in door. By this point, Dongxian's group had almost arrived, meaning Sion's job was done. He thanked her for her service. She hesitated, wanting to stay useful, but he smiled and assured her she had already done plenty. He promised to call if he needed backup, but told her to go rest with her family. After a quick pause, Seo Yan smiled brightly and agreed. She waved goodbye, and he warned her to get home safe. She thanked him with a smile, and once she left, he prepared for Dong Xian's party to arrive. Last he checked, didn't even need his help anymore. They were fully capable of blasting through alone, especially since the zone's main boss was already dead. Now they just had to clean up the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, Dongxian's squad was rushing forward. Our main character realized the timing was spot on. They were closing in on the apartments where Dongxian and Jihan's families were holed up. Tears welled in Kang's eyes the second he saw his old building. A surge of hope hit the guys they just wanted to burst in and save everyone. Kang screamed for the crew to push past their limits and keep moving. Hyped up, they dashed toward the complex, truly believing they were seconds away from a happy reunion with their loved ones. The hype was real. Kang was already imagining them living peacefully in the safe zone. But right before he could finish that happy thought, he saw something ahead and froze in absolute horror, stopping dead in his tracks. Dongshan asked what was wrong, but Kang's terrified face said it all. Cursing under his breath, he quickly alerted the rest. His hands shook as he gave a grim warning. Absolute dread washed over the group when Kang whispered they were too late. Dongxian went pale as he spotted them two new monsters charging directly at them. A wall of level 31 black orcs blocked the path. Our main character felt a cold sweat. Level 30 monsters were pouring out of the underground parking lot. It was a brutal reality check. The implication was clear: there was virtually zero chance their families had survived. A total nightmare. Snapping, Kang screamed out a summoning command, and a squad of armored night golems materialized to intercept the horde. Our main character grimly realized those families were likely already dead. Blinded by pure, unadulterated rage, Kang ordered his cavalry to massacre them all. The golem knights crashed violently into the orcs. Nearby, Gaiyang kept a worried eye on Dongshan, fearing he would completely snap. Dongxian's wrath completely erupted, turning the atmosphere suffocatingly heavy. His eyes locked onto the monsters with one single goal: genocide. Suddenly, ominous black flames wrapped around his entire body. As the golems clashed with the orcs, a massive spear wreathed in dark fire manifested in the sky. It plummeted like a meteor, slamming into the horde and detonating to obliterate a huge chunk of their forces. Dongxian stood radiating black smoke, his gaze locked in a cold, deadly stare. Without flinching, he declared that the real slaughter starts now. With that, he charged the horde, spear blazing with dark fire. When the orcs rushed him, he blitzed past them so fast they couldn't even react. They only realized they were dead after Dongxian shattered their skulls. Nearby, Kang rampaged in heavy armor while his teammates unloaded live rounds into the monsters. Kang pushed deep into the front line, unleashing a massive halberd swing that pulverized the orcs in his path. Every blow carried his raw, burning grief. Watching this, our main character joined the fray, summoning items to rain a heavy barrage on the Black Orc army. Looking at the carnage, he saw the basic grunts weren't a threat anymore. Dongxian's squad was just too overpowered. But in the next split second, a golem had its armored skull completely split open. It was clear the regular foot soldiers weren't the main danger. The real threat was the Black Orc warriors, who were on an entirely different power tier. Just then, one of those elite warriors stepped forward. Tapping his communication ring, our guy told everyone he'd provide long-range cover, while warning them to watch the armored orcs and tighten up their defensive line. Right then, an elite orc drew a heavy bow and sniped at the team. Our main character watched in horror as the arrow zipped right at their healer. He screamed for her to dodge, but it was too late. The projectile hit, and her eyes went blank as the impact registered. The team desperately cried out her name. The shaft had pierced straight through her stomach. She gasped, fighting a wave of blinding agony. Jihan froze in absolute shock, unable to even speak. Our guy could barely believe his eyes. The leader, who always kept a cool head, was totally paralyzed. Of all targets, the enemy had sniped the most critical member, their healer. With a massive arrow lodged in her gut, her healing spells were completely disabled. They were officially cut off from support. Sure, Yanju could survive a bit longer with her passive recovery, but a prolonged battle meant they would lose their edge. Our main character realized this was the turning point. If they needed to retreat, it was now or never. He prepped his vassal summon to warp them out of danger, but just as an elite orc lunged at Dongshan, our guy shouted a warning. But then, Dongjiang pulled off the most metal move ever. She ripped the arrow right out of her stomach and tossed it aside. Everyone was stunned. She screamed that she was fine, urging the squad to lock in and keep fighting as she began casting her recovery spells. She reminded everyone they wouldn't know what really happened at the complex until they saw their families with their own eyes. Meanwhile, Dongjid snapped back to reality just as a Black Orc warrior's axe came crashing down on him. He blocked the heavy strike and smashed a fist into the beast's chest. The main character knew that even if Danjis pulled the arrow out, the pain would slow her down. Normally, the only smart move here was to retreat immediately. But just like every single person on this bloody battlefield, he was absolutely burning with rage. So instead of running, he pulled up his system status window and decided to boost his allies. He called out Dongjian, Kang, and Jian, ordering the system to instantly raise all three of them to level 40. But a system warning popped up, stating each level would cost 1 sexillion. He didn't hesitate for a second. In a flash, Dongjian, Kang, and Jian all reached level 40. Dongjian immediately felt the power surge. The main character told them he had boosted their stats, declaring they were about to obliterate every single monster in their way. Armed with this insane boost, the party charged the Black Orcs head-on. Kanong unleashed his power, summoning way more armored golem knights than he ever had before. Even though these level-ups cost him over 10 quintillion, he didn't care. the giant armored knights charged. An orc warrior swung a massive axe, but it didn't even leave a scratch. The knight countered with one clean, brutal slash, taking its head off instantly. As the battle raged, the protagonist remembered how much party money he had spent on reclaiming their land, running the utilities, and constructing brand new facilities. Just then, Juan raised her hand, summoning a flock of deadly crows to attack. The birds swarmed the helpless orcs without mercy. He figured, since he used their gold for that, this was the absolute least he could do. He immediately boosted Dongjian, Yanju, and Kang to level 45, burning through 18 sexillion. To him, if that price, guaranteed a win, it was entirely worth it to keep Dongjian safe. Overloaded with godlike power, Yanju, Kang, and Dongjian charged. At level 45, they moved in to absolutely slaughter the beasts. The bloody battle dragged on. As they fought, our main character also leveled up Gyeong, Bangho, and Da Jiang. All three reached level 40, and he quickly brought the rest of the squad up to 40 as well. Now, everyone was level 40 or above, while their heavy hitters, Dongyang, Kang, and Yongju, dominated at level 45. That was the exact same level as the terrifying twin-headed ogre they had slain before. Armed with that kind of insane power, once the team let loose, the fight was over in minutes. Before long, dead black orcs littered the ground, soaked in pools of blood. Dongan stepped forward, completely exhausted from the grueling clash. Now, only Dong's party remained standing. They slowly began climbing the stairs, but Dong's face was completely stone-cold and serious. He glanced down the lower hallway, which was littered with blood and shattered debris, before leading the group further up. The higher they climbed, the more obvious the horrific massacre became. Dongan was covered in blood as they ascended. Suddenly, a light drizzle began to fall, the gloomy, pitch-black sky making the atmosphere feel incredibly suffocating. Dongan walked through the ruins, finally stopping at his own apartment door. He reached for the handle, but Gong grabbed his arm, calling his name. Even then, Dongan remained completely silent and cold. Kang could already guess what they were about to find. Dong's parents were likely dead. A second later, Dongan pushed the door open, revealing blood splattered all over the floor. Stepping inside, he saw massive monstrous footprints and thick blood smeared across the bookshelves, with the entire home completely destroyed by violence. Yet, his expression didn't even flicker. Kang, Kihan, and the rest were absolutely devastated by the sight. Still, Dongan desperately searched the other rooms, clinging to a shred of hope that his family might have somehow survived. But there was nothing. He walked back out, telling everyone they should leave, despite the crushing grief clear in his eyes. Dongan claimed he was perfectly fine. That is when Gajong threw her arms around him, sobbing and begging him to let his tears out. But Dongan muttered he already expected this. After a long pause, he repeated that he was fine. The squad checked the other apartments, but every single home was exactly the same. Gaijong collapsed to the floor in despair. Kang quietly asked if it was confirmed, and Gaijong nodded. He whispered that this was just the brutal reality of their new world. Kang looked at him, seeing a soul that was completely hollowed out. Our protagonist realized they had failed. Unlike Gwyn, who at least had family left to grieve with, the others had absolutely no one. No matter how desperately they struggled, they were left entirely alone. He once believed his overwhelming power could save the entire nation. Yet, he couldn't even protect the few people standing right in front of him. Standing inside the ruins, Dongjan pointed out that there was no blood in their homes, meaning their families might still be alive somewhere. Even if they weren't, he insisted they had to push forward and never lose hope. The protagonist realized that even this tiny shred of hope made them luckier than Dongan, who already knew his family was gone forever. Shortly after, Dongan called out, asking if the main character was still there. He nodded. Dongan quietly apologized, asking if he could summon them back so he could rest for a bit. Our hero activated his vassal summon, pulling the entire party back to him in a flash. But as they materialized, one agonizing question kept tormenting his mind. Did prioritizing his own family make him too late to save everyone else's? While he struggled with that guilt, Dongyang softly murmured that he was going to sleep, but the protagonist couldn't shake the dark thoughts. His parents had survived using their own abilities, and his grandfather lived because he was already incredibly strong. It meant they likely would have survived even without his intervention. Although no one voiced it, he felt a crushing weight, fearing the group secretly blamed him. To them, he thought he was the monster who caused their family's tragic deaths. His hands began to tremble, and he bowed deeply. He apologized, admitting it was entirely his fault. His desperate greed to prioritize his own family had caused this disaster. Because of his selfish actions, they had missed the window to save the people they cherished most. Kang and Yeonju remained silent as he stayed bent over, pouring out his heart in genuine apology. Dongjun listened without uttering a single word, then turned and walked over to him. His face was entirely unreadable as he stared down at the trembling protagonist. But instead of cursing him, Dongjan softly said none of this was his fault. Even with those words, the protagonist couldn't stop crying, racked with guilt. But Dongjian demanded he raise his head and look around. Every single person standing here was alive solely because of the protagonist's godlike power. He reminded him that they could survive without fearing starvation, dehydration, or beasts, all thanks to him. Without him, Bong Ho's grandmother and Gang's family would have been saved. Dong Dian declared it outright, calling the protagonist their absolute savior. The realization hit him hard. Dong continued, saying that without him, they never would have even discovered if their families were alive or dead, let alone have the power to exact bloody revenge. As he spoke, however, the protagonist noticed a slight tremble in Dongan's voice. He was clearly clenching his teeth, forcing himself to stay strong. Ordinary people like them could never defeat these monsters alone. This world is drowned in grief, but this pain isn't targeted at him. It strikes everywhere at random, so, to carry the weight of it all. This is the world's fault, not his. Don tells him not to bear the burden alone, saying it's enough to stand like a giant tree, offering shelter and shade to others. The sincere thank you, he turned and walked away. Watching him go, the protagonist realized Dongjan was far stronger and more mature than he had ever imagined. He should have been the one comforting them, yet he was the one being comforted. Then, Kang and Jihan told him to cheer up, thanking him as well. Dongjan urged him to stay strong, while Bang Ho admitted he couldn't have saved his grandmother without him. Dongjan pointed out she would have perished in that house if he hadn't rescued her, and Yuanu admitted she likely would have lost her mind without his help. One by one, the entire group expressed their gratitude, leaving him standing there in stunned silence. It felt incredibly strange. Until this very moment, he believed he was only acting out of self-interest. Even when helping others, he viewed it as a simple business transaction, and yet, they were calling someone as selfish as him their savior. Jae-hyun wonders if he actually deserves this kind of hype. Dongjeon's deep words linger in his head, telling him to just stand tall like a massive tree. Naturally, he starts picturing himself as a majestic sanctuary where everyone can rest in the shade. Feeling inspired, he thanks his crew and vows to become that legendary, oversized tree Dongjeon expects him to be. Honestly, his original plan to save South Korea was just because of the heavy burden of his powers. He felt like a savior's duty was forced onto him, not something he actually wanted. Deep down, he doubted he could even pull it off anyway. His actual master plan? Way lazier. Just keep hunting monsters, level up, set up outer bases, and slowly expand his cozy little territory. He is officially throwing that grand hero dream out the window. He chooses the tree life instead, a place where survivors can rest a little safer under his branches. For once, he is absolutely sure of his path. Right on cue, a system alert pops up. Dongjeon's trust has officially maxed out. He unlocks a sweet new throwing skill, while Dongjeon's loyalty hits a perfect score. Since he is already a vassal, his vassal capacity gets a nice upgrade. Soon after they leave, Junhyuk arrives at our hero's home with his squad, proudly announcing that he has assembled everyone as ordered. Jae-hun steps outside, greets them, and thanks them for showing up. Junhyuk casually waves it off, asking what they need to do. Jae-hyun suggests moving the meeting elsewhere. After all, his house is strictly VIP. Only vassals can step inside, while regular folks are stuck at the front door. He brought them here just for that reason. Then, he activates his ultimate skill, the shut-in door. Swinging the apartment entrance open, he leaves everyone completely speechless. The doorway now links directly to their house. A pink-haired girl screams in absolute disbelief, while another guy stands there scratching his head in confusion. Trust meters skyrocket immediately. Jae-hyun smiles, knowing a direct display of overpowered cheat skills is the fastest way to win them over. Now that they are thoroughly impressed, he drops the real bomb. He wants every single person there to sign a contract with him. The group freezes in shock upon hearing the demand, but they quickly drop to one knee and accept the subordination contract. With the deal sealed, the pink-haired girl asks if that's finally the last of them. Wiping his brow, our hero sighs in relief. Mass-producing loyal servants is a real workout, but with the setup complete, he calls Junhyuk over for some serious business. Now that his domain has expanded, the entire Hangyong Mountain is under his control, and a wild dungeon just spawned right in the middle of it. He tasks Junhyuk's squad with exploring this mysterious zone. After pondering for a second, Junhyuk smiles and agrees, thanking our hero for trusting his squad with such a crucial mission. But before Jae-hyun can say another word, a telepathic ping hits his brain. It's Dabin. She says the item he ordered is ready, and demands he get his butt over there immediately. Replying that he is on his way, Jae-hyun heads up to the 21st floor. In the elevator, he appreciates Junhyuk's quick agreement to handle the raid, which finally takes some pressure off his shoulders. For the first time, he can actually breathe, but one weird detail is bothering him. Even after signing the subordination contract, Junhyuk's skills didn't get any crazy upgrades. Just like the others, only his title shifted to Viscount. In Junhyuk's squad, the real standouts are Ayoung, and a select few who secured decent B- rank abilities, while most ended up with mediocre C or D rank abilities. As he signs more contracts and collects more data, a clear pattern begins to emerge. It turns out that unlocking high-tier abilities is heavily tied to raw, built-in potential. Since his subordinate slots are strictly capped at 100, he needs to be highly selective. Right on cue, the doors open on the 21st floor, and Dabin immediately spots him and beams, calling his name. He praises her hard work, but she just giggles, saying it was a piece of cake. He promises her a nice bonus anyway, then turns his attention to the crowd, waiting for his inspection. A neat queue of candidates is lined up. When he asks if this is the squad, Dabin nods. She handpicked 10 highly efficient go-getters. Clearing his throat, he introduces himself as Kim Jae-hyun. The entire group bows in perfect unison. A nervous blonde guy steps forward, asking what duties they'll be handling. Jae-hyun doesn't beat around the bush, stating he wants them to be managers, just like Dabin, a highly coveted position. The room falls dead silent. Shocked faces stare back at him, and the blonde guy stammers, asking if he's actually serious. With the population exploding, managers are incredibly rare in this world. Currently, Sung-joon leads the medical crew, and another manager oversees relief operations. There are 12 vacant manager slots left. Jae-hyun is willing to hand them out, but they won't come free. The blonde guy quickly swears his absolute dedication, but Jae-hyun lays down the law. There are strict rules here. As the haven grows, endless problems will pop up. Only those who can deliver solid solutions will get that sweet manager promotion. Extending his hand, he asks who's ready and invites them to pitch their ideas one by one. For the next few hours, the candidates present their brilliant survival strategies. They cover waste management, road maintenance, and resolving daily conflicts in the territory. The pitches are surprisingly practical, and the solid ideas keep flowing. One incredible plan follows another, proving Dabin really knows how to scout elite talent. Suddenly, a man raises his hand, asking for a shot. Jae-hyun tells him to speak. The candidate suggests forming a security team to maintain order inside the territory. While things are peaceful now, without rules, chaos is bound to break out. Jae-hyun arches an eyebrow, asking if he's proposing something like a classic police force. The man nods instantly. Suddenly, a guy in a red jacket politely interrupts, apologizing and saying that mentioning the police reminded him of something. Jae-hyun grants him permission to speak. He reveals that local police station armories actually house guns, even actual rifles. That instantly grabs Jae-hyun's attention. Rifles at a station? Aren't those military grade? The man explains that South Korea is technically still under an armistice. Because of this, major police stations double as weapon reserves during emergencies. Jae-hyun's brain immediately starts scheming. If they can secure those firearms, building a security force would be a piece of cake. The nearest stash should be at the Busanjin police station nearby. He asks the guy his name, and he introduces himself as Nam. Jae-hyun immediately orders Nam to gather a squad and move out. Startled, Nam asks if he has to go himself. Jae-hyun reassures him, explaining that with their expanded borders, the station is likely within safe range. If not, he shouldn't force it. Nam nods, promising to do his best. Jae-hyun smiles, telling him to head out whenever he's prepared. He instructs the remaining candidates to keep pitching, but his mind is completely occupied by one beautiful word: rifles. The temptation is just too real. By the next day, the manager interviews conclude successfully, and Nam's squad actually returns dragging actual firearms. Checking them with his ultimate eye and registering them in a store, he finds the initial haul is pretty pathetic. Just 2 rifles, 3 bullets, and a box of empty cartridges. But quantity doesn't matter if he can just duplicate them in his shop. The bigger issue is Nam's troubling report. When they raided the station, most of the weapons were already missing. Based on the empty racks, hundreds of guns are gone. This means a heavily armed rival faction is out there, and that spells major trouble. Nam scratches his head, looking visibly annoyed. On the bright side, an army of armed survivors isn't exactly stealthy. If they were close by, word of their exploits would have spread already. So for now, they are likely far from his borders. Still, a dramatic clash feels inevitable. Shrugging the worry off, Jae-hyun activates his ultimate eye and decides that it is finally time to start distributing his new firepower to the frontline bases. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a chaotic battlefield crawling with orcs. Sang-hoon and his squad are pinned down, completely surrounded by monsters. One panicking teammate screams, asking how they are supposed to survive this nightmare. Sang-hoon spits out a curse, unable to believe they overextended this far. To make matters worse, they are practically out of ammo. The mood plunges. Everyone turns to Sang-hoon for a miracle. He desperately racks his brain. After a grueling battle, his crew is completely exhausted, their weapons are useless, and their current power is simply not enough for this. Under his breath, he curses his helplessness, begging for a lifeline. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes inside his head. A system notification flashes, and a split second later, actual rifles and ammo crates drop like a— Talk about a plot armor miracle! Jay watches from a distance, grinning like a savior because weapon support has finally landed. Sang-hoon's crew scrambles toward the shiny rifles and ammo, completely losing their minds in pure shock. Just like that, all the doom and gloom evaporates, replaced by beautiful, sweet relief. Sang-hoon literally laughs out loud at the gorgeous weaponry, screaming his thanks. Suddenly, the squad is locked, loaded, and ready to fight. Time for payback. They line up with their new toys while Sang-hoon preps his rifle. Asking if anyone has cold feet, the team yells a collective no. That is all he needs. A split second later, they charge the green monsters without saying a word. The orcs turn, totally confused, right as Sang-hoon unleashes a mighty roar and pulls the trigger. Lead rain tears through the monsters, dropping them instantly. They fall like dominoes as the rest of the crew unleashes a relentless wall of fire. Honestly, this isn't a fight, it is a straight-up massacre. Orcs are eating lead and stacking up in heaps. Some try to escape, but Sang-hoon and the guys completely shred them. Watching the beasts scramble, Sang-hoon laughs hysterically, out of breath but super hyped. He screams that they are fleeing, and they are going to save their families. Meanwhile, our main character is getting flooded with system alerts confirming the kills. Watching through Ultimate Eye, he monitors Sang-hoon's squad live. So, this is the cheat code power of basic rifles. Without using a single skill, they are obliterating an orc horde with sheer gunpowder. Basic gun training gives ridiculous firepower, more than enough to shred average monsters. Looks like Sang-hoon's team is completely fine. They can handle the rest, so he shifts his focus. He activates Ultimate Eye again to spy on Joan Hood's group. Miles away, Joan Hood proudly announces they have finally located it, the legendary Lizardmen Swamp Dungeon. The squad stands right at the entrance, staring down a completely flooded, murky passage. One teammate immediately points out the obvious flaw in this plan. There is deep water everywhere, making it impossible to walk inside. But Junhook basically tells them to chill out. He raises his hand, activates his water control skill, and the water literally parts down the middle like he's Moses. The party just stands there, totally dumbfounded. Talk about a flex. Chunhee turns back with a smirk, asking if they're ready to dive in. Meanwhile, a system screen pops up for our protagonist. Junhai's party just secured the first entry bonus of double experience and massive cash. Still, he knows these dungeons are complete wildcards, crawling with unseen dangers. Luckily, right after helping Sang-hoon's team, he made sure to drop ship some heavy-duty rifles to Junhook's squad as well. Now they have serious heat, making this run look like a breeze. But wait, what is that weird number flashing next to the dungeon info? At first, he assumed it was a player capacity limit, but maybe not. Guess they will find out after clearing it. Inside, the group looks around at the absolute flood. One guy mutters that walking through this wet cave literally feels like being trapped inside a giant aquarium. Another nods, comparing it to an underwater glass tunnel. Suddenly, someone freezes. Enemy at 11 o'clock. 3 of them. The entire party snaps to attention as the threats close in fast, raising their weapons. Junhook eyes the dark waters. 11 o'clock means they are swimming. Suddenly, boom! The surface explodes and a slimy lizard man leaps out. A teammate screams a warning that one is right behind him. The monster slashes its razor-sharp claws, but Junhook is already 2 steps ahead. Utilizing his water control, he slices the creature completely in half. Another teammate yells to stay sharp because 2 more are out there. The team blind fires into the depths, but the bullets keep missing. These lizard men glide through the water like Olympic swimmers. Someone curses, frustrated that they can't land a hit, wishing they could pull them to dry land. Ask and you shall receive. The water surrounding the beasts instantly vanishes, leaving them flailing in midair. The team is shocked, but Junhook just smiles. After all, this water is his playground. He gives the signal to open fire. Relentless bullets shred the remaining lizard men. Back at base, our main character gets the system notifications. 1 level 21 and 2 level 22 monsters have been neutralized. He has to admit, they got a bit lucky. In a completely flooded environment, the lizard men should have dominated. Fighting in pitch black, murky water with 0 visibility is normally a total death sentence. Death could strike from any angle, but thanks to Hyjin's massive 100-meter radar marking every enemy, plus Junhook's water-manipulating cheats, they completely flipped the script on these swamp pests. Seriously, our protagonist doesn't even need to lift a finger. Honestly, just Junhook and Hyjin backed by a couple of gun-toting teammates could easily steamroll this entire dungeon. Deeper inside the swamp, sliced-up lizardmen bodies paint the entire floor. Junhook's squad barely glances at the pile before pushing forward. Soon, they halt in front of a massive gate. Is this the boss room? They push the heavy doors open. Immediately, Junhook's danger senses tingle. Hyung points out something bizarre. There is absolutely no water here. She jokes that maybe they won without a boss fight, but Hyunjin begs her to shut up before she jinxes them. Too late. A second later, his face turns pale. He senses a terrifying wave of pressure heading their way. Something massive is coming, and it is moving fast. Suddenly, an absolute tsunami crashes into the chamber. Junhook barely manages to throw up a water barrier, screaming for everyone to get behind him as he struggles against the pressure. He grits his teeth, feeling the raw power of the impact. Then, rising from the roaring current, the dungeon boss appears, standing on the water while wielding a menacing trident. The real fight begins now. Standing before them is a level 30 lizardman chieftain. Junhook immediately orders his team to fire, and they unleash a massive hail of lead directly at the beast. But with a single, lazy swing of its trident, the boss summons a thick liquid shield, stopping every single bullet cold. Junhook is completely stunned that water can block bullets like that. Meanwhile, Hyjin begins to panic. Their best weapons are completely useless, but right as they start losing hope, Junhook flashes a confident smirk. If this boss can play with water, then so can he. He casually tells the squad to back off. Hyjin screams, asking what he is planning, but Junhook just charges forward. He promises to wrap this up in a flash. Ignoring her frantic warnings, he begins manipulating the water beneath his feet in solid platforms, catapulting himself forward like a rocket. In a heartbeat, he is face to face with the chieftain. Lock and load. He focuses his power, firing highly compressed liquid bullets directly at the boss. The chieftain desperately swings its trident to block the assault, but its face suddenly contorts in pure horror. Junhook smiles, pointing out the monster's fatal mistake. He explains that if the giant chieftain is busy blocking with its hands, it can't manipulate the liquid. It was all a decoy. Junhook is already behind the monster, ready to use his supreme water control to completely suffocate the boss. Whispering a cold goodbye, he triggers his signature water bomb skill. Boom! The Lizard King's head completely erupts. The squad is left utterly speechless, terrified of how monstrously powerful their captain really is. Believing the run is finally over, Junhook lands gracefully. A screen pops up, confirming he successfully eliminated the chieftain, earning a massive amount of experience. He secured 10 crystals for conquering the swamp's ruler, plus an extra 100 crystals for achieving the first ever clear. Later, when the exhausted party steps back outside, the dungeon's information has shifted slightly. That mysterious 10 has dropped to 9. Our main character suddenly puts 2 and 2 together. It is a run counter. There are exactly 9 entries remaining. If they squeeze every run dry and hoard the crystals, they can unlock a legendary mystic draw. Imagine getting another god-tier relic like the Ring of Communication. Activating that exact ring, our hero calls Junhook immediately. He asks if everyone survived, and the champion replies he is just slightly exhausted. Smiling, our protagonist asks if they can pull off this raid once a day. Junhook looks startled at first, but then he chuckles, boasting that it is child's play. 10 days fly by, and the crew steamrolls the dungeon 10 consecutive times. After slaying the boss one last time, Junhook declares the grind is officially complete. Perfect record secured. Right on cue, a notification alerts our lead that all 10 runs for the swamp dungeon are completely tapped out. Finally, the mystic draw, priced at 300 crystals, is unlocked. With his current hoard of 400, it is time to spin. He calls them up, showering them with praise before ordering them to head. Time to head back and chill. With his pockets full of resources, it's finally gacha time. He raises his hand, yells, "Mystic draw." And boom, a massive golden magic circle floods the whole room with blinding light. Our boy Jae-hoon is complaining about losing his eyesight, but wait, something weird is happening. A literal crown starts taking shape inside that golden glow, condensing until a shiny, finished crown is resting right in Jae-hoon's hand. The system identifies it as the ultimate shut-in's crown. When worn, every single buff given to his citizens gets doubled. Jae-hoon realizes there are 6 insane active effects: double experience, double settlement cash, loyalty power, tax collection, basic salary, welfare support, and job perks. If he puts this bad boy on, every single one of them will double once more. Talk about an absolute cheat code. He mutters that he basically has to wear it now. Sure, it looks a bit goofy and annoying, but the buffs are just too good to ignore. Plus, he rarely leaves his house anyway, so rocking a crown 24/7 is no big deal. The second it settles on his head, a refreshing chill runs through him. Realizing his tax collection skill is off cooldown, he decides to test this thing out. If the double buff is real, he will be collecting 20% instead of 10. He hits the tax button, expecting a decent chunk of change, but then bam, a system panel pops up. 1.5 in 1 has been deposited straight into his wallet. Jae-hoon is completely flabbergasted. That means his citizens are holding a massive 75 billion won in total. They have way more cash than he expected, which explains why his store sales have been so crazy lately. With his citizens getting loaded and this new crown, Jae-hoon decides he needs to grind levels fast to unlock even better items in the shop. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. A familiar voice calls out his name. He opens the door and finds Sunjun standing there, finally back. He greets Jae-hoon and explains they came to return all the weapons they borrowed. Jae-hoon smiles, saying they must be exhausted, and thanks them for returning everything. Sunjun insists it is the absolute least they could do. But then, looking a bit awkward, Sunjun asks what is on Jae-hoon's head. Startled, our boy almost fumbles the crown, claiming it is nothing while desperately trying to change the subject. He congratulates Sunjun on rescuing his family safely. Sunjun smiles warmly, saying it is all thanks to Jae-hoon. If they had been even a second later, they would have lost them. Those guns Jae-hoon provided were a total lifesaver. Jae-hoon humbles himself, saying he only lent some gear and that they did the hard work. But Sunjun insists that they desperately needed that fighting chance more than anything. Right on cue, the whole group bows deeply, showering him with gratitude. Jae-hoon just chuckles, happy to help. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, confirming that Sunjun's loyalty and trust have skyrocketed. After a quick chat, the group heads out with their families. Jae-hoon starts counting the returned firearms, wondering if everything is accounted for. Suddenly, a loud alarm goes off. A system notification flashes, warning him that multiple citizens have died. Jae-hoon is absolutely horrified. More than 10 citizens wiped out instantly? This has never happened before. Then, another strange system alert appears, leaving him frozen in shock. It says a low-grade, level 18 vampire has been slain. Much later, Jae-hoon would realize this alarm was the opening act of an absolute nightmare. Meanwhile, in another part of the zone, corpses are scattered everywhere. In the middle of the carnage, a woman begs for her life. A sinister man grabs her tightly, sinks his fangs deep into her neck, and her shriek is instantly cut short. Within seconds, her body is completely shriveled up, as if every drop of life was violently drained. The man casually tosses the corpse aside, letting his hungry lackeys swarm the surviving victims. Grinning like a lunatic, he tells his vampire squad to feast, calling this place an absolute goldmine. Turns out, he actually stumbled upon this designated safe zone entirely by accident. A massive transparent wall blocked his path, offering him something called citizenship. He accepted it without thinking twice, but the moment he stepped inside, his mind was completely blown. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but delicious food, and by food, he meant helpless humans. A buffet of people, all packed tightly inside Jae-hoon's territory. To him, this place wasn't just a crowded city. The quality of the human blood here is infinitely better than anything outside. This is a 5-star buffet, and with a hunting ground this premium, anything feels possible. If he devours every soul in this zone and grows strong enough, he can finally join the big leagues. He'll become a powerful elite, just like the jerk who once discarded him like trash. He estimates he'll reach middle tier soon, and given enough time, he will easily match that bastard's power. But just matching him is boring. He wants to gorge on enough blood to completely surpass him. To do that, his hive needs to grow as well. As a low-tier vampire, he can currently control 5 lowest-tier thralls. Sure, one got clapped during the hunt, but who cares? With humans everywhere, making a new meat puppet will be a total breeze. He grins, already planning his global takeover. Once he hits middle tier, his mindless thralls will automatically evolve into fully fledged low-tier vampires. And when those low-tier lackeys start mass-producing lowest-tier thralls non-stop, his army will grow exponentially. He will devour every human in sight, track down his old enemy, and absolutely crush him with overwhelming power. Sweet, sweet revenge will be his. Just then, a nearby door begins glowing with an eerie purple light. The vampire's eyes narrow as he wonders if yet another unfortunate victim has arrived. He barks orders for his minions to attack, laughing at the poor fool who just walked into their doom. The thralls rush forward, but instantly, everything goes horribly wrong. Their heads instantly explode into red mist. Blood sprays everywhere as their bodies collapse. The vampire freezes in sheer shock. His entire squad deleted in 1 second. Staring at them, he can't even comprehend what just happened. And standing there is none other than our main character, Jae-hun. He steps over the messy remains, locking eyes with the vampire with absolute killing intent. The vampire's brain short-circuits as Jae-hun steps closer. Pure panic sets in. No warning, no epic battle, his squad was deleted instantly. He can't believe it, but one thing is painfully obvious. This human is a monster, a creature far beyond his league. He needs to run, now. But Jae-hun is not letting him slide. Activating Invisible Hand, an unseen telekinetic grip wraps around the vampire's neck, hoisting him high as he squeals in agony. Gasping for air, he desperately begs for mercy. Jae-hun tightens his grip, furious, demanding to know how he dared do this. The vampire realizes it's all over. No miracle is saving him, and mercy is out of the question. He is about to die a pathetic, meaningless death. But surprisingly, Jae-hun suddenly drops him, letting him slam to the ground, coughing violently, while rubbing his bruised neck. Standing over him like an absolute boss, Jae-hun coldly orders him to answer every question honestly. Shaking like a leaf, the vampire quickly nods. Jae-hun starts with, "How did he get in here?" The bloodsucker introduces himself as Sung-hoo, a low-tier vampire. Hearing how effortlessly he bypassed security to enter his domain gives our main character a massive headache. The system never specified only humans could apply for citizenship. Anyone meeting the baseline criteria could join. Jae-hun never expected actual monsters to register, especially ones that eat his citizens. He asks if Sung-hoo was originally human. The vampire nods, admitting he was just a regular guy until some high-ranking vampire bit him. Jae-hun realizes that is probably why the system let him in. The guy technically started off human. He commands him to keep talking. Sung-hoo explains that when he was just a lowest-tier beast, his memories were totally wiped, but by feeding on humans, he slowly evolved into a low-tier vampire. Jae-hun asks about the difference between those tiers, and Sung-hoo lays out the hierarchy. Lowest-tier vampires are basically rabid animals ruled entirely by instinct, possessing just enough brainpower to follow basic orders. But from low-tier onward, their humanity returns, and they gain the power to lead a swarm. Jae-hun then asks what rank his sire was, and Sung-hoo reveals he was middle tier. Our main character starts calculating. Sung-hoo is already level 28, as a low-tier vampire, meaning a middle-tier monster must be incredibly high level. He has no clue how high these ranks go. But at least, let's dive right back in as things get intense. This insane power level curve means trouble. Standing there with a deadly glare, our main character demands the ultimate truth. Where is he? Sung-hoo shivers, completely terrified. The crushing pressure finally breaks him, and he spills everything about Sung-hook. He gasps out that the bastard is hiding in a rundown apartment complex in Dongwon-dong. Finally, the crucial clue, he has the location, but Sung-hoo desperately begs to go along. He offers to act as a personal guide, swearing he wants to watch divine retribution crush the very monster who ruined his life. Right then, a system alert flashes, showing Sung-hoo's loyalty rating just spiked. But instead of being pleased, Jae-hun feels pure disgust. Loyalty fueled by absolute terror and self-preservation is completely worthless. It makes him sick. Human or not, Sung-hoo is nothing but a monster who preyed on innocent people. That cheap loyalty means zero. If this leech truly wants his revenge, he can earn it. Jae-hun immediately issues a direct quest. Kill Sung-hook within 24 hours. The reward? A pathetic tiny bit of experience. The penalty for failing? Instant death. This is literally a death sentence disguised as a mission. Staring down with an icy, suffocating pressure, our hero tells him to handle his own mess. He never actually planned on sparing this parasite anyway. His voice drops to a chilling tone as he delivers the final order. Find Sung-hook and end him alone. Terrified, Sung-hoo begs for human blood, whining that if he could just reach the middle tier, the kill would be easy. But Jae-hun shuts down his desperate pleas instantly. If Sung-hoo touches a single human, his head will detonate. The warning strikes absolute terror into his soul. Jae-hun knows this quest is likely a suicide run, but he cannot risk innocent lives. So, he opens the system shop instead. An M16 rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition materialize out of thin air, leaving Sung-hoo speechless. Our hero wonders if a tiny speck of hope is enough motivation. He tells Sung-hoo this is his one shot at vengeance against the devil who turned him. Clutching the rifle tightly, Sung-hoo starts to believe he actually has a chance. With shaking hands, he accepts the quest. Jae-hun delivers one final, bone-chilling warning. Go out there and slaughter every single vampire, but if that weapon points at a human, he will personally end him on the spot. Sung-hoo nods frantically. He flees into the night, terrified. Jae-hun then uses his communication ring to contact Seo-jin. Once they are connected, he instructs her to attach a magical surveillance rat to track the fleeing traitor. He tells her to meet him at his home soon, and she agrees. Standing over the brutally murdered bodies of his people, he faces the grim reality. If local monsters are hunting humans, there is only one choice: total eradication. Every vampire must die, and he needs a specialized hunting squad immediately. Looking at the horrific bloodshed, the heavy weight of failing his people crushes him. He can only let out a bitter, silent curse. Soon, the backup team arrives, gently closing the eyes of the fallen to offer a shred of dignity. Jae-hoon had already summoned Dabin, and together they begin the heartbreaking task of clearing the tragic scene. The devastation is massive. Dabin reports that everything is prepared, but they found absolutely no identification on the bodies. With all communications down, tracking their families is an impossible task. Our hero knows they are helpless, but the guilt burns fiercely. If he had screened for hidden vampires from day one, this horror could have been avoided. He desperately wanted to find their loved ones. He whispers a soft apology to the dead for failing to protect them. Then, casting mid-tier fire magic, he cremates their bodies while swearing a blood oath of vengeance against their monstrous killers. He vows to carry their heavy sorrow and blazing anger himself. As the flames engulf them, he bids them rest in peace, his deep hatred for vampires multiplying. The scene shifts to a decaying apartment complex in Deondong. Now, you and I are about to see Sunku unleash pure madness. Screaming like a lunatic, he charges through the corridors, spraying bullets from his M16 at every low-level vampire in sight. Bodies hit the floor as he shrieks that he has returned to slaughter Sung-hook. Meanwhile, Seo-jin's surveillance rat broadcasts the chaotic live feed directly to our main character, who watches the slaughter calmly. With his superior vision, he notices something incredibly stupid. Sunku is mindlessly wasting his ammunition. He was only given 100 rounds, yet he is burning through them on trash-level weaklings. Sunku claimed these creatures regained their intelligence, but watching this reckless spray, he seems like a total brainless fool. Jae-hoon never expected him to survive this anyway. Suddenly, the rifle clicks dry. Instantly, our hero accesses his inventory space and recalls the empty firearm. Sunku is left empty-handed, panicking and begging aloud for more bullets. Just 50 rounds, but a cold voice cuts him off. Sunku completely freezes. A female vampire approaches, drawn by all the noise. She immediately recognizes him as the useless trash who was kicked out of their circle and came crawling back alone. Sunku snaps, lunging at her with bared claws, but she easily dodges, mocking his pathetic weakness. With a single casual gesture and glowing crimson eyes, she commands the lowest-level vampires to tear him apart. They swarm him instantly. In seconds, they drag him to the floor, pinning him down completely. Sunku thrashes and screams curses, but their grip is iron. The woman simply yawns, calling the whole display boring before mocking his sheer stupidity. Buried under the pile of monsters, he screams for an explanation. She laughs in his face, mocking him for getting overpowered by the absolute weakest minions. She points out he cannot even protect himself. Yet, he continues to waste precious food resources. Even while pinned, Sunku keeps spitting curses. Her expression turns cold as she demands the truth, pointing out the bullet holes and loud gunfire from earlier. He knows he had a weapon, and demands to know where it is. Sunku answers by spitting directly in her face, telling her to go straight to hell. Her expression immediately hardens into pure malice. She orders her minions to slaughter him. They lean down, jaws unhinging wide. A split second later, blood sprays across the floor. Just like that, Sunku is completely finished. His pathetic journey is over. Simultaneously, a system notification pops up for Jae-hoon, confirming the target's death. But then, the low-level vampires who devoured him begin to convulse violently. Steam begins pouring from their flesh. The vampire woman watches in absolute shock. Their state is evolving rapidly, something she did not even think was possible for their low rank. Shaking off her surprise, she quickly commands them to search. She orders them to locate the weapon he used. They scatter instantly, sprinting off to hunt for the gun. But then, she sniffs the air, catching a bizarre scent that sets off her survival instincts. Something is wrong. On the other side of the feed, Jae-hoon is prepared. Seeing that standard firearms can actually neutralize vampires changes his plans. He tells Seo-jin to get ready and reaches out his hand. Their desperate search for the missing gun bought him the perfect window of time. Suddenly, above the surveillance rat, a system window materializes and toxic gas begins pouring out, blanketing the area. The vampire leader notices it too late. By then, the entire corridor is thick with deadly gas. Terror grips her as she spots the trap, but there is no escape. Jae-hoon commands Seo-jin to cut the feed. Simultaneously, he summons a spark of burning embers. With flammable gas filling every single corner, the result is instantaneous. A blinding, deafening explosion erupts, completely incinerating everything and everyone on the floor. System alerts flood his screen. Level 28 and level 18 targets eliminated. The most important message confirms that the vampire leader has been vaporized. He exhales slowly, evaluating the situation. He realizes these bloodsuckers were nested dangerously close to his borders. If his level increases and his territory spreads, their hunting grounds will overlap with his domain, causing massive issues. It is a massive relief he discovered them now. Eradication is the only option. Seo-jin then voices a terrifying thought, asking if some vampires have already infiltrated their safe zone. Jae-hyun agrees that this is the real nightmare. He cannot guarantee his people are safe. When she suggests setting up harsh system quests and heavy penalties for everyone, he immediately shuts down the idea. That approach is far too extreme. Targeting innocent civilians would instantly shatter their fragile trust. She quickly backtracks, realizing her mistake. Our hero knows that kind of tyranny would ruin everything. There is only so much he can manage alone. He desperately needs a way to filter citizens by their alignment. Right at that exact moment, a system prompt flashes. His total population has finally reached 30,000 points. Jae-hyun freezes in shock as the achievement system unlocks. He checks it immediately and realizes that completing specific achievements lets him create custom titles with insane, overpowered effects. Seeing how broken this is, he immediately sets up a dark trigger condition killing a citizen. The system accepts it, prompting him for a title. This is his genius trap to expose those sneaky vampires. Since they are the actual murderers here, any regular human-on-human crime is something he can deal with later. After confirming with the system that these titles can be easily removed whenever he is fully set, he names the title Murderer with some brutal debuffs. All stats drop by 80%, both hands get completely sealed, and a glowing murder mark appears. The price? A whopping 40 million points. That is 40 million to make it, and 4 million per use. Our main character buys it instantly. No hesitation. Just like that, the achievement is registered, and a massive weight is lifted. Now he can punish killers instantly and publicly. Anyone dangerous gets branded for the whole world to see. Plus, he can create positive achievements for hunting monsters, opening up endless possibilities. Sarian sweetly suggests just asking the vampires to surrender nicely instead of using such harsh punishments. But Jay tells her it is totally fine. He already has the perfect solution. Hearing this, she beams with relief. She showers him with praise, saying she has no idea how he did it, but he is amazing. That gorgeous smile makes Jay blush like a total schoolboy. He quickly turns away, suddenly realizing how pretty Sarian actually is. How did he never notice her beauty before? Suddenly, the doorbell rings, breaking the tension. The guest arrives, explaining they rushed over the second they got his message. Jay welcomes them in. Knowing this helper is crucial, she is an absolute beast at wiping out massive monster swarms. For this vampire hunt, he called Hei in. She arrives ready for war, but our protagonist stops her. First, there is one crucial thing they must do. Meanwhile, deep inside a gloomy vampire hideout, the top bloodsuckers gather around a table. Sitting at the head is Sang-hoon, the very target Jay is hunting. He delivers some shocking news. Romero is dead. The room goes dead silent. One vampire whispers that it must be related to that massive first-floor explosion, while others demand to know what actually happened. Sang-hoon speaks up. He explains that gunshots were heard right before the entire hallway blew up, meaning those human pests are behind this. A masked vampire slams the table in rage, convinced it was the cops. Sang-hoon nods, and furious whispers fill the room. Some want to hunt them down immediately and rip their heads off. Others regret not tearing them apart sooner, but a bald vampire warns it is not that simple. The humans have serious firepower, and an all-out war is highly risky. Sang-hoon feels a bad vibe. If the humans knew about them all along, why launch a sudden, unprovoked raid now? It makes no sense. How did they locate their secret base? Why strike today? Despite the mystery, his subordinates demand action. Sang-hoon finally gives in and declares they will attack. The room erupts in cheers, but he raises his hand. They won't fight head-on. Instead, they'll exploit the humans' lack of supplies, infiltrate, and tear them apart. He starts assigning roles to his top fighters when a loud sound suddenly interrupts him. Violent pounding rattles the door. The handle twists slowly. A second later, it flies wide open. The secret meeting is completely ruined as Sang-hoon snaps, furiously demanding to know who dared to barge in. A low-tier vampire stumbles through the doorway, coughing so violently he can barely stand. He wheezes out a desperate warning to escape immediately. Sang-hoon demands to know what is happening, but the minion is choking. There is no time. He begs them to run outside, muttering something about rats before collapsing. Suddenly, complete chaos strikes. Syrian's rat leaps directly into the middle of the room. The dying minion turns pale with sheer terror. The tiny rodent lets out a high-pitched squeak, Realizing the horror that is about to unfold, the low-tier vampire screams at them to run, but it is already too late. The fuzzy little bomb is inside. A system screen flashes above it, and Heian's toxic poison mist begins erupting violently. The moment Sang-hoon sees the rat, his eyes widen in panic. He immediately screams for everyone to hold their breath. He orders them to smash through the windows. As the deadly gas fills the room, the weaker vampires choke and drop like flies. The elites react instantly, diving headfirst out of the windows to escape the toxic trap. While the room fills with poison, Jay starts receiving sweet system notifications. Low-tier level 22 and 23 vampires are dropping dead left and right. Meanwhile, the elite survivors scramble to safety outside. Our main character spots the leader, Sang-hoon, escaping and tells Syrian to track them down. She nods, sending another rat hot on their heels. Jay quickly analyzes the battlefield. Heian's poison was incredibly effective. The mist wiped out plenty of them, but those were just the weak small fry. The vampires from that meeting are a different breed. Each one is a high-level elite in their late 20s. These are Sang-hoon's core generals. If they escape, they will rebuild their army in no time. The solution is simple: wipe them out right here. Meanwhile, Syrian's sneaky rat keeps trailing them from the shadows. Suddenly, a hand snaps out and snatches the rat mid-stride. It is Sang-hoon himself. Caught red-handed, the remaining vampires glare at the rodent like starving beasts. The rat squeaks and struggles desperately in his grip. But Sang-hoon does not hesitate. He squashes the poor rodent bare-handed, spraying blood everywhere. Instant backlash hits Syrian through her mental link. She gasps in sudden pain. Jay quickly asks if she is all right. She nods, but she is clearly hurting from the feedback. He instantly realizes the trouble they are in. They failed to take down a single elite vampire today. He wanted them dead before they could analyze his tactics. Now, the survivors know all about the deadly poison mist, and they will easily connect the dots to the rats. They will definitely adapt. They will avoid tight spaces now, and likely relocate their entire hideout. Our protagonist tells Syrian to keep a close eye out for any movement, even though he knows tracking them now will be incredibly difficult. She nods and agrees. Still, Jay sees a major flaw. Every time a rat is crushed, Syrian takes mental damage. Spamming this poison tactic is no longer viable. They need heavy backup immediately. The only team powerhouse enough to handle these elites is Dongjin's party. Activating his ultimate eye skill, our main character begins locating Dongjin's squad. His gaze locks onto a local gym. Someone is bench pressing a mind-boggling amount of weight. No surprise, it is Dongjin. His fiancée, Ga Young, asks how it feels. He casually replies it is way lighter than expected. He is lifting 350 kilograms. He tells her to give it a shot, but she instantly nopes out. Dongjin insists he will spot her, causing her face to go completely pale. She wants zero part of this, yet she still lies down. She warns him to grab the bar the second she starts failing, and he tells her to just trust him. She unracks the massive weight, and to her absolute shock, it moves. It feels lighter than a feather. Stunned, she asks how this is even possible, accusing him of secretly lifting it. Dongjin just laughs, showing his hands are completely free. Watching this, Jay recalls how broken Dongjin looked after returning from the dungeon. Upon hearing his parents were gone, his face had remained totally blank, but the crushing agony in his eyes was undeniable. Seeing that dark grief finally lifting is an absolute relief to Jay. Thanks to Ga Young and her family staying by his side, Dongjin has recovered immensely. He looks fully ready for battle again. Jay shifts his gaze to check up on the other party members during their night training. A halberd cuts clean through a goblin. Ga-young remarks that the soldiers are moving much more fluidly now. Kang nods. They have been training relentlessly, realizing he could not stay weak forever. Ga-young agrees, and boasts that he has a crazy new trick to show off. When Kang turns around, his jaw drops. Ga-young's physical form has warped. His hands have literally turned into massive crow wings. He smirks, asking how it looks, and suggests they push their hunt further out tonight. A system prompt flashes on Jay's screen. Ga-young's crow command skill has evolved into crow synchronization. Fusion only works when affinity with the target hits 100%. Seeing this, Jay realizes a critical truth. Skills can genuinely evolve through raw effort. He must have fused with his pet crow. This makes aerial scouting a complete breeze. Flying like a bird will expand his search range exponentially. From what Jay can tell, both Kang and Ga-young are fully prepped. Time to check the final member. Take a look at our boy Bong-ho. Lately, he is driving way out to hunt. Right now, he is just freeloading in the back while Yongju drives and Da-young rides shotgun. Yong-ho is literally wondering if Kang and Ga-hyun are hitting the bottle again today. Yongju tells him to just let them be, they will snap out of it. But Bae Yong-ho is still skeptical. Yongju is confident, though they are strong. They just need time. Honestly, time heals all wounds. Jae-yong totally agrees, preferring to give them space to recover. But let's be real, Dongjin's squad is the absolute ace team here. They get the most support and pack the heaviest raw power. So, our main man activates his communication ring to call the entire Deungchan Heights squad. We are talking Dongjin, Ga-hyun, Jae-yong, Yongju, Da-jong, and Bong-ho. After a long overdue hello, he asks if they had a good rest because they need to talk business. And deep down, Jae-yong already knows what's up. Honestly, no matter how you spin it, they are the only crew who can crush this vampire threat. Meanwhile, the surviving elite bloodsuckers are having a heated meeting. Tempers are flaring, and they want blood first. This is a straight-up declaration of war. Some random rat slaughtered their people, so they cannot just sit on their hands. Soon, all eyes turn to Sang-hyuk, as the others keep clamoring for revenge, ready to strike the second he gives the green light. But Sang-hyuk just stays silent, deep in thought. That is when our ski-masked vampire friend speaks up, claiming they must pack up and move their base immediately. If the enemy hits them again like that, they are all toast. Another vampire immediately snaps, calling him a coward for wanting to run. But Ski Mask Dude is not having it and calls him a total idiot, right back. Like, they got wrecked by a single rat, so staying in an exposed base is just pure stupidity. But the hothead insists that is exactly why they need to strike first. The bickering keeps going while Sang-hyuk just watches them in absolute silence. Our masked vampire presses the issue, asking if they even know who the enemy is. The hothead scoffs, assuming it is obviously those gun-toting freaks, but Sang-hyuk finally shuts them down, saying they are dead wrong. The other vampire asks if he actually knows who is behind this. Sang-hyuk admits he does not, but he is sure of one thing. The group they suspect does not possess the kind of wild powers they just witnessed. Then, he points out something extremely bizarre that went completely unnoticed. The bodies of the dead vanished. Right before jumping out the window during that poison rat attack, he saw low-tier vampires drop dead. But the second they died, their bodies started dissolving into thin air. Even Shin Se-ram's body completely vanished. Sang-hyuk first assumed the explosion tore her to shreds, but now he is doubting it. Gunfire, explosions, poison rats, none of this matches police tactics, so if it is not the cops, some mystery shadow group is hunting them. But why? The ski-masked vampire urges Sang-hyuk to make a call quickly. They need to pack up the remaining survivors and run. Staying here is just too risky. Sang-hyuk goes quiet, and his mind slips back to an old memory. In the flashback, a mysterious man stands before him, confirming his name. Once Sang-hyuk nods, the man says he will be away for a while and drops a chilling order. He tells Sang-hyuk to devour every single soul in the apartment complex, build an army of thralls, and rule them. Until his master returns, he cannot leave. Sang-hyuk is grateful for the massive responsibility, but carefully asks what to do if he runs into a threat he cannot handle on his own. The man just chuckles with amusement, praising his caution. He notes that most idiots would just get drunk on their new power. Sang-hyuk bows in gratitude. With a sinister grin, the master promises to set up a solid backup plan just in case. If real danger comes knocking, Sang-hyuk will receive instructions on how to find him. Flashback over, and Sang-hyuk snaps back to reality. He looks over at his masked subordinate, Sun Ji-hoon, and asks a random question. Is he the fastest bloodsucker in the crew? Ji-hoon confirms it, though he is totally confused. Sang-hyuk's expression turns ice cold as he declares they are staying put. They are going to wait. Ji-hoon instantly protests, but Sang-hyuk shuts him right up. Based on the enemy's aggressive moves, they will strike again very soon. And before that happens, Ji-hoon has a mission. He must deliver a message to the creator himself, Jang Yong-hoon. Sang-hyuk wants him to tell Yong-hoon they desperately need his backup. Meanwhile, as night falls, the scene shifts to a secluded guest house. Inside, the floor is literally painted with blood. A man gasps for air, begging for his life. Another vampire cries out, asking why they are being slaughtered after being saved from death and turned. Standing in the middle of the carnage is Jang Yong-hoon, casually butchering his own kind. He coldly mutters that they could look at it that way. The terrified vampire gasps, asking if they are not brethren. Yong-hoon decides to be nice and give them a quick lesson. Sure, vampires feed on humans, but humans actually offer terrible nutritional value. Suddenly, wild blood tentacles explode right out of Yong-hoon's back. They spear the poor bastard and start draining him dry. Yong-hoon casually explains that hunting humans is just a super slow way to level up. Then he drops a twisted question. If a vampire feeds on tons of humans, and then a stronger vampire devours that vampire, what happens? Simple math, really. The predator gets all that concentrated nutrition in a single bite. And after draining him, completely dry, Yong-hoon tosses the shriveled husk aside. He asks if they finally get why he turned them in the first place. Long story short, they were never real vampires, just his food. He is the only true predator here. The survivor begs him to stay back, but Yong-hoon just grins and calls them mere livestock. His blood tentacles impale the guy, sucking him dry until he is nothing but dust. Yong-hoon calmly inspects his meal, noting that while the guy was well matured, it is still not enough. He realizes it is high time he raided another one of his stashes. By now, it should be ripe for harvesting. Only issue? He is totally blanking on where he left it. As he is trying to jog his memory, the door swings open. Ji-hoon steps inside, introduces himself politely, and claims he is one of Sang-hyuk's underlings. He explains some mystery crew attacked Yeong-shan-dong, so Sang-hyuk sent him to beg for backup. Yong-hoon just stares at this unexpected guest in silence. But then, a light bulb goes off. Ah, now he remembers that place was his literal buffet. It was them. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon finally registers the mountain of dead vampires surrounding him. He panics, wondering what went down. Back with Yong-hoon, he finally pinpoints his target location, Yeong-shan-dong. As night falls outside the vampire hideout, Dong-jin and his crew get into position. Dong-jin asks if this is the spot, and tells everyone to ready their gear. From this moment on, they are purging every single bloodsucker inside. The squad prepares to slaughter, but before the big clash, the story rewinds a bit. Jae-hun drops the bombshell that vampires actually exist, leaving the group completely shook. He explains that is exactly why he united them. Dong-jin immediately asks if they are still hiding out in Yeong-shan-dong. Jae-hun confirms they tracked them using Soyun spy rats, and so far, the vampires are keeping a low profile. He gets dead serious, noting that with their current strength, Dong-jin's crew should wipe them out easily. They can even overpower the enemy's heaviest hitter. But that is not the real hurdle here. The real issue? Their own humanity. Jae-hun reminds them that these vampires used to be regular people, not brainless ghouls. They will beg, cry, and plead for their lives as they die. Hand to hand, brutal slaughter leaves massive psychological scars. So he asks them straight up, are they actually prepared for this? Dong-jin does not blink. He understands the worry, but he is already past it. In this apocalyptic wasteland, survival is ugly, and this is a hurdle they must face eventually. Next time, it might not even be vampires they are fighting. It could be regular humans. When that day arrives, hesitation equals death. The entire squad hardens their resolve. There is no fear, no turning back. Dong-jin tells Jae-hun to relax. His squad is not that fragile. Even if they break mentally, they will pick themselves up. They have done it before. They will do it again. Jae-hun stares silently, knowing the heavy weight of those words. This man lost his entire family, yet still fights for others. Then, Dong-jin jokes that even when things get tough, Kang and Ji-hoon can always drink their pain away like they used to. Jun lets out a small laugh, realizing he was probably just overthinking. Once again, he decides to trust his friends. Then, the story cuts back to the present. Inside the vampire lair, Sang-hyuk impatiently taps his claws on the table. He is clearly annoyed because Jun should have returned by now, and this delay feels incredibly wrong. He begins to worry. Something went sideways, perhaps even with Yong-hoon. Right nearby, the masked vampire Shim Yong-sik begins talking trash about Jun. He calls him a coward who likely fled to save his own skin. But Sang-hyun immediately shuts that down. That is definitely not the kind of guy Jae-hoon is. Still, this holdup is bizarre. Maybe he ran into a monster? And right as that thought crosses his mind, a spear tears through the air at terrifying speed. Before Hyuk can even react, it blasts right past them. Both he and Sang-hyun are left completely speechless. The power behind that throw is absolutely insane. Looking over, they instantly realize who threw it. Dong-jun's squad has arrived. Dong-jun immediately orders them to charge. At the exact same time, Sang-hyun commands every single vampire in the base to mobilize. The entire complex goes on red alert. Already furious, Hyuk-sik charges straight at Kang, but Kang does not even flinch. As the vampire rushes in, Kang raises his halberd and slices him clean in half with a single swing. Just like that, the vampire ranks freeze. Sang-hyun cannot even comprehend what he just witnessed. Hyuk-sik, one of their strongest low-tier vampires, was obliterated in a single hit. What kind of monsters are these humans? Suddenly, a system screen pops up, confirming the kill. A level 28 low-tier vampire has been hunted. As Hyuk-sik's body crumbles to ash, Sang-hyun finally connects the dots. These are the same people who used rats to mess with their base earlier. Blasting through the building's intercom, Sang-hyun issues a desperate full battle order. Every single vampire is ordered to fight back, no matter the cost. Yong-hoon trusted them with this stronghold, and they refuse to lose it. At least, that was the plan, but reality has other ideas. Dongjun's squad moves like seasoned hunters. Jaehyung shoots an arrow straight through a bald vampire's skull. Yongja, in her massive bear form, shreds through enemies while Jaehyung snipes them from afar with her rifle. This is no longer a battle, it is an absolute slaughter, and Sanghyun can only watch in horror. They have the numbers, yet they are getting completely obliterated. They cannot keep up at all. These intruders are not just strong, they know exactly how to kill. Panic sets in as Sanghyun realizes they need a backup plan, but he is already too late. In a flash, Dongjun appears right in front of him and drives a spear straight through his chest. Sanghyun cannot even comprehend what just happened, as Dongjun tells him they will never win. Vampires only steal from others, but his own group knows what it is like to lose everything, which is why they cannot be stopped. He then unleashes a relentless storm of spear strikes that tear Sanghyun to shreds. Barely clinging to life, Sanghyun desperately calls out to Yong-hun in his mind, holding on to his past promise. Right then, a massive force crashes down from the sky, slamming right into the center of the battlefield. Dongjun instantly senses extreme danger and leaps backward, because the newcomer is on a completely different level. It is Yong-hun, casually complaining that he is late, because he stopped for a quick snack. Sanghyun, pooling in his own blood, looks up with sheer relief. His savior has finally arrived, but Yong-hun barely even glances at him. Instead, he wonders if Sanghyun is already dead, complaining that the meat will not be fresh anymore. Talk about zero sympathy. He then turns his gaze to Dongjun's squad, pure killing intent pouring off him, and asks if they are the ones who ruined his food storage. Meanwhile, Kang keeps slicing through vampires with his halberd. No pauses, no mercy. The field already resembles a graveyard when Bong-hoon notices that the perimeter is finally cleared. Most of the vampires are dead, leaving only the ones surrounding Dongjun's position. But then, things take a turn. Kang spots black smoke rising in the distance, and his gut tells him something is terribly wrong. Something massive just landed, and it cannot be good. Back on the main front, Dongjun stands off against Yong-hun, who immediately calls him the trash who ruined his food. Dongjun is totally baffled. What food? What is he even talking about? But then, things get even weirder for Yong-hun as Sanghyuk's corpse begins to dissolve. He is momentarily thrown off when he realizes he cannot even eat it, making him even angrier. Right then, Jae-hoon contacts him through the communication ring, urgently telling Dongjun to fall back immediately. This is no ordinary vampire, he is a high-tier monster. But before Dongjun can even respond, Yong-hun vanishes. In the blink of an eye, he is right in front of him, unleashing a full-force strike. The impact lands like an explosion, blasting Dongjun straight out of the complex. He crashes into the dirt hard, but immediately pushes himself back up. His team screams in sheer panic, but Dongjun steadies his footing, letting them know he blocked the blow. Stay sharp, because this guy is a high-tier vampire. Meanwhile, Yong-hun is busy examining the bizarre magic that made the corpses disappear. But then, he suddenly stops. He catches a scent, and his entire expression shifts. To him, human meat is usually garbage, not even worth a bite. But this aroma is different. Licking his lips, he decides right then and there that these humans are no longer just enemies. They are his next meal. Hearing this, Kang calls it absolute garbage, but Yong-hun could not care less. In his mind, it is simple. They ruined his food, so they will replace it. He attacks instantly, snapping massive blood tentacles directly at Kang. Kang charges straight in, totally fearless, but the power gap is just too massive. A second later, his silver armor shatters like glass. He freezes in shock for just a split second, and that is all the opening Yong-hun needs. He appears right in front of him, aiming for the throat, but Bong-hoon teleports in at the last microsecond to pull him out. Yong-hun clicks his tongue in annoyance, while Bong-hoon checks on Kang. Panting, Kang admits that save is the only reason he is breathing. Yong-hun just grins. Oh, so they can teleport? But Kang is not done yet. Channeling his inner Sung Jin-woo, he activates Rise. Instantly, a horde of Iron Knights erupts from the ground like a shadow army. Instead of panicking, Yong-hun's eyes light up with pure excitement. Kang orders them to strike, and the Knights charge without hesitation. But then, total obliteration. Yong-hun shows everyone exactly why he is high tier. With a single sweep of his blood tentacles, he wipes out the entire squad like trash. He dismisses them as mere toys, but the squad is not done fighting. While he is busy gloating, Ga-yong steps up, drawing a glowing light arrow back to her ear. She lets it fly with everything she has. In midair, the single arrow splits into a barrage, raining down to pierce Yong-hun. And this time, it actually hurts him. Seizing the moment, Daejang buffs Yongja, who immediately charges forward. She leaps high to strike from above, But Yong-hoon is lightning fast. His tentacles snare her in midair, pinning her down before she can swing, and tosses her aside like a doll, like she is absolutely nothing. Daejang fires another shot, but Yong-hoon dodges, determined not to get hit twice. But surprise! The arrow suddenly curves, loops backward, and slams straight into his back anyway. That is her guided piercing skill, and actual damage finally registers on his face. Now, the real combo begins. Jae, in giant crow form, carries Dongjun high into the sky, cloaked in black flames. Locking his eyes on Yong-hoon, he unleashes a powerful strike, throwing his spear down with insane force. It impales Yong-hoon as Dongjun crashes down right after. The impact is colossal, shaking the entire area. For a second, it feels like it is all over. Dongjun wonders if they actually killed him, but then Yong-hoon's chilling voice cuts through the dust. He is still standing, and surprisingly, he is actually impressed. He admits it is the first time he has been pushed this hard, meaning he is done playing nice. His first target? The archer. Locking onto Ga Yong, he tenses his legs and instantly vanishes, reappearing right in front of her. Calling her a fool, he moves in for the kill, but Ga Yong does not panic at all. She smiles, knowing she is covered. Jae steps in, completely calm, and opens a system screen as Yong-hoon closes the gap. For the first time, the vampire looks genuinely shocked. Too late, the main character has already summoned a 20-kilogram gym plate, slamming it directly into Yong-hoon's face. It punches straight through him. As he drops, Ga Yong calls him an idiot. The group gathers around, but even with his head smashed, he is already healing. That simple flex has everyone shaking in their boots. Dongjun immediately shuts them up the second he notices the guy finally waking up. Before long, Yong-hoon's blurry eyes focus on the squad surrounding him. But when Dongjun calls him a monster, Yong-hoon just gasps, jerking awake. Blood streams from his right eye, though his crazy regeneration kicks in instantly. Completely losing his mind, Yong-hoon drags his claw across the dirt in pure rage, spitting out insults and calling them filthy dogs for even touching him. But Dongjun just calmly explains his current situation. They pumped him full of neurotoxins right while he was regenerating. Now, Yong-hoon is visibly shaking with a sharp spear pressed against his neck. Dongjun keeps it simple, spill the beans if you want to breathe. He demands his name, what their big boss is like, and where they can find him. But instead of crying, Yong-hoon actually starts laughing. He genuinely finds this hilarious, calling their little interrogation pathetic. He never imagined these humans would actually dare threaten him. He brags that his kind are the new humanity, chosen by some mysterious god who gave them power. When asked about this creator, Yong-hoon claims even he does not fully know him, but he knows where he hides. That makes Dongjun lose his temper and demand details. Yong-hoon just mocks them, asking if they really think they stand a chance, even if they find this god. Then, in a completely unhinged move, he stabs his own chest with a trembling hand, warning them to drop the attitude as blood sprays everywhere. Dongjun is left, staring, trying to wrap his head around this madness. Even while bleeding out, Yong-hoon keeps monologuing, saying that wiping out all vampires was never going to be easy. He claims those other high-tier bosses might be weaklings, but he refuses to lose to mere humans. Instead, he tells them to struggle, burn out, and rot. Then, the absolute madman finishes the job by stabbing his own heart. The second his life fades, system notifications start flooding in. One reveals a middle-tier vampire was hunted, dumping massive experience and cash straight into our ultimate shut-in wallet. Another says, a level 49 high-tier vampire was taken down too, granting an even bigger mountain of experience. But since he self-destructed, his rewards got slashed. Another alert says, the leader of the Deed Home Pure Castle complex is dead, unlocking the rights to establish a brand new outpost base here. As more alerts crowd the screen, several skills get upgraded too. One of them, House Declaration, hits level 25. Then Jae-hoon levels up once more, and the system confirms his territory has grown again. Like clockwork, he drops straight to his knees. The growing pains of leveling up hit like a truck, and behind him, Seojin watches with deep concern. She asks if his domain expanded again, which completely catches our main character off guard. Seojin says she obviously noticed because it literally happens every single time, asking if he is actually doing all right. That makes Kim Ji-hoon realize she has been right by his side through so many of these rough patches. He assures her he will be fine, then asks about Diane. She reports that every single vampire in the area has been cleared. Just then, Jin rings him up via telepathy. He reports they finished sweeping the entire complex exactly as ordered. After a heavy silence, he adds there are no survivors left. Jae-hoon takes the grim news calmly, admitting he figured as much, and orders them to head back and rest. The crew follows his lead. Turning back to Seojin, he thanks her for the hustle, and tells her she can clock out too. As she heads out, She sweetly reminds him to get some sleep and stop overworking himself. He chuckles softly, wondering if his exhaustion is really that obvious. Still, the grind never stops. So, he boots up an achievement system. With his borders expanding and refugees flooding in, he knows bloodsuckers could easily slip through the cracks. To prevent a massive security breach, he decides to cook up a custom achievement specifically targeting vampires. The system requests the fine print, so Jae-hoon programs it. Any vampire applying for citizenship gets their powers heavily nerfed, and a visible mark branded onto their face, identical to a murderer's crest. Brand. The system greenlights the setting. Next, he turns his attention to the 3 skill points sitting in his inventory. He already has a genius plan for one of them, so he opens the shop and maxes it out. An alert pops up. The ultimate shut-in store has reached level 6. It now stocks 1,000 items, plus a sweet 30% discount on everything. Exactly what he expected, since even levels add an extra 10% off. Suddenly, a brand new system tab flashes, unlocking a legendary enchantment feature now that the hidden requirements are met. It even adds an enchant workshop to his construction menu, leaving our main character scratching his head about how this magic stuff works. Curious, he fires up build mode to investigate. He finds out the enchant workshop can buff gear and imbue weapons with magical effects. It costs a whopping 500 million gold to build, but takes up barely any space. He drops it right next to his store, starting construction in Unit 201. But wait, a button to instantly finish building pops up, completely catching him off guard. The system informs him that rushing the build costs 8 crystals, making Jae-hoon stop and math it out. Each crystal basically skips 10 hours of construction. With only 100 crystals in his stash, and 300 needed for a legendary mystic draw, he cannot afford to waste a single one. Recalling his insane rewards from past draws, like that communications ring and his crown, he decides those crystals are way too valuable to burn. He cancels the instant build, and the system confirms it. Next, he pockets his remaining 2 skill points to save them for a rainy day. Stepping out onto his balcony, our main character looks down, admiring how fast the reconstruction efforts are moving across his entire territory. The search and rescue crews and the builders are absolutely carrying the load. Inside his walls, peace is finally returning. Ruined buildings are patched up, streets are swept clean, and workers continue repairing every shattered brick. In the absolute center of a living hell, his home has become a true sanctuary, and he takes a moment to appreciate it. Roads are being paved, wrecked cars are cleared out. Though gridlock is still a mess, a few cars are actually driving around. Local teachers have banded together to reopen schools so the kids can keep learning. Step by step, regular daily routine is returning. A mother strolls past with her toddler, and instead of pure terror, the little guy is actually smiling. Jae-hoon swears he will never let vampires ruin the peace his people work so hard to reclaim. But the heavy burden of leadership finally catches up, and he admits he desperately needs some shut-eye. He stretches, yawns, and lets his heavy eyelids win. Just like Seojin said, taking a break is part of the job. He slides off his crown and flops onto the couch. Exhausted, promising himself he will only close his eyes for 5 minutes, he slowly drifts off. Meanwhile, we cut away from his sanctuary to a ruined area, far beyond his borders. A massive figure stands over a pile of mangled bodies, muttering that the coward Yong-hoon has fallen. The giant grins, flashing razor-sharp fangs. Yep, another vampire boss. Suddenly, Jae-hoon wakes up in a bizarre, pitch-black void with absolutely no exit and zero sense of direction. He looks around, totally lost and panicked, trying to figure out where on earth he is. Suddenly, a voice pierces the quiet, asking why he let them die. Grim figures materialize out of the dark, turning into a massive crowd staring straight at him, all demanding to know why he did not protect them. The guilt starts crushing him. A voice cries out that their family was slaughtered and the agony is too much. Others scream, asking how he could be so powerful, yet still abandon them. Jae-hoon is paralyzed with horror. Then, a familiar voice calls out. Turning around, he spots Gaeun clutching her father's cold body, sobbing as if her very soul has been ripped out. She cries that her dad is not breathing, begging him to save him. That desperate plea pierces his chest deeper than any weapon. His legs buckle as he takes a shaky step backward. But before he can even blink, another cold voice whispers from the dark behind him, reminding him of his promise that this would not be the final tragedy. It is Yeonju, the grieving mother who waited endlessly for her son, stands in tears, asking if her efforts simply were not enough, or if saving them was just too expensive. Jae-hoon desperately tries to plead his innocence, but the words catch in his throat. Suddenly, endless decaying hands erupt from the shadows, grabbing him from all angles, dragging him down into absolute despair until the suffocating weight becomes too much. Jae-hoon jerks awake in his room, gasping for air. The terrifying nightmare clings to his skin like a vivid, real-life trauma. Outside, night has already fallen. Still dazed, he looks around his dark room, wondering if he is truly awake. He cannot help but wonder if that was just a dream or a grim reflection of his bloody reality. Crazy situations are nothing new to him, but this one felt way too real. He gets up from the couch, a sudden thought hitting him. Why hasn't Yeonju called? A vampire that powerful should have triggered a system quest. Instead of overthinking it, he uses his communication ring to invite her over for a chat. A bit later, the door opens. Yeonju walks in, looking as calm and collected as ever. She greets him, and June invites her inside to discuss some serious business. She agrees instantly. Before long, the two of them are sitting face to face, the tension slowly rising. They share a quiet cup of coffee, the silence practically suffocating. Finally, June brings up Sue. He asks her why she did not try to revive her son again, quickly apologizing for being so blunt. The question hits deep, but Yeonju just nods, saying she understands. She explains that seeing her son again that day was a pure miracle, and it only happened because of Jae-hyun. Yet, she also watched other grieving families break down, and saw the sheer agony of those who lost everything. Hearing all their tragic stories made one thing crystal clear to her. Our main character listens quietly, as she admits that constantly begging to see her son would only breed chaos. Desperate survivors would start obsessively clinging to Jae-hyun to revive their own loved ones. Their fragile, newly rebuilt society would crumble under the weight of grief and obsession. She refused to let the memory of her son become the spark for that kind of disaster. Right then, he finally gets why she stayed silent. Yeonju adds that everyone carries deep scars, yet they still keep moving forward. She had no right to demand special treatment. With a soft smile, she truly thanks our hero for granting her that one beautiful miracle. To this day, having that final chance to say goodbye feels like a dream, giving her the strength to finally heal. June looks closely and notices a massive shift. Before, she was completely consumed by unbearable grief. Now, she looks remarkably calm, settled, and entirely at peace with the world. He feels a wave of relief, though he envies her quiet inner strength, a level of maturity he has not quite reached yet. Their conversation wraps up, and Yeonju stands to take her leave. Her main character appreciates her showing up, but she insists the gratitude belongs to him. Slipping out the door, she offers one last thank you, and wishes him a peaceful night. June smiles warmly. Sitting alone, he reflects on her words, realizing she was far more mature than him. Instead of him acting as the consoler, her wisdom ended up comforting his own troubled soul. For once, he feels like he can actually get some real sleep. Weeks fly by in a flash. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a completely different location, where the loud cracks of gunfire start echoing. Bullets shred through waves of ugly goblins. The squad doing the cleaning is none other than our favorite trio, the twins and Soonjob. Soonjob gets a notification that the quest is finally complete. With some fresh experience points in the bag, he grins, proud of hitting his daily quota. He asks the twins about their progress, and they complain they still have 5 left. Cue his smug smirk. With zero sympathy, he tells them to clean up their own mess. One twin completely loses it, calling him out and begging him to help. But Soonjob just shrugs and walks away, declaring his shift over. He mocks them, telling them to grow up and stop acting like coddled babies who need their hands held. The angry twin is ready to throw hands, but his brother quickly holds him back. He tells Soonjob to just beat it, they will handle the rest themselves. Soonjob happily accepts, walking off without looking back. Once he is gone, the calmer twin admits surviving without him is brutal, but they have to face the music. The angry brother flashes back to the terrifying day the Cyclops attacked, recalling how they ran away like total cowards. This hell is their karma. Jae-hyun slapped them with a punishing daily quest. If they fail, they get hit with 1 minute of pure, agonizing physical torture. Trust me, 60 seconds of that feels like a lifetime. They have tasted that failure before, and let me tell you, the pain is so excruciating that death literally feels like a sweet release. It is a never-ending cycle of hunting or suffering. Naturally, they regret their cowardly past choices every single second. Exhausted and thoroughly beaten down, they drag themselves back, cursing their lives. Sang-hoon sighs, glad they managed to survive another day. His brother suggests grabbing some fresh meat before heading back. Sang-hoon happily agrees, voting for a barbecue feast. He silently reflects that, weirdly enough, life has not been totally miserable lately, even with this brutal forced labor. Returning to their apartment, their mother warmly welcomes them. The brother keeps thinking that financially, they are actually doing much better than the average citizen. Their mother curiously asks what they bought. He hands her the meat with a smile, while Sang-hoon immediately bolts for a hot shower. Meanwhile, Our protagonist cannot stop thinking about how they no longer have to stress over every penny. That financial freedom is probably why he is getting so sentimental. Soon, Song-hoon steps out of the bathroom, looking totally refreshed. He happily tells his brother to go wash up next. The brother jokingly complains about how long he took, but Sang-hoon just laughs it off. Agreeing, the brother promises to keep it quick, asking him to help set up dinner. Sang-hoon playfully flexes his muscles, telling him he did great today and promising they will crush it tomorrow. He smiles, thanking his brother for the hard work. He feels a deep sense of inner peace. This new life really is better. He remembers the absolute terror when monsters first invaded and how Kim Jae-hoon changed the world with safe zones. He rewarded hard work fairly. Before the system, our guy had graduated from some nameless college, earning peanuts at a soul-crushing corporate job. He was not living back then, just barely surviving. He still remembers his trash boss throwing papers in his face. Compared to those dark days, this hunting grind is exhausting, but it feels vibrant and full of genuine purpose. Looking up, the moon looks stunning. Everything is finally quiet. He knows none of this security would be possible without Kim Jae-hoon. Yet, guilt still eats at him for running away like a coward. Clasping his hands tightly, he swears he will never betray his savior again, praying this peace lasts forever. Right at that moment, an intense, brilliant light begins radiating directly from his body. The blinding glow completely catches him off guard. Golden cosmic energy wraps around him, signaling that something absolutely massive is happening. A golden system screen pops up before his eyes. Citizen's loyalty has hit 100%. He is officially registered as a vassal, unlocking new titles like the 21st Servant and Goblin Slayer. Reaching max loyalty triggers a spectacular awakening. He obtains an A-rank skill, Cold Aura, allowing him to channel mental energy to freeze his surroundings. Thrilled, he immediately uses his ring to contact the leader, startled as a voice speaks directly in his mind. Jae-hoon calmly identifies himself, putting him at ease. Once he recognizes the voice, he relaxes, greeting him respectfully and asking why he called. The boss replies that they need to talk. He asks if he is free early tomorrow morning. The next day, he is sweating bullets as he sits inside the legendary leader's apartment, realizing the insane rumors were absolutely true. Jae-hoon casually offers him tea or coffee. Panicking internally, he blurts out, "Coffee." The boss simply nods. While waiting, the guy remembers the rumors that those chosen by the leader obtain godlike powers. To test this, he discreetly activates Cold Aura, watching actual frost coat his hand. It is real. Jae-hoon bestowed this power upon him. With a skill like this, his daily grinding is going to get way easier. Just then, the boss returns with the hot coffee. He quickly deactivates the skill and offers his thanks. Jae-hoon starts by congratulating him, then drops a bombshell. Their daily punishment quest is officially cancelled. He sits there, completely speechless. Jae-hoon confirms the news, explaining that while the daily torment is over, any future acts of cowardice will be met with a far worse fate. He bows deeply, apologizing and promising he understands. Jae-hoon then shifts to the real reason for this meeting, asking if he plans to stay with his current party. The sudden question catches him completely off guard. He was caught off guard. Jae-hyun explains his incredible talent is being wasted on low-level monster hunts, demanding an honest answer. After a tense silence, he admits he wants to bring his younger brother along, if possible, of course. He also makes it clear he has no intention of staying with his old crew. Jae-hyun agrees, and decides to assign both brothers to Ji-hyuk's party, since he uses water-type abilities. But first, our main character makes a wild proposal, asking if the brothers are willing to enter a subordination contract with him. The man is stunned, but says it would be an absolute honor. Later, he arrives with his younger brother, Song-jun. Jae-hyun carefully explains the terms of the contract before finalizing it with both of them. Once done, our hero realizes his theory about awakening might actually be correct. Power is set at birth, deeply tied to genetics. The younger brother awakened an ice-type ability, just like his older sibling. With nearly identical powers boosted by Jae-hyun's ultimate domain buff, this new team could become insanely overpowered. Once they leave, Jae-hyun feels hopeful they will grow into an ace squad capable of standing beside Dongjeon's elite party. Then, a system alert pops up about survivors who qualify for citizenship approaching his territory. The system asks if he wants to offer them shelter. Jae-hyun pauses. It has been a long time since his system gave him an alert like this, especially with how quiet the surrounding area has been lately. Intrigued, he pulls up the citizen information window immediately, but the details on the screen make him freeze. One name stands out: Yoo Han-gil, a level 39 survivor with an A-rank skill. That lethal combo instantly grabs his attention. Jae-hyun quickly activates his ultimate eyes to scan them. Even with high stats, that level is hard to reach. Getting there takes serious work. Peering through his skill, He sees the incoming group is heavily armed with assault rifles. That explains everything. If Hangil has been blasting monsters with firearms, his high level makes total sense. Even so, he won't let them in that easily. First, their weapons must go. He commands the system to confiscate their gear, then issues them a simple quest. Come straight to his location. The quest is instantly dispatched. He gets off the couch with a lazy yawn, thinking it has been a while since he had guests. But then, a warning flash appears. A dangerous entity that qualifies for residency is approaching the barrier. Once again, the system prompts him to offer citizenship. Jae-hyun frowns, wondering what is with today. This time, it's just a single target. Now, things get seriously weird. He opens the information window and freezes. It is the massive vampire from before. A system panel hovers in front of the beast, asking it to choose yes or no. This monster is a level 50 high-tier vampire, and it already looks highly annoyed. Even so, Jae-hyun takes a gamble and extends the offer, figuring all the creature needs to do is click accept. His plan is simple: absolute control. Managing 50,000 citizens is a nightmare, but a single dangerous troublemaker is totally doable. By assigning system quests, he can restrict its movements, and if necessary, even set death as the penalty. If the vampire accepts, the game is over. Instead, it refuses instantly, absolute fury in its eyes. Jae-hyun is caught off guard, but the vampire doesn't waste a second. It draws back its massive fist and strikes with devastating force. A barrage of heavy blows slams into the protective barrier as the beast tries to shatter it. Instantly, system warnings begin blaring. An unauthorized entity is trying to break in. Activating his ultimate eyes, Jae-hyun watches with a frown, wondering what this idiot is planning. Suddenly, the vampire pumps blood into its forearms, rapidly inflating its fists to giant sizes. Then, it unleashes one final, monstrous punch. The shockwave tears up the ground, but the wall remains completely unscratched. System warnings flood the screen as the barrier absorbs the entire impact. Even with all that explosive power, nothing works. The massive vampire just stands there, visibly annoyed. Its hand is utterly shattered, but heals in a flash. Observing this hyper-regeneration, Jae-hyun decides this thing is incredibly dangerous. It failed to break his defense, but its raw strength is terrifying. Just judging by the shockwave and blast, he can tell this beast is on a whole different level than the Cyclops he fought previously. Jae-hyun starts putting the pieces together, realizing vampire skills closely mirror awakened abilities. The high-tier boss they hunted before, Young-hoon, could manipulate blood as if it were a direct extension of his own flesh. Naturally, this heavy hitter's skill must be something similar. Meanwhile, the vampire glares at the barrier, analyzing what just occurred. It realizes its blood-powered punch did absolutely nothing. Now, it is certain Young-hoon perished because of whatever monster is hiding inside. A power far beyond its comprehension lurks behind this defense. Something that defies all common sense. Perhaps not even their strongest leader could unleash a force this terrifying. Remembering the memory of a vampire offering up its lifeblood, it grows even more certain. This situation is far beyond what it can handle alone. The massive beast turns to leave, deciding to pull back. But Jae-hyun has no intention of letting his prey escape. He uses his communication ring to call Seo-yeon, telling her to rush to his house immediately. He has a tracking target lined up, and he is dead serious about finishing this. He won't let the fiend flee. Soon, Seo-yeon's scout rats lock onto the hulking vampire. They follow its swift movements relentlessly, but the mental strain is rapidly mounting. Seo-yeon asks what the next move is, her voice sounding desperate. If this continues, her link with the rats will snap. Jae-hyun immediately demands its current coordinates. Seo-yeon reports it is rushing past Shinhondae Station on the Donghai Line. She struggles with everything she has to maintain control over her. Swarming rats before the mental feedback suddenly severs completely. Breathing heavily, she apologizes for losing the link, but Jae-hyun remains unfazed, telling her not to worry. They aren't blind yet, since Dongjan's party is still trailing the massive beast. Seo-yeon wipes cold sweat from her brow, relieved the hunt is still on. As he processes the incoming data, Jae-hyun begins to deeply analyze this monster's trajectory. Wondering if the vampire is heading straight towards Gijang. Their plan was to trace it back to its hidden lair, but the beast has traveled far beyond their expectations. Then, a chilling question hits him. Why the Donghai Line? That route connects Busan straight to Taewagang Station in Ulsan. Once Jae-hyun connects the dots, a dreadful realization sets in. There is a high probability the vampire's main headquarters is located in Ulsan. And that grim thought alone makes the entire scenario infinitely more terrifying. Ulsan is a massive city home to over 1 million people. If monsters have established a base there, countless innocent humans have likely been used as livestock. If so, a massive horde of high-tier vampires is likely nested there. But the absolute worst-case scenario is simple. This scout retreats, reports their location, and returns with a powerful army of high-tier, elite bloodsuckers. If that nightmare happens, they are completely done for. It sounds overly dramatic, but Jae-hyun knows they can't afford to ignore this risk. If they fail, absolute disaster awaits. So, he decides they must kill this vampire before it crosses the border. Meanwhile, Dongjeon's strike force continues their relentless chase, slowly closing the distance. Staying linked via the communication ring, Jae-hyun patches in to brief them on the tactical shift. They are immediately pivoting to Plan B, and he is putting his full trust in their skills. Their quick response echoes back. Copy that. Meanwhile, in another location, pure chaos erupts. A furious bald man explodes in rage upon discovering all their heavy firearms have mysteriously vanished. It is his breaking point. Yoo Han-gil tries to pacify him, but the bald fighter snaps, demanding how anyone can stay calm a time like this. He yells that he walked right into danger because he trusted Han-gil, and now their life-saving gear is gone. He demands to know how Han-gil will compensate them. Han-gil is clearly under massive pressure, but he desperately tries to hold his ground. Offering a sincere apology for the lost weapons, he promises they will change their minds once they witness what lies ahead. Turning, he begs another leader to just hear him out. But the man shuts him down instantly, stating they stand zero chance without firepower. Simply navigating this wasteland is a death sentence. Han-gil desperately protests that there are no monsters nearby, but nobody believes him. The survivor calls it total nonsense, especially in an apocalyptic zone like this. Han-gil pleads one last time, pointing to his own powerful skill as proof, but the man scoffs, saying he knows what he can do, but that doesn't make this plan any less insane. Entering unarmed when a monstrous swarm could strike is literal suicide. In his eyes, Han-gil is asking everyone to throw their lives away. Just when they are throwing wild guesses and arguing, the world suddenly freezes. Out of nowhere, a massive, glowing system panel pops up right in front of everyone, forcing them to stop their bickering instantly. Everyone is left completely baffled. The system displays a quest reach room 3002 in building 114. Meanwhile, a massive vampire sprints down the railway tracks while a shadow stalks him from high above. Our stalker is Ji-hoon. Spreading his wings, he glides directly over the target and alerts his ally that he spotted the target. Locking his eyes on the vampire, Ji-hoon confirms the beast is directly below. He instantly orders his crew to launch Plan B. Right after, a storage panel opens near Ji-hoon's stomach. Instantly, a deadly poison mist begins to pour out of the window, flooding the area. The tracks are quickly buried under thick, green fog. The giant vampire slows down, completely confused by the sudden smokescreen. But before he can react, Bong-ho teleports right behind him with a weapon ready. Taking aim with his rifle, Bong-ho fires multiple rounds straight into his target. But against a level 50 monster, those bullets do absolutely nothing, bouncing off his skin like useless trash. The beast slowly turns around. He glares at Bong-ho with murder in his eyes and demands his name. Then, in a flash, he teleports right in front of him, pulling back a blood-charged fist. He slams the earth, blasting Bong-ho backward. Bong-ho stumbles back, struggling to find his footing, but stops when Gang steps in with her bow drawn. She quickly confirms he is still breathing, and once she knows he is fine, her focus sharpens. Coldly, she tells the beast she has nothing to discuss with a monster like him. She releases a glowing arrow of light directly at the giant vampire, but the creature reacts in a split second. He leaps aside, barely dodging the projectile. Hearing her words, he realizes they already know his true identity, which absolutely infuriates him. Right then, Nam charges onto the battlefield clad in silver armor. Without hesitation, he commands his troops to rise, summoning a squad of golem knights. They immediately rush the massive vampire, swinging heavy swords from all directions. Yet, despite their sheer numbers, the monster effortlessly dodges every single strike. He even purposely retreats deeper into the toxic cloud. Watching from above, Ji-hoon laughs at this foolish move, knowing that no matter how long the beast holds his breath, he cannot escape that mist without inhaling the poison. Once Hyri's paralysis takes effect and cripples him, tracking him down will be easy. Ji-hoon also notices that the rest of their squad has positioned themselves on the other side of the smoke, waiting. To Ji-hoon, this vampire is like a monkey struggling to escape the palm of Buddha. Speaking through his communication ring, Ji-hoon instructs Dongjun and Ayoung to stall the target as long as possible. But before he can finish, the battlefield shifts. The giant vampire slams the ground with unbelievable strength, releasing a massive shockwave that completely blows away the toxic mist. The green fog vanishes instantly. Even Dongjun's group feels the tremor from a distance. The moment she registers the impact, Ayong realizes they are dealing with an absolute monster. It is hard to believe he cleared all that gas with a single punch. The giant vampire grins, mockingly noting he knew they were not normal humans. He mentions Sunghun, realizing these are the very pests who killed him. Right then, he unleashes his true form. Blood surges wildly through his veins, turning his entire body crimson with raw power. Even surrounded by Dongjun's team, this hulking vampire looks incredibly menacing. Watching from above, Ji-hoon curses under his breath as he finally realizes the truth. The beast did not hide in the mist to flee. He used it as cover to power up. Back on the ground, Nam's Golem Knights attack once more. But the massive vampire winds up his fist and completely shatters every single golem, blowing them to pieces while telling them to get out of his way. Then, Nam rushes in himself. Closing the distance in an instant, he raises his halberd and swings, but the vampire is ready. Tightening his fist, the beast drives a devastating punch right into Nam. Nam coughs up blood, flying backward at high speed. Before he hits the ground, Bong-ho teleports in to absorb the impact, but the vampire immediately grabs Bong-ho by the leg. He snarls that he does not care how they defeated Sunghun, but if they think the same tricks will work on him, they are dead. He slams Bong-ho, Nam, into the dirt with bone-shattering force. Daeong screams in absolute terror, but before she can even move, the giant vampire teleports right behind her, coldly telling her she should not worry about other people. An instant later, he strikes her, sending her flying toward Dongjun and Ayong. Watching his fiancée get hurt makes Dongjun completely lose his mind. Enraged, he hurls his spear with all his force, coating it in roaring black flames while screaming at the beast. The massive vampire dodges the throw with a lazy tilt of his head. Still, Dongjun and Ayong charge him together, refusing to back down, but the difference in their strength is just too vast. The vampire raises his heavy hands high and slams them down on the duo. In a flash, Dongjun and Ayong are crushed and pinned to the floor. Standing over his victims, the vampire admits they put up a decent fight for mere humans. Grinning, he commands them to watch him slaughter their allies before draining every drop of their blood. Next, he turns his gaze to Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon wraps his wings around Daeong and Gaong to protect them as the vampire crouches, preparing to leap and execute them, while shouting that they are nothing but dinner. Ji-hoon shuts his eyes, waiting for the fatal blow. But right in the center of the chaos, a flash of blue lightning crackles. A newcomer has arrived. The giant vampire pauses, completely unable to comprehend what just occurred. A strange man now stands tall between him and Ji-hoon. With a calm voice, he apologizes, explaining he ran over the moment he got the call for help, though he admits he seems to be running a bit late. Ji-hoon stares in utter confusion, asking who this newcomer is. The man casually asks if they are his son's squad mates, then smiles warmly. He is Ji-hoon's father, Kim Dong-hook. Now, let us jump back a bit to when Dongjun's squad was hunting down that massive vampire. Our main character was watching the chase, confident they would catch him. They have handled much tougher monsters before, so there was no reason to stress out just yet. However, the true threat was not just the vampire's strength, but his actual power level. The beast was a level 50 opponent. At that stage, even a single level difference is massive. Ji-hoon knew if his friends lost even one battle, the consequences would be devastating. So, he devised a safety net. He decided to summon the absolute strongest trump card in his entire territory. And back in the present, that exact backup had just arrived. The main character's father stood in front of the beast, calmly telling the exhausted squad to rest. Activating his advanced defense aura, he announced he would handle the rest of the fight. The massive vampire sneered, mocking the father and asking if he truly believed he was their savior. With a roar, the beast charged, launching a powerful swing right at Dong-hook. Dong-hook did not even blink, while the monster continued to boast, claiming this rescue attempt would change absolutely nothing. He bragged that, after consuming Dong-hook's power, his own strength would reach a whole new level. Too bad Dong-hook did not care about his bragging. In a flash, Dong-hook launched a vicious kick straight to the beast's jaw. Blood sprayed from the monster's mouth as his senses completely shut down from the impact. With just one strike, the vampire realized he was in deep trouble. It made no sense. A single kick shattered his physical enhancement, the very defense that easily bounced bullets away. But that was just the beginning. Dong-hook pulled back his fist, locking into a flawless stance while radiating a suffocating killing intent. In those critical seconds, the vampire stood frozen in utter shock. He simply could not accept that a mere mortal possessed such absurd, monstrous power. Meanwhile, the rest of the group watched the display with their jaws on the floor. Then, Dong-hook threw a devastating punch that blasted the beast away. The impact tore through the monster, and the shockwave leveled the entire surrounding area, Such was the raw power of Dong-hook. The giant vampire stood frozen for a split second with a gaping hole in his torso before collapsing. Dong-hook remained perfectly calm, casually remarking that things had been taken care of. He turned to the youngsters, praised their effort, and smiled as if he had just taken a casual walk. He even asked if they were ready to go home. Meanwhile, so this vampire spent his final seconds in absolute disbelief. Even with that cheat code blood buff, he still got totally wrecked by a middle-aged dad like Dong-hook. Realizing he utterly failed, he whispered an apology for failing to carry out his master's wishes. Instantly, his body began disintegrating into thin air. Right on cue, a system notification popped up for Jo-hyun, confirming the kill. A high-tier, level 50 vampire had just been slain, bringing in a massive mountain of experience points. On top of that, his skill leveled up. But before we could even celebrate, the scene abruptly cuts to a literal bathtub filled with blood. Some guy with long white hair slowly emerges from the red soup while a woman stands behind him. The creepy dude mutters about his fallen minion being dead, then commands the lady behind him, Nuri, to head over to Busuzan. Nuri immediately accepts the mission. Back at the home base, things are slightly less bloody but way more painful. Since his dad defeated that level 50 high-tier vampire, our main character levels up too, bringing the usual absolute agony. The sheer pain hits him like a truck. While he struggles to hold it in, Soijin walks over looking super worried and hands him a glass of water. He thanks her, and she asks if his domain expanded once more and if he is doing all right, but our main character says he is perfectly fine. Taking a sip, Jae-hoon realizes they barely made it in time. He always knew his dad was a beast, thanks to the bloodline buff, but this level of raw power was just ridiculous. Sure, Dongjun's party had those fancy title buffs boosting their stats. But even with those cheats active, they were nowhere near Dong-hook when his enhanced defense aura was active. He was incredibly glad he decided to bring his dad along as muscle. Right then, another system notification popped up, stating that Citizen Byung-hyu had cleared every single one of his daily quests. As the system began evaluating the completions, our main character smiled, remembering how he basically forced everyone, including Dongjin's crew, to complete 3 chores a day. Since the rewards were always absolutely worth it, nobody dared to skip. Honestly, Jun did not expect anything crazy from this batch, but things were about to get way better than expected. He wondered what handy bonus he would get. Maybe some pain resistance, since leveling up literally feels like his body is getting pureed. Then, the system announced the evaluation was complete. A flashy message popped up congratulating him on hitting the ultimate jackpot. Our main character actually scored a precious skill point. The instant he saw it, he was absolutely thrilled, immediately sending mental thanks to Bongho. Out of every single daily reward he had ever received, this was only his second skill point, and both came from Bongho. Jihan joked to himself that a legendary support character always stays a support. Just as he was celebrating, Seo Doijin noticed his goofy grin and asked if something amazing had happened. He happily beamed, telling her that he essentially just won the entire lottery. That left Seo Yajin utterly bewildered. She asked what he meant, but he brushed it off, claiming it just felt that awesome. Looking over his status, our main character decided to spend his saved skill points on upgrading the store skill. At his current leveling speed, he would max out every store slot before reaching level 30. Up until now, he had no real strategy for these points, but even freebies shouldn't be wasted. Then, John noticed something incredibly weird. A brand new system section had unlocked called the Ultimate Shut-in Cell of Health. Seeing this, he wondered if upgrading it might finally ease the terrible pain of leveling up, but he quickly threw that option out the window. The gamble was way too risky. If he wasted a rare skill point only to get a useless effect like slightly faster regeneration, it would be a total tragedy. Ultimately, he decided to play it safe. The system asked if he wanted to upgrade his ultimate shut-in dignity preservation skill, and he clicked yes. Instantly, the standard blue interface transformed, flashing with an intense, golden light that practically blinded him. A notification confirmed that his ultimate shut-in dignity preservation had reached level 6. Jun stared at the screen in complete disbelief, wondering if he was actually seeing this. Before he could even process the shock, another window appeared, announcing that a brand new function was now unlocked. But before we could see what it actually did, the scene abruptly cuts away to a completely ruined city. Deep within the wreckage, swarms of low-tier vampires are actively hunting terrified humans and draining their blood. Watching this absolute nightmare from the roof of a skyscraper, Suori peers down at the chaotic feeding ground below. She couldn't stop thinking about how both Young-Young-hoon and Go-and-So had been completely wiped out. It seemed impossible that anyone could slay 2 true vampires who received power directly from their master. While pondering her next move toward Busuzan, she wondered what kind of absolute monster was lurking over there. Suddenly, Blood erupts from her back, forming massive, eerie butterfly wings, and the vampire girl takes off into the sky. Meanwhile, Dongjin's party meets up with Jihan to discuss some seriously bad news. Looking at the enemy's recent movements, our main character deduces there is a very high probability that the main vampire nest is located in Ulan. Worst case scenario, the entire region is already under their control. He explains that Ulan was once a massive industrial hub housing over 1 million citizens. If those bloodsuckers use the population as a giant buffet, then the sheer number of high-tier vampires waiting for them is going to be absolutely horrifying. He also recalls the dying words of that last high-tier vampire, hinting at a terrifying entity ranked even higher than them. Just thinking about the pressure makes cold sweat run down Jun's face. If multiple high-tier vampires jump them at once, do they even stand a chance? Dongjun immediately realizes how incredibly screwed they actually are. He admits that surviving this will be a massive uphill battle. Our main character silently agrees, but his brain is working overtime on a plan. He could technically pay to force level his registered vassals if he Dongjin's entire squad to level 50, giving them a fighting chance. But the price tag is pure comedy, costing literally hundreds of billions of won. That is when Dongchan casually raises his hand and says he can probably solo 3 or 4 high-tier vampires by himself. And if John's mom tags along, they could easily sweep even more. Our main character knows his dad is not just talking big here. When his parents fight as a duo, their physical synergy becomes absolutely absurd. Plus, his mom has a broken buff called the King's Blessing, driving stats through the roof. If Dongjun's blessing stacks on top of all of that, his dad might actually be able to solo the entire vampire high-tier roster. But a massive, terrifying question mark still remains. How do they deal with the mastermind behind all of this? That person? They knew absolutely nothing about them, making the entire situation incredibly risky. But then, Donghyuk suddenly volunteered to go scout Ulan himself, which completely caught our main character off guard. However, his dad calmly explained that his unique skill would let him get there and back in a flash. While distance was not an issue, if Ulan truly was a vampire nest, this scout mission would be insanely dangerous. He asked if Donghyuk was absolutely sure about this crazy plan. His dad just smiled, saying someone had to do it. In the end, Jaehyun reluctantly agreed, promising to keep a close eye on him. And if things hit the fan, his dad just needed to survive for a few seconds. Jaehyun could instantly extract him using his vassal summon skill. Despite the backup plan, Donghyuk remained strangely silent, as if something was seriously bothering him. Meanwhile, Nuri is soaring over the ruined city on her massive blood butterfly wings. During her flight, she ponders over Young-hoon and Go and Sok. They were weird, but strong. Even among the elite high-tier vampires, those two were tough enough to keep her on her toes. Her objective was straightforward: scout the area and get out. But the moment she arrives, she freezes in pure shock. A titanic world tree is towering right in front of her. Nuri stares, completely unable to comprehend its massive scale. She immediately assumes whatever monster created this must have been the one to slaughter her vampire allies. But then, she notices something even more bizarre. Humans are actually living in these apartments like normal, and the windows are brightly lit. In the dead center of a brutal apocalypse, this place actually has running power. Nuri is left utterly speechless, unable to fathom how the electrical grid is still functioning. Driven by pure confusion, she floats in for a closer look. But just as she is about to cross the boundary, a flashing system warning halts her. No entry. She freezes instantly. Then another prompt appears, casually asking if she wants to apply for citizenship. That is when the terrifying truth hits her. The system knows she's here. Pushing forward is way too dangerous. Yet, she can't tear her eyes away from this town. It looks completely untouched by the end of the world. Cars are driving, trucks are passing, and every building is fully powered. While the rest of the ruined world lay in ashes, this place actually looked normal. Once she had seen enough, Nuri turned back and left. Watching through his ultimate eye, Jae-hun clicked his tongue. A flying vampire ally would have been incredibly useful. He had offered her citizenship just in case, but she rejected it. If vampires could actually accept his system, the entire power balance would break overnight. He could block enemies from reporting back, or even feed them fake news. Still, it was not a total waste. Our main character figured Nuri could only report 3 key things: the world tree, his invisible barrier, and his citizenship invitation. But as he kept thinking, he realized the vampires had reacted way too fast this time. When the first high-tier vampire died, it took almost a whole month for a replacement to show up. This time, one showed up in less than 24 hours. That brought up a scary thought. Could these bloodsuckers actually sense when their minions died? Wild as it sounded, this fast response actually helped Jae-hun, too. Thanks to Nuri, he finally located their main base. She kept soaring through the sky, completely clueless that he was tailing her in crow form. He figured that as long as he kept his distance, avoided any direct fights, he would be perfectly safe. Suddenly, his dad, Dong-hook, called out to him, saying it had been a while and asking to catch up. He held a bottle and some snacks, and soon they were sitting at the table eating instant ramen. Jae-hoon finally asked what his father wanted to discuss. Dong-hook offered him a drink first, but our main character turned it down since he was still on watch duty. His dad looked a bit disappointed, so Jae-hoon took the bottle and poured him a cup instead. After a quiet pause, Dong-hook softly asked him to visit home more often. His grandmother really missed him. Jae-hoon apologized immediately. With the growing fairy energy, his grandmother was staying awake about 10 more minutes each day, but she still slept most of the time. Since his mother was always with her, he had not worried too much. But hearing it directly from his dad hit different. He admitted he had been neglecting his visits and promised to drop by soon. Dong-hook took a long swig before finally asking his real question. He asked what Jae-hoon planned to do about the vampire threat. The sudden question caught him off guard, but he quickly answered calmly. First, he had to find out how massive their numbers actually were. Dong-hook listened quietly. Our hero added that once their true strength was clear, he would figure out how to wipe them off the map. Dong-hook then asked if there was any real reason to strike first. If vampires had truly taken over Ulsan like Jae-hoon suspected, going there alone was incredibly risky. Their own group members could easily get dragged into the mess too. Was there any point in taking such an insane gamble right now? His dad suggested they should just wait for the monsters to attack them instead. If the battle took place on their own turf, they could make full use of Jae-hoon's save ability. Worst case scenario, everyone could just hide safely inside his territory, so why actively hunt them down? Jae-hoon went silent. Honestly, his dad made a very solid point. Even if the bloodsuckers attacked, they could never breach his invisible barrier. Playing defense was much safer, but our hero refused to ever experience that nightmare again. The memory still haunted him. A single low-tier vampire had once slaughtered countless innocent citizens right before his eyes, leaving a scar of fear that never faded. Finally, he explained his secret past. Before he even knew vampires existed, he had accidentally accepted one as a citizen. He prepared to reveal the full truth. He believed any seed of tragedy had to be utterly crushed before it could bloom. He confessed everything, how he brought a vampire into his home, and how that monster later slaughtered innocent people. When the tale ended, Dong-hook was dead silent, his face instantly turning cold as stone. Jae-hoon could see the heavy guilt crushing his father. He argued that since vampires naturally hunt humans, ignoring them was impossible. Even if Ulsan had completely fallen, survivors could still be trapped inside. He declared he would exterminate every single vampire in Ulsan to rescue any living soul left. This meant Dong-hook's squad would be heading straight to the front lines. But he promised they would not fight alone. He would support them with everything he had. But before he could even finish his sentence, Dong-hook suddenly slammed back a huge shot of soju and apologized. Jae-hoon looked completely baffled. He asked what for. After a tense hesitation, Dong-hook confessed he originally thought his son was only doing this to farm experience points. Yes, you heard that right. His own father thought that. Did he look like someone who would bait humans just to farm levels? Dong-hook awkwardly explained that since high-grade vampires yielded massive experience, his gamer brain just assumed the worst. Desperate to kill the awkward silence, his dad offered him more ramen. Seeing his old man look so incredibly embarrassed, Jae-hoon could not help but laugh. But then, Dong-hook turned serious again. If that was his real motive, he would not stand in his way. He just told him to stay sharp and call for backup if things got messy. Our main character smiled warmly and nodded. He thanked his dad as the scene shifted. Nuri was headed straight toward Samdong in central Ulsan, with Jae-hoon tailing her silently from above. Peering down at the area, he wondered if this was the nest. He thought about creeping closer, but sudden chaos shattered the quiet. A vampire shrieked that a human had escaped, and a pack of bloodsuckers immediately went wild. They chased after her, screaming not to let the prey escape. From above, Jae-hoon spotted a figure, sprinting desperately through the empty streets. It was a terrified girl, crying and running for her life. He screamed at them to back off and go away, but the monsters kept gaining on her. She ran as hard as she could, but suddenly skidded to a halt. A dead end. She was trapped. The vampires closed in, laughing that their little rat was cornered. Pure regret washed over her. She realized this was the dumbest mistake of her life, coming all this way just to end up as lunch. She had overconfidence in her skill, and now she was paying the ultimate price. As the low-tier vampires lunged at her, she closed her eyes, preparing for the absolute worst. Then, a literal miracle descended. Jae-hoon dropped from the sky, morphed his legs with crow power, snatched her up, and blasted straight back into the clouds. The girl was completely speechless. He calmly told her she looked like she needed a hand, so he decided to intervene. She just stared at him in disbelief, asking if he was even human. Shrugging it off, our hero said he would land on a nearby rooftop first, then they could chat. Looking down, she watched the ground shrink in absolute shock. She was actually alive. Below them, the vampires were absolutely losing their minds, shrieking about the thief who stole their dinner. Now that she realized she was safe, the girl suddenly got her attitude back, screaming insults down at them and telling the brainless bloodsuckers to rot in hell. Jae-hun got immediately annoyed, warning her that if she kept shouting, she would summon every vampire in the city. He touched down on a quiet rooftop and gently let her go. The girl thanked him, admitting she would be dead meat without him. Jae-hun waved it off, saying gratitude was not necessary since he just wanted some information. Intrigued, she asked what he wanted. He got straight to the point, asking what she knew about their enemies. She casually replied that crushing a vampire's heart kills them. When he asked if that was all, she gave him a sly smile. She was clearly not giving away freebies. Jae-hun demanded to know everything she had on the vampires, especially their territorial borders in the city. She quickly realized what he was looking for. She claimed mapping vampire territory was her absolute specialty. Now, you and I both know she was already cooking up a plan here. Escaping alone was impossible, but now she had a golden bargaining chip. While Jae-hun played nice, she decided to weaponize her intel to secure his help. She smugly stated that secrets like this cost money. Jae-hun called her shameless, pointing out he just saved her life. She grinned, saying she only wanted one tiny favor in return. Jae-hun agreed, but she froze when he casually laid out his own counteroffer instead. Suddenly, high-quality chocolate and cold sodas materialized before her eyes. He asked if this sweet treat would be enough. This girl's name is Park Serum, a level 21, awakened with the Shadow Move skill. The moment Jae-hun pulled out those snacks, she immediately starts stuffing her face with chocolate and cola, chugging down bottle after bottle without a single pause. She takes one massive gulp and finally looks alive. It has been ages since she tasted soda, felt that sweet carbonation. But Jacqueline interrupts, reminding her they need answers to their questions. Just like that, C-Rom flips a switch. Her entire attitude changes, and she suddenly acts incredibly obedient, calling him master, while hugging her cola bottle like a treasure. Jacqueline just stares in disbelief at how fast this shameless girl switched sides. She finally introduces herself as C-Rom before going right back to bargaining. As you and I can probably guess, Jacqueline instantly reads her greedy personality and relays her ridiculous food request straight to Jihan through his communication ring. Jihan shrugs it off, saying more chocolate is easy. As candy wrappers pile up, Se-Ram explains that the vampires do not control all of Ulan yet. Half the city is still livable. The Tiwa River divides Ulan, south of it is deadly vampire territory, but the north side is safe. Between bites, she casually drops a huge bombshell. Over there, the humans are actually the real danger. That instantly puts Jacqueline on high alert. They are currently south of the river, meaning they are deep in vampire territory right now. Through the ring, the main character orders Jacqueline to ask why she was even over here. Jacqueline nods, and asks if the north is safe, why she ventured deep into vampire lands. Se-Ram answers, like it is totally obvious. She came looking for food because the people back home are starving. Jacqueline understands, but then Se-Ram throws out a wild offer, asking them to tag along. That catches him completely off guard, but she points out they still have plenty of questions. Jacqueline notes she is acting overly casual again, but she ignores him, suggesting they find safety. Jacqueline hesitates, waiting for the master's final decision through the ring. The main character weighs his options. He already has the basic facts, but after listening to her, he is curious. It is clear these survivor factions are divided, and he needs to know why humans are deadlier than vampires here. So, he decides to follow her and hear the rest. Jihan steps in and asks for the destination. Se-Ram is genuinely shocked at how fast he agreed. After a momentary pause, she points ahead, saying they just need to cross the river. Jihan summons his massive crow wings, announcing their departure. Se-Ram panics because she is not done eating, but before she can complain, he snatches her up with his talons and takes off. Mid-flight, her precious chocolate slips from her hand, prompting a tragic scream over her lost snack. Eventually, they land in front of a building. Jihan asks if this is the place. Se-Ram confirms this is where her group hides. She kicks the metal shutter, shouting that she is back. Moments later, it rolls up, and several men gather around, shocked to see her alive. A smug, chubby guy eyes Jihan standing beside her and demands to know who the newcomer is. Se-Ram instantly claims Jihan is hers, telling the guy to back off. Naturally, that spark of jealousy only makes him more suspicious. Annoyed, Se-Ram barks at him to shut up and move aside. While they bicker, Jihan quietly analyzes the group, both Se-Ram and that loudmouth. Yongwu, are natural metahumans. Yongwu has awakened the Stonefist skill. From Jihan's past experience, finding natural metahumans who awakened before becoming a vassal is incredibly rare, roughly 1 in 8,000. Yet this camp of only 1,000 survivors already has 2. Now, you and I are about to see him hit a jackpot as he follows Seiram deeper until they reach a back office. The moment she pushes the door open, a bright flashlight blinds her. Annoyed, Seiram tells them to put it down. A group of men are waiting inside. One demands to know why she returned empty-handed, while another asks what went wrong. Seiram introduces Jihan as her savior, explaining these are the starving people she needed food for. But a rough-looking thug immediately starts lecturing her, assuming she failed her mission. Seiram snaps back, asking if that is how he speaks to their leader who barely survived. He sneers, mocking her title and asking why she returned without her gear. As the tension rises, Seiram explains she had to dump the bag to live. That sends him over the edge. They cannot survive another failed supply run. They do not even have enough rations to last another 7 days. While adults can starve, the kids cannot. Right then, the trembling children come into view. Seeing those kids makes Seiram fall dead silent. The man keeps venting, saying they only trusted her because of her awakened ability, yet she returned empty-handed while dragging along some unknown stranger. Meanwhile, Jihan quietly observes the room. Walking through the market earlier, he already saw how desperate their situation was. Their hollow faces made it clear they were starving, pushed right to the edge. Jihan decides on the ultimate power move. Give them exactly what they need right now. Food, and lots of it. So he speaks, up to the aggressive thug, declaring that Seiram did not fail. The man looks baffled, demanding to know what he means. Our main character explains she traded crucial information, and at the same moment, he opens his dimensional storage, dumping a mountain of fresh food onto the floor. The entire room freezes, rations materializing from thin air. Even Seiram is totally stunned, though she had seen him produce chocolate earlier. He calmly asks if this mountain of food is enough to buy a proper conversation. The aggressive thug is utterly speechless. Then, he switches up instantly, copying Seiram. Suddenly, he respectfully addresses Jihan as master, offering him the most comfortable chair. Jihan simply gives a cold nod, while the crow on his shoulder quietly intimidates everyone in the room. Later that night, Nuri kneels before her vampire lord, reporting her findings. She explains she detected a massive barrier protecting humans who were living completely normal or lives as if the world never ended, with working electricity. Hearing this bizarre report, the vampire lord asks if that is all. Bowing her head, Nuri confirms it. The noble repeats the wildest details, like the massive world tree and a shield the size of a skyscraper. Nuri apologizes, admitting they still have no idea who eliminated their elite fighters. Yet, instead, flying into a rage, the lord looks intrigued. Seeing her confusion, he tells her this mystery sounds absolutely fascinating. With cold authority, he commands her to lead him to that giant tree. He must see it himself. Standing tall beneath the full moon, his eyes glow with power. Terrified, Nuri bows in agreement. Meanwhile, back on Jihan's side, answers are finally coming to light. He demands Seiram explain the full situation, while the starving survivors happily distribute the food. She reveals their small band is not the only group remaining out there. Multiple factions exist, with 3 massive organizations dominating Ulaan. They control the sports complex, Yonggongdong, and the industrial zone. Her unit answers directly to the sports complex faction. Jihan asks why they use that name if they are living in a supermarket. Seiram explains they are only Supply Team 3 under the sports complex, and this mart is just a base. That catches Jihan off guard. You and I might have thought this mart held all the local survivors, but the real scale is massive. If this is only Team 3, then at least 2 other identical divisions. If they are equal in size, their supply teams alone total 3,000 members. That raises a massive question. If their gatherers are this huge, how many total survivors are actually in the entire faction? Jihan sends a command through the communication ring, telling Jackarin to probe further. Seiram explains their supply division has 3 active teams and their military division has 3 more. In total, she estimates the sports complex hosts over 10,000 people. Jihan then asks if the remaining 2 factions are similar in size. Seiram notes their faction is the largest, though the others are not far behind. Additionally, countless smaller survivor squads are hiding in local apartment blocks and residential suburbs, meaning the real number is probably even higher. As Jihoon listens, he quickly does the math. 30,000 survivors in this region alone? That is an insane amount. He only has about 50,000 people under his wing between Somian and Jagi Market, but here, tens of thousands survive without any system protection at all. And to make matters worse, Ulsan is crawling with vampires way stronger than goblins or orcs. Plus, the superhuman ratio is completely off the charts. Something about this city is deeply wrong, and Saram keeps explaining that the Gangdong group is holding the line at the Taewa River to stop the vampires. Even the sports complex faction sent fighters to help them. But according to Saram, the real nightmare is the Industrial Zone faction. They raid, pillage, and terrorize other survivors. No wonder she said humans are the real monsters here. But as Ji-hoon listens, one massive question keeps bugging him. Nobody has brought up goblins or orcs, not even once. How are humans the main threat when monsters should be everywhere? This entire setup feels incredibly fishy. So, our main character decides to ask her directly. But when he does, Saram just stares back in total confusion. Goblins and orcs? She genuinely thinks he is messing with her. She even turns to ask the nearby survivors if they have ever seen them. The folks handing out food just shake their heads. Goblins or orcs? Never heard of them. Ji-hoon watches their faces and realizes they are telling the truth. Now he is completely baffled. What is going on in Ulsan? Saram mentions giant boars occasionally show up, but actual fantasy monsters have never appeared here. With that, she invites him to meet their supply team leader. But back at Ji-hoon's territory, you and I are about to see things get insanely tense. A system alert flashes. An unauthorized entity is trying to enter. Another message asks if he wants to offer citizenship to a qualified candidate approaching his border. He panics. Could it really be her? He immediately activates his ultimate eyes to investigate. Looking up, he spots Nuri hovering near his territory. He instantly recognizes her as that bizarre woman from earlier. But then, true terror strikes. She is not alone. Hovering beside her is a terrifying presence, the absolute leader of the vampires. Gazing at the massive tree in the city, the monster calmly remarks that the rumors were true. Nuri bows, confirming it with utmost respect. This is Vlad Tepes, a true ancestor, level 62. The legendary vampire lord himself. An oppressive, suffocating aura begins to bleed from his very presence. Staring at the giant tree, Vlad quietly finds it fascinating. Ji-hoon's mind starts racing. A true ancestor? That means this guy is the king of vampires. Why is he showing up now? Vlad spots the invisible barrier protecting the territory and acknowledges Nuri's report. To test its strength, he casually raises a hand and strikes the barrier with his razor-sharp claws. Ji-hoon knows he cannot waste a single second. He runs to wake his sleeping father, but before he can even reach him, an agonizing sensation rips straight through his own body. Suddenly, system alerts flash red. An unauthorized subject is breaching the border. The true ancestor's strike inflicts sheer agony, making Ji-hoon feel like his entire soul is being torn to shreds. He can hardly believe his eyes. The absolute barrier has been breached. For the very first time since the world ended, a visible fracture cracks across his perfect defense. But within seconds, the shield begins to self-repair. The massive tear rapidly seals shut until it is completely restored, leaving no trace of damage. Even Vlad's eyes widen in shock. Absolutely mind-blowing. Seeing it regenerate, the Vampire King orders Nuri to retreat, and she quickly follows. Yet, before departing, the true ancestor casts one final, chilling gaze at the territory. Then, the two of them vanish into the sky. Ji-hoon collapses, drenched in sweat. As the barrier repairs, his pain slowly ebbs away. But the chilling truth makes everything much worse. He finally realizes that Ulsan's survivors are not alive because they are strong. They only survive because Vlad allows it. If he wished, he could single-handedly wipe out the entire city. Our main character still has no clue what's going on, but you and I can see one thing clearly. The survivors are being spared on purpose. This completely ruins his entire strategy. Invading a city ruled by a literal god-tier monster is suicide. One wrong move could provoke him. For the first time, the sacred barrier protecting Ji-hoon and his citizens was actually shattered. This means Vlad could force his way inside whenever he pleases. Even the system's instant kill mechanism might fail against an entity powerful enough to slice through the barrier itself. If Vlad infiltrates his home, everyone dies, including Ji-hoon. Ulsan is too close to Busan to just ignore. Vlad backed off for now, but there is zero guarantee he will stay away. Those were not the eyes of a defeated foe. They were the hungry eyes of an apex predator looking at its next meal. Ji-hoon realizes he cannot afford to just ignore this threat. If he runs now, the danger will only fester until it explodes. If a clash is inevitable, he needs to strike first while he still stands a fighting chance. So, he focuses on immediate actions. Meanwhile, Saram leads Ji-hoon deeper inside to meet the head of Supply Team 3. Along the way, Ji-hoon asks what the boss is like. Saram explains he runs the whole division. He is surprisingly easygoing. Opening a nearby door, she calls out for the team leader. An annoyed voice grumbles back, telling her to knock first. Sarum completely ignores the attitude and says, "It is not important. A VIP has arrived," and the leader instantly shifts his full attention to the guest. But as he welcomes Ji-hoon inside, something feels deeply wrong. When he speaks, razor-sharp vampire fangs flash. He smiles and introduces himself. And he is